Hey, 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 welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 5. With me right here is a young and beautiful flavor, as my name is Contra, as we bring you a lot of amazing actions, sure, in Ruthless Hype Esports.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, I was so close to saying I couldn't say the same, but yeah, young and beautiful to Contra. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you guys having an amazing day because you're about to witness some amazing PUBG Mobile action here today for day number 3, the final day here for phase number 1 of Clash of Giants season number 5. Now, we did manage to witness some crazy actions for the past first 2 days. Now, this being the final day is going to be a little bit different, don't we, Contra?
Yeah, and today is definitely going to be a little bit more special because we're not just playing 6 maps. Whoever gets into the top 16, they will have one more hurdle to go through, and that is Vikendi. We have not seen that map in ages, and that is the map where teams in the top 16 will gather bonus points. So no matter how tired they must have actually felt after 6 rounds, they need to put on a great showing in that very final map.
Yeah, that's true. Now you made it sound like it's like a punishment for being top 16, being part of the Vikendi bonus map, but it's not. That's not really the case here. Is because, ladies and gentlemen, the top 16 being featured in the Vikendi map, map number 7 of the day, will carry on the points that they accumulate during that particular round to the grand finals itself, which makes it very important to actually be part of this. And of course, let's have a look at the point system that we have here for the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting off with the top left segment where we're currently at the playoffs from October 15 all the way up to October 21st, where we have phase number 1 from 15 to 17 October, which is today. And in the next few days on the 19th, we're going to be kickstarting off our phase number 2 from 19 to 21st October. 27 teams, 3 groups, 6 matches per day, 4 matches per group, and 1 bonus map Vikendi today.
Absolutely, and today definitely is special, like we've said earlier on. So they definitely need to keep their energy up throughout the entire course of the evening. And tomorrow hours, we'll be taking a break on October 18th, and we will continue on with phase 2, where all the points will be reset back into 0 for the playoffs. So they will have to reaccumulate all the points in order to also play the second map of Vikendi by Monday evening. So that said, the grand finals will be happening next week on Tuesday all the way up to Thursday. So that is something you don't want to miss at all. So be sure to hit that sub button as well as like this live stream. Whenever you guys want to check up for any updates, you can always hit over to Ruthless Hype Esports' social media channels, and there's plenty of prize to be won.
And of course, yes, we're going to be witnessing some of the prize pools here for the competition here at the playoffs, featuring $3,000 for first place, $1,250, in second, $750, $500 for third, $250 for fourth, and the MVP will also bring back home individually $250. The grand finals will be slightly higher, more than double, I would say, featuring $7,000 over here. So the breakdown is number 1 will bring back home $2,500, second place $1,500, place number 3 is $1,000, fourth $500, the MVP bringing back home $500, the Headhunter Award, and of course our final MVP award. And here we are at the bonus map point breakdown, Contra, and this is going to be how the breakdowns will be.
And it all goes all the way till the top 10. So the chicken dinner will be awarded with 10 points, as it usually does, while second place is going to be a 9-pointer. So you can tell that the gap isn't all too wide, but also do consider the fact that on the phase 2 circuit, there is also another Vikendi map to be played out. So you may be consistent right now on the 3rd day of the playoffs, but on day 6 of the playoffs, some teams might actually show some wear and tear, some cracks, or a lack of stamina. So they have to upkeep their momentum all the way throughout the playoffs, heading into the grand finals. And these are our teams separated into each respective groups, A, B, as well as C. You can see some of the hot favorites out there. And also do tell us, which team are you guys rooting for? Because we got a lot of champions from all over the world playing for the entire circuit.
Yeah, it's not called Clash of Giants for nothing. We're truly looking at some of the biggest giants in PUBG Mobile circuit being featured here at the competition. And of course, we're also playing the squad rosters for Group A over here. So you may see some familiar faces and some familiar teams. And as Contra mentioned, be sure to show your support for your favorite teams. Let the people know who you're rooting for, and we'll see how they're performing throughout the whole day in South, with hopes to see which one of them will be featured in the top 16 seedings and be featured in Big Candy. And a little bit about these groups is that this might be the last time you'll be seeing all these teams be grouped up together, because for phase 2 we'll be seeing a different kind of grouping. So some teams will be grouped up together, some of them will be placed in a different group, and yeah, it's going to be a different ball game altogether. And of course, we're also going to look at some of the squad rosters for Group B as well over here.
That's true. You can see Group A is absolutely fully stacked up, but same could be said about Group B as well, where you see big names coming from Indonesia and you have 4 Miracle Vibes. But the biggest surprise out of Group B so far has been HK Murderers hailing from Nepal. For those who have watched all these scenes coming in from South Asia, you know that they mean serious business. And throughout the course of the past couple of days, they have really showed up to be a powerhouse team, challenging some of the very finest teams out there. And, you know, there are also a lot of upsets where we didn't expect, you know, Falcons to not really get all too many points. Meanwhile, Group C, hot favorites like DRS, BTR Knights, and also ASI8, they are definitely doing decently, as they are trying to at least maintain their pace to get into that round of Big Candy by the end of the night.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, most of the teams, I would say, are still scrambling around to find their way towards that top 16 spot right here. So if you're being featured on the far end of page number 2 or even page number 3, you might have to do a lot of work to make your way to that top spot, because we only have 16 spots out of the 27 teams being featured here in the competition. So 11 of them will not be playing in Big Candy. So you got to make sure that today you're going to play your level best. We see some great performing teams over here. And Contra, you did share that some crazy teams be featured in Group A. But I do have to say, Group B features some of our top teams here at the current standings themselves, by the like of HK Murderers. We have 4MB, we have Faceland, ASI8 here currently in 4th place as well, a little bit climb compared to their performance in day number 1, and a few others as well. Now, based on your observation after the conclusion of 2 games is here, I guess probably going to be something interesting.
Definitely, we will be seeing a whole lot of interesting stuff. Starting off with the MVP, is we have Apex that has been nailing plenty of points back to 4 Miracle Vibes as they are being placed into Group B. Like you said, they have been thriving, and for Miracle Vibes, they don't even need the chicken dinner. It hasn't been a problem for them because Apex as well as Baron, they've been really hitting all of their shots so far. As you can tell, the damage output is out of this world, 3.4k, and if you make comparisons, he still holds the highest average damage throughout the whole board. But following closely, it's been 2 members from HK Murderers, Slayer as well as Himson, placed 2nd as well as 4th respectively. And at this very same time, we also do see the teammate of Apex, Baron, to be on the top 5. And not forgetting IQ from ASI8, also catching up to speed, and as a matter of fact, has a little bit of a better stats in terms of damage in comparison to Slayer. But Slayer, he's been definitely getting a lot more of all these elimination points.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this kind of things do happen on a battlefield, because even when you dish out damage, you're probably not the one finishing off and getting those elimination points for yourself. So yeah, I guess these things are very much understandable. But high damage output equals to you equivalent to being a great fragger. Sometimes you can just get elimination points just by third-partying some last hits on some of other teammate players. So yeah, these things do happen over here. And of course, one of the most exciting things we want to show to you guys here is this overall rankings after the conclusion of 12 matches here in phase 1. So we do see Team HK Murderers, as what you mentioned, just our Contra, is currently in 1st place, followed by 4 Miracle Vibes in 2nd, Faceland in 3rd, and ASI in 4th place. There's not much gap in between most of these teams, so there's room for an overtake happening anytime soon in any part of the matches. And as you can see here, we're missing out on matches number 13 all the way up to 19, which will all be happening today.
Yeah, I will guarantee that we will still see HK Murderers to be playing out in Vikendi. But for this second page, it's anybody's game. Like you said, we see the gap to be really close from 10th place all the way down to 18th. Meaning to say, HORAA Esports TIANBA, they're looking to overtake both Team Secret as well as DRS. HARAME Bros, not exactly within the safest region, as well as there's only about a 5-point gap in between. So over on to the bottom half of the leaderboard, we're looking at some of these names that should not even be anywhere close to the bottom. So who knows, we might even see bounce back performances coming from FALCONS, Alliance, who are currently sitting near towards the bottom. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, T2K, A1 Esports, as well as TJB, they all have a fair shot in this tournament to get those bonus points. And, you know, it's not going to be the end of the line, even if, say, they don't really get the best results heading into this day of the phase 1 concluding, because there's still phase 2, which they are given another lifeline. So hopefully with about enough preparation, they will be able to at least get some of all these problems sorted. And of course, big thanks to our dear UC partners, Gamivo. You can check out their website, gamivo.com, for a lot of amazing UC deals, where you can even get 660 UC at only $6.49. That's also with the smart subscription price. If you're not down for that, you can also use the COG5 coupon code, as it will be provided somewhere in the chat down below.
Yes, and of course, you want to be featuring your question in COG5 live stream. All you have to do is ask your question in the following format. Now, the question, and then make sure to put in the hashtag COG5 and hashtag Gamivo. And if you are lucky, your comment will be featured in our COG5 live stream, where casters will reply to your comment. We are. I'm a little bit scared over here that it could have been anything, man. So I'm not sure what you guys went through the first 2 days is up, but I'm excited for this.
Yeah, it's been really good questions. If you are wondering, nothing too sussy, and we keep it that way, you know, everything has to be PG. And here we go, as we are getting ourselves ready for our first match of the evening. As per usual, we'll rotate in between ERANGEL as well as MIRAMAR, but till then, on match 19, once 18 concludes, we'll tablet the scores to see who is within the top 16 to play inside of Vikendi.
Oh yes, and of course, this is going to be a very exciting day. For the first time ever, these teams are going to be playing a minimum of just 6 matches, and most of them will be featured in a 7th match for the day. And talking a little bit about that, for the teams that's currently in the last stage itself, it's very much possible for some of these teams at the back, even at the furthest end, to make their way into top 16 if they do really pop off and perform really well in the matches that they are about to actually be featured in the next few moments.
Well, since you have just joined us this evening, and, you know, I want to give you a little bit of chance to play catch up to Circle. But with so many teams, so far, not even production as well as I have gotten it right. So maybe you might be the lucky charm for this evening. So, Flava, what's it going to be?
All right. So, of course, like I said, beauty before age. So I'm going to go with 4 miracle vibes for this one. Yeah. So that's going to be my lock on for this first match of the day. Yeah, so that's the thing about them, is that they had a really great lead in the first day. The second day, they dropped off 1 part. I'm guessing that this could be them popping off real hard at the start of the map.
I regretted telling you to pick first, because that was actually what was on top of my head.
Yes.
Anyways, since you've made that pick, I'm gonna go with the Savior. I think that they've been playing with a very good consistency. Overall, high volume of elimination points per round, and right in this matchup, I think that they will still have certain difficulties, especially HARAME Bros, who'd love to drop inside Pachinki. So we might still actually have that big fight going on. HORAA Esports is being voted by production to bounce back up. They're currently on the bottom page, but, you know, they stand a really good chance. Yesterday, we start to see glimpses of hope coming in from one of Nepal's very favorite, and I'm also rooting for them as well. So you Purple Heart fans out there, you know what to spam inside of the chat. So you guys go ahead and do so. Also, remember this: if you want to ask us any question, like literally any questions at all, make sure it's proper. By the way, hashtag Gamivo and hashtag COG5 for your chance for your comment to be featured on stream.
Yeah, it could be a shout out for all you know, so it could be anything. Do try to be as creative as possible. Ad is going to be featured. So a lot of people is very curious to see what you're gonna be asking. We're curious as well. But of course, and all that, in a few short moments, we're gonna be kickstarting off our first round of day itself. I'm super excited to this. I'm guessing that some teams will try to take big risks. Some of them, I guess, the teams that have secured their spots in the top 16 will try to play out a little bit safe because they can just retain their position and just be safe there on their throne. But the teams, where they have, some of them have nothing to lose. They're at the point where, it's either you go big or go home, and they could be making some crazy plays, which could be having a positive outcome here in this final day.
Yeah, and right now, I guess there's still a little bit more room for trial and error, but remember this, there's only 4 matches per team throughout the evening before we hit the Vikendi, and here we go, moving into Game 1.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what an opening that is. Welcome to round number 1 of the day and round 13 here in the competition for the Ruthless Clash of Giants season number 5, phase number 1. You're joining together with myself, Leva, and Contra. This is going to be the flight path given here by the PUBG Mobile gods, swinging from west to east, lean more towards the south side over here, which means that we'll get to see which teams highly potentially will be going off to the islands, touch a little bit on the islands, or those who would like to go a little bit far off towards the northern sides, which I highly doubt it, but who knows, some teams just want to go down that path. Contra. It's really an interesting opening flight path for this game, number 1, and excited to see if we're going to be seeing some early engagements. We've seen a lot of this happening before. High possibility by the likes of Pachinki, as it is one of the hot zones for such things to happen.
And even yesterday, there was some challenge up against For America Vibes inside Sonosco military base. This is going to be a very interesting round, and who knows, we might just be lucky to get that sound ending that we've been craving for. It has not happened yet here in the COG, while we're looking at Baseman quickly getting into that vehicle and already looking for a little bit more of their own target. Right now, that phase of the circle will be moving a little up towards the northern central area of play. So rather interesting on how things actually kicked off in our opening round. But as we kick things off, it's the Archerio immediately goes into the engagement, and we've seen this scene before. They fought in the apartments this time, even on the outskirts of a different terrain. We are seeing them battle once again. Lithia to get the upper hand, and they are still trying to flush out Asa. We'll be able to find it. Nobu secures the drop, and as a matter of fact, it's 3 points for Nobu.
Wow, that's going to be a very, very happy ending for them over here, and they're going to be happy with this. And just like that, RRQ is eliminated here from the competition, leaving the other team still remains here in the map. And HORAA continues on. We're going to be looking at FaZe Clan making their way to their next destination with a little bit more looting action for them. It's great that we get to see some crazy actions happening over here. I do believe before we transition into looking at the engagement just now, when we look at the map, right, I do believe there are 4 teams here at this current moment who's actually within the island. So I do believe that they are required to actually make a move if the circle is not leaning towards their side over here. And that's definitely going to be a very exciting fight if that were to happen, especially at the east and west bridge over in that side.
True enough, and this is one of the first few times we're actually getting.
And speaking of which, over here, yeah, Falcons.
Yeah, THUNDERTALK's dropping into Novo Renoy for the first time, challenging Team Falcons. which is rather interesting as well, since both of them are so far away from the zone, like you said. Meaning to say they will have to really wrap this fight real quickly if they really need to get into the phase early. But we've seen plenty of times teams are willing to tank at least stage 1 as well as stage 2 of the zone. We see pickouts happening across the map. Pretty usual stuff because we got more than the usual 16 teams. But since RQ is eliminated, now we're only left with 16 very, very swiftly. While A1 Esports, they're also not too far off this corner. After that challenge against RQ, D plus Kia still has some big fishes to fry, and this is where we see that full commitment from Team Falcons.
Oh yeah, and of course, they're not too happy sharing this area with another team here, so we might be seeing a shootout here between them. So shootout Wild Teal Falcons did manage to actually get one in their hand, make that 2 here. And it does seem like that's going to be 3 when we can get another one on their side. Meanwhile, Team Secret's having a little bit of share of this engagement. Things are still not over yet here for TT. But Team Falcons still looking pretty strong, still looking healthy from their end. Probably a very, very positive outcome from here from this engagement. And knowing that they did get spotted out by a team member from Team Secret here on the high ground, they have to be careful in how they make their rotations around this area. Meanwhile, still one more team member, which so happens to be King here, on looking to his teammates, not being able to make it out alive, but he is getting a shoot out here up against SOAS, up in the sky.
Well, on that scaffolding, he might actually get a good glimpse, but that's not any form of a safe cover for SOAS as well. Well, he tries to secure the final member of THUNDERTALK Gaming. That nade bounces a little bit too far off. Close enough, but it's not going to be any form of cigar for him just yet. THUNDERTALK happy to stay alive. And you saw how quickly Team Falcons responded. You saw a break over the top end of the hill. Immediately, that swing coming from action quickly catches upon them. So Team Secret, as much as that was a knock, I believe that was a revive that goes through. So Team Secret, they are still relatively healthy for the moment. But SOAS absolutely getting surrounded by the rest of the Falcons, circling them like eagles, and they'll be able to land that knock. So there's definitely no saving grace for this fallen member of Team Secret.
Yeah, I think things are over for him because there's no nearby teammates to actually help him to pick him up. Anyways, and we still have another team member here from TT down there. So I'm not sure whether Falcons do know of this. If they don't, so I'm guessing that he's safe as long as he's just, stay in his lane. So King is just hiding here behind all this. And I don't think Falcons know about it. So just happily looting things up while SOAS is just waiting for his demise. And now, if you were to come to this point, right, knowing that nobody will help you, what would your decision be? Would you want to just die with your health draining down? Or, I don't know, it could be a gameplay where you would want to give this kill to the hands of King. Or you just suicide, at this point, and just, you don't want to prolong your misery.
Well, it might seem like a dire situation, but when you're playing competitively, you're still in the voice prompts, and that actually opens up this snare for King that sneakily holds through the corner of the container, and somehow it's like a situation of I help you, you help me. Well, this isn't exactly a happy family, but this will do.
Oh my goodness. No, the thing is, imagine this. King using SOAS as bait. And he's using like another team member from a different team as bait. That's just pure genius over here. But I think IC and East, when they got shoot out from the sides, they must have realized, okay, we should have checked the area before we just blindly go up. Yeah, I think that was a big mistake here, but no problemo. They are able to actually pick up their team members up here, and the game continues, I guess. Yeah, that's some early entertainment for all our viewers watching over here. Meanwhile, King just making his sweet escape. There's nothing he can do. He doesn't know this. And while all this is happening, we do see Trung on the right side here, who's making his way. It's either that or he was not able to find a safe passage to leave the area. I know that he was not able to actually, save SOAS in any way, but I'm guessing that he didn't manage to actually find any safe space to make an exit. Therefore, here he is.
Yeah, overall, I think it's a smart play coming from Trang because they know of the whereabouts of these members of Team Falcons. Now they can hold Team Falcons hostage. As a matter of fact, everybody's holding each other hostage, right? Everybody's inside the blue zone. Nobody's really a clear victor just yet, but I'm just amazed at how King has been able to squeeze past the city, and he's already found a vehicle to move into the mainland. Great work from THUNDERTALK as King. This wasn't exactly the first time he's been dealing with a solo situation. You expect him to make a certain deep run because the last time that he managed to do so, it was a top 4 finish, even despite the rest of his teammates falling out early. But this circle is going all the way up north, all the way towards shooting range as well as Severny. So still a lot of space to be claimed out. We see a great migration happening. Those in the island, especially for Team Falcons, they got to now consider, okay, is it really worth it to be kept at bay by the rest of Team Secret? Is it even worthwhile to actually gain these few points and maybe lose out the entirety of the round?
Yeah, it's quite it's going to be quite a travel over here because the circle goes all the way to the northwest segment. It's going to be quite a ride, even though we're still at stage 0. I understand it doesn't hurt so much, I guess, but still, would you be able to survive? Would you be able to survive that fight and making your way towards this particular area where everyone wants to be right now? Of course, Harame Bros having the fight of their own over here against the team members of the Savior. Pyrogen getting himself touched up a little bit before he engages into the battle all healthily. We have Leviso here getting a little bit of cover within the building and providing a little bit of cover for himself. So they are going to be well scattered. Leviso getting some high ground, probably getting a much better vision of the battlefield, so he's able to actually channel some information towards his teammates and how they want to approach this. Oh, nice pop here on the feet. I'm guessing that's going to hurt a little bit. Pyrogen straight through the doors, so you can actually have a much clearer vision over here. But so far, no clean side of the opponents here, Contra.
Yeah, it's been a very tough situation inside Pachinki. These two teams have been sharing the same township for the entire course of the tournament whenever Group A as well as Group B meets. So the Savior, they lost out Lamborghini. Levi so far holding them through the upper end of the rooftops. Just parkouring around, and they should be able to actually find a little bit of something. Today, it's going to be Nate T that makes his debut alongside the rest of the Savior, but it's all coming up close and personal right now, door to door. They do have a couple grenades, but they need to find that perfect timing. And there you go, range! Got clipped through the smoke. Perfect execution coming from Nate T.
Oh, yeah, of course, it's not over yet. Over here, here comes the spray. Pyrogen making some action here upon Few, and he's going to get down. Rick currently in a little bit of trouble. He is currently on top. Oh, but it's going to get hit with the missile. But instead, Rick gets the takedown, but gets killed in return here in the hands of the Xavier. And with that, Harame Bros will be eliminated from the competition. Meanwhile, we do see some of the teams making their way into the circle. And we are ready to jump into phase number 3. Team members of the Xavier, after clearing up the area, they should be making their way towards the next segment. They need to patch themselves up. For Miracle Vibes, they are going to be engaged up against Team Secret over here. Should be only one of them, while the other two are still on their way towards a segment. Vampire Esports and Space Clan, this could be a trade-off in between them.
It very well could be, and it might not just be these two squads will be battling each other. As you can see, this upper portion of the map will have a lot of open view throughout the course of the hillside. So it's rather dangerous for teams to be playing on the terrain side, so they will always have to watch their 6. Vampire Esports, they at least take themselves a little bit more of a refuge over on the northwestern corner of the map. Jiki's going to be able to find the final member of THUNDERTALK Gaming, and I was looking at the mini-map where exactly was King. I couldn't exactly spot him up, but at least Team Secret does so. So they continue on driving, still attacking upon members of Team Falcons. It is a crash course out in the blue zone upon arrival across the bridge, or should I say just right before the bridge. Team Secret finally has the last lap out of that 3-way battle.
Wow, I think that they served their revenge after what happened earlier on at the island itself. So I guess SOAS will be just happy with that. I guess revenge is complete. And patience is definitely a virtue because I think one of the team members of Team Secret, Tiang, had to wait things out for quite a while over there, witnessing what happened in between three teams right around the area. He wasn't able to actually do much. So I guess Team Seeker should be very, very happy with this, and they're definitely looking out for more. And back again, 3 elimination points here at this moment, but still not safe out yet. Meanwhile, here, FaZe Clan do spot out. Team AI on the other side was not able to connect any of their shots, and they do have access to the underground segment of here where they're able to actually loot out some great stuffs for themselves, even with the game in their hands.
Ooh, we finally got our first live comment of the day. It's coming from Faisal Sakar. Will you miss Nova in PMGC? Well, I think the answer is pretty simple, Faisal. Everybody would love to see Nova in the PMGC, especially, you know, if ever Parrot Boy comes into the mix of the team as well. But, you know, they have different iterations. And the PEL region has always been a very, very stacked lineup of teams clawing up against each other. I definitely do miss watching Nova in action, but hey, all I gotta tell you is that the PL guys there are super, super tough. So we understand, you know, like Nova, although they may not be participating in this upcoming one, hey, we will eventually see them in the future. So keep your hopes up high, ladies and gents. And of course, that being said, PMGC is around the corner, so make sure you guys be ready to tune in close towards the end of the year. So that being said, you know, we focus back into the action. You know, out of that altercation that we had earlier, Team Secret, Falcons, at the very least, Falcons didn't walk away empty-handed. Right now, let's be outer your areas, moving into compound. Octo already spots them out. Quick jump shot, swinging past the window pane, and this is where the rest of Alter Ego clean up shop. Team Secret, as much as they gotten a little bit of fair share out of Falcons, they could not stand the wrath of Alter Ego.
I was secretly rooting for Team Secret at this point because they encountered so many battles and they stretched out, you know, as much as they can on how well they can actually run this particular. But unfortunately, Alter Ego Ares got the better of them. They rushed in. They knew they could actually take them on head on. But of course, meanwhile, we're also looking at DRX here up against the Xavier. The Xavier also, this could be their second battle over here. Nate right in the face, but not able to connect. Here, Paragon enters, but got shot here in the guts, and he's down. And it has been one down, few more to go here. Nate gets for another Nate T here in the hands of Saisei, meaning that because Xavier is going to be eliminated here from the competition in the hands of their opponents. They had a good run. I guess they have to make do with whatever elimination points they have here at this time. And while all that is happening, Vampire Esports possibly getting a little bit of actions for themselves. So that's going to be a cover smoke grenade for his teammates. While T2K Esports does have the high ground here, Newsy way down there. It does seem that Actu is going to disengage from this and reunite back with his teammates at a different area.
True enough, right now, heading into stage 4, very lost quite a number of teams already. Zakto gets a good grenade off of that situation, and TTK so far starting off pretty strong. As for Vampire Esports, they're trying to open up a little bit more of that space into the zone, directly driving into the center result. This might not be the best of ideas, but this is a desperate attempt nonetheless. TTK committing to this fight up against the rest of HK Murderers by the corner shooting range. They crash upon the corner fence and will look for that DBS shot, and it will not connect, unfortunately. Slayer still wins out that trade. Meanwhile, it's a 1-for-1. Igneous trades right back, but he's being brought down low, still needing to deal with Cyclone on that very far corner, and they will still have a little bit more of that reprieve. Now with the smoke, buying a little bit of time, buying a little bit of space, while T2K has got FaZe Clan around the corner as well.
Oh yeah, and of course, this is not going to be a very safe space for them. They need to get themselves a little bit covered. Hopefully, whatever they have at this current moment is enough. Of course, we're padding towards Alter Ego areas. Here we have Rosemary, who's also creating a wall of smoke, knowing they're going up against For America Vibes, are the number 2 team here in the rankings, but that's not going to be enough to protect Alva. Rosemary still enough, does have a little bit of cover for himself. Meanwhile, they're throwing out some nades in towards his way, but was not able to connect at this current moment. and they're still surviving through. It's open plains here, Contra, meaning that they have to be really, really careful. So it's not really like a solid cover for any one of them. So they might want to work with any kind of curve, any kind of terrain they can actually utilize and cover themselves at the current moment. So this is going to be an all-out battle between these two great nations, Alter Ego Aries, for Miracle Vibes. Only one will survive. There's no way they can disengage from this.
Yeah, it's just a little bit rowdy out in the open right here. Alter Ego Areas, they got a lot of work to be done on the outskirts, dealing with the rest of For Miracle Vibes. This is a big time matchup in between these names. And Octa, he's barely got any cover in. That vehicle is being blown to bits. That being said, how else could he actually move away from this scenario? So they're pretty much stuck in a tough spot right now with Ruthless also going for the charge. For Miracle Vibes, they will overcome some of the troubles by taking down Alter Ego. Very similar on how yesterday's run went. Alter Ego shows up good for one fight, but they couldn't really outlast the entire phase in the early game.
Yeah, and of course, the game still has to continue over here. We do see the number one team getting eliminated at this point. Now, this could give way for Miracle Vibes to gain points to overtake HK Murders here by this first map of the day itself. But we're going to talk a little bit more over there while they are under fire here by the team members of TRX. We have SOAS, who do spot them out. They couldn't exactly tell which team he's going up against. But Little doesn't know this is actually the full stack of 4 Miracle Vibe. They still have 4 team members here under their care. Do they have enough firepower to actually clear them out? Hubin is also around the corner, and they do have the advantage of being on the high ground, meaning that they can on-look. And I do believe there's another team on a different side as well they're shooting out. And by having this smoke cover and the vehicles, other teams could spot them out over here. Noise also spot out one of the players over there, and with his ghillie getting a little bit of camouflage for himself with hopes that that is enough to hide him. And meanwhile, we do see over here A1 Esports eliminated in 8th place here in the competition. I do believe that's enough to get minimum amount of placement points at this point.
Yeah, FaceCon is actually doing really, really well throughout yesterday's run as well as today. They are currently placed at 3rd in the overall standings, and they are definitely thriving a whole lot. TIANBA on the lower ground for Miracle Vibes. They are still holding firm over onto the hillside, making it difficult for TIANBA to actually traverse across the course. YY's going to go for the push all alone, though. So he's not going to overcommit, just trying to get a little glimpse of Refuse, perhaps. And all these smokes are not really giving him any form of an advantage at all. Big nades as well. Shots coming in from HORAA Esports to also further suppress TIANBA at this very moment. We're going to see a quick update to the zone. This will still be around that southeastern corner of the map. So TIANBA can stay put. For Miracle Vibes, you won't expect them to move too far. DRX, FaZe Clan, they will now have to join in the party. Tony K is now being left out all alone, but he's happy to stay put. The rest of Miracle Vibes are charging right through.
Oh yeah, and of course the battle is here, ladies and gentlemen, and they're bringing on the fight, and they will come out on top from this trade-off as they clear out team members. And we do see TIANBA Aching as well is also down. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, HORAA Esports does manage to get one of the team members here for Miracle Vibes, which means that the battle is not over. Things are not looking good for Miracle Vibes at this current moment as they are in danger. Some of them have low HPs on their end, and it's going to be a charge here by HORAA Esports. Sky leaving the charge, but then no fear. Mr. HORAA on the other side, but he's going to get cleared out first, but that is going to be enough for HORAA Esports to come out on top, and that is going to be the end here. Team for Miracle Vibes. But of course, by taking over that spot, another team do understand that they are replacing for Miracle Vibes in the competition. DRX getting hit on cover from FaZe Clan team members, looking a little bit haywire over here.
It definitely is. Mormon, or should I say Ansys, is just trying to hold on by the corner of the shack. So much to be done here by FaZe Clan. We are seeing 2 tie teams here on the top 4 as they strike down the RX members one after another. So easy. Came a little bit too close. Now they only have the cover of that vehicle where humans currently hiding. There's not going to be any form of cover fire at all. Now, SA's lit. just hiding right beneath it, and this is not going to be all too easy of a task for DRX to be able to make that entry, so he will have to take this fight. FaZe Clan, they come out on top, and they secure 10 elimination points.
Oh wow, that is insane. And of course, this is an option for them to actually get even more points by overpowering HORAA Esports. It is a 4v2 situation. It does look very promising for FaZe Clan, but HORAA, they could possibly make a clutch happen over here despite the disadvantage in terms of numbers at the current moment. It does seem that FaZe Clan is scouting out the area, trying to figure out where the members of HORAA is. But HORAA, seeing all this movement happening here up the hill, they should be able to tell that FaZe Clan is very confident in this particular last stands in this game, and they do manage to spot him up as well. Sky here is now cooking up the nade. Will it be able to connect on the one? No, it does not. And here comes Meow Meow. We have Easy Easel on the other side in Real Faith. It's a 3v1 battle. Will Sky come out on top from this? This is going to be a very difficult one. Will Faith do spot him out. Here comes the trade out. Sky comes out on top. Still surviving true, but the nade connects. And HORAA is currently on his knees. And he's going to be sent into the netherworld in a few more seconds. And while all that is happening, leaving out only one team member, making it a 1v4 situation here at this moment. Now, they're not going to wait for Real Face to actually get back up on his feet. I guess two team members already made his way here, going up against No Fear. Can he make this play? Can he come out on top from it? It does not seem promising as Ninos do spot him out from behind and does have the high ground advantage.
He's just playing by this bull at the moment. It's basically No Fear versus the entirety of FaZe Clan right now as he crashed through the bull. They will be able to spot him out. It's only about time for FaZe to claim this chicken dinner of their own. Make it another one in their bag, and they will stand firm and stand tall to make their qualifications into the top 16.
That was insane. I believe that this has got to be a great opening match here for this day number 3 for FaZe number 1. FaZe Clan coming on top. I think they played splendidly. They knew they were very confident in the numbers they had, and so they had no issues scouting out the area and finding out where the remaining two team members are. Would it have been different if the two team members from HORAA Esports were all together? I don't think so, because I'm guessing that one is gonna just make the other team deplete their health or something like that. You did manage to actually do so, but it's not enough. Yeah. So team stats wise, we're looking at some great numbers over here, but Azazel, wow, looking great here. 910 damage vintage out here for himself. So it is insane damage output from his side. So it makes no surprise why they came out with such great elimination points. 5 for Azazel. We have 9 for 9 Noise, 4 for 9 Noise, Meow Meow 6 with 2, and Real Face with 1.
That's right, and overall, a magnificent performance coming out of FaZe Clan on how they actually take control of the entire course of the battlefield. You saw that we're actively being in these open fields, taking fights up upon those hillside, and they got those 360 advantage coming in from the top corner, taking one team after another. They didn't actually exhaust themselves by taking multiple fights at the same time, so it was a smart play coming from FaZe Clan that sees them come up on top, despite them, getting a little battered, a little bruised, but they managed to bring those 3 members into that very final circle to eventually challenge for Esports. It has been absolutely astounding. But of course, we see a lot of great things coming from Miracle Vibes as well as DRX in this span round as well. As we make comparisons, it's going to be Ruthless from Miracle Vibes as well as No Fear that has done a lot of damage. It's just unfortunate that No Fear, he's only secured those 2 pointers, but he certainly has made an impact, especially when they were flushing Miracle Vibes.
Oh yeah, and I still like the whole idea. I feel bad for Miracle Vibes because they did manage to win that trade-off in the few last minutes of the match itself, but they got rushed over by basically HORAA Esports. They couldn't do anything about it because they were low in health and they were depleted after that battle, and HORAA took advantage of that situation, which was a great play, by the way. Now, I am curious here. We haven't shown it yet, but the MVP of here is going to be Azazel. Now, Contra, do you think that this is going to be enough for FaceClan to overtake HK Murders in the leaderboard? I don't think so. I just feel that probably they are able to overtake for MB, but I think HK Murders is still able to actually hold on to that #1 spot.
Yeah, it may still be HK Murderers because they have been putting a decent effort in this round as well. But so far as they do maintain this form of record, they are definitely bound for that round inside of Vikendi. So that's the most important part for FaceClan, where they want to make sure that by the end of tonight's hurdle, they will be able to at least get those bonus points. So when we put all these names together, these are your top performers so far. We have made comparisons between Sky as well as Ruthless, but it was that duo pairing coming from FaceClan that has gotten a great impact, where you see Azazel as well as Nine Noise to be really putting a whole lot of support for each order to be able to thrive throughout the skirmish. And look at where they started off. It was from the South George, where they will have a decent rotation coming over the ridge. So it was pretty smooth to begin with. And while they were around that shooting range, no team could have actually stood the test of time up against them. They have not really moved too far off from that spot where they were just firmly planted and teams were just running towards the direction. But they had to really win those fights to actually make this final cut, which is pretty impressive on how they managed to do it.
Yeah, because a lot of things will cluster up, and you have to hold on to that position. It's not as simple as having an advantage by being within the circle. It's not required to move, but just by being there, meaning that everybody's making their way towards there. And also to mention, like for HORAA, they were literally at the center, meaning that you have to cover more areas in your angle. So you have to cover your 6, your 12, your 9, your 6, and every single number within the clock, which is not an easy thing. So it's so at one point, yes, you look at an advantage situation. It could also be a big disadvantage as there's so much angles to cover. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the match ranking after the conclusion of that match itself. FaceClan in first place with 12 elimination points, 10 rank points, making it 22 points. In second place, we have HORAA Esports with 14 points, and former Vibes in third place with 12 points.
And we do see a fair share of decent distribution for a majority of all these players. Whereas we saw what happened early on in the battle around Nova Noe, THUNDERTALK Gaming walks away 1. HK Burgers, I thought they managed to get something done, but apparently it's 0 points for them. Piranha Bros lost inside of Pachinki, and RQ Ryu was the first team that got eliminated by D plus Kia. And so far, the record still stands that D plus Kia has been up ahead against RQ throughout the tournament, making it a nightmare for the Indonesian team. And when we look into the overall stats, it is going to be Mormon here, or I gotta confirm again, is this Mormon? Is this well, I always get confused. FaceClan, they kept changing their names in tournaments, so yeah, I'll get back to the confirmation. I got it right yesterday. Oh, it was Mela. That was Mela with the longest distance. But this answers your question. It was not an overtake, but they managed to tie the knot between HK Murderers, both sitting at 88 points at this very moment. And take a look at F4MB. They're just 4 points shy. They were at #1 back in day 1. Yeah. And I guess that there's still more to be done.
Yeah, and I think just to be clear on it, because even for me, I'm not sure as well, because they are equal in terms of total points, because FaceClan started out with 66, they add up 22, so now they're tied at 88 points. Both of them has chicken dinner, which means that if we look at elimination points, actually FaceClan has slightly more, which is 4 more elimination points compared to HK Murders. So the deciding reason on why HK Murders is first is
placement points.
Placement points, yeah. So I guess that's the reason. So for everyone wondering why even though they're tied, HK is still first, is because of the placement points. So one side has more elimination points, and the other has better placement points. So that is why. And of course, we're also on looking to the other teams here on page number 3. And as mentioned before, there's still opportunity for these teams to actually make their way to top 16 if they do really, really well in the 3 matches that they are featured in in the 4 matches that they featured in for today, before we go on into Vikendi.
Yeah, it's been a rough ride. Whoever's down around this final page, even TIANBA is not safe right now, but they are at least within touching distance to close into that top 16. So there's only about 3 more rounds for these players coming from Group A as well as Group B. So we'll find out later on as we will dive into Miramar up next. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ruthless Clash of Giants season number 5. You're joining together with myself, Leva, and my good buddy over here, Contra, as we're going to be bringing all the commentaries for the non-stop PUBG Mobile action happening today. And of course, if you do missed out on the last match, the first match of the day on ERANGEL, do not fret, do not worry, because we have a lot more rounds happening very, very soon. Because today we have 7 in total being featured. But of course, Contra, gotta ask you this. After watching the game number 1, what are your thoughts about what we can expect in the next remaining rounds?
Well, it definitely will be a very, very intense round for many of all these teams because it's only about 3 rounds before they even get a shot at going for that Vikendi bonus point. So they really have to put on their best foot forward every step of the way. And you saw Baseline was doing immaculately throughout the round. And you know what? Another immaculate deal that's currently on the line is from our dear partners from Gamivo.
No, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually get some amazing UCs here from Gamivo at amazing price. Now, you can actually look at from the left segment, you have the UC amount. Now, if you do use the COG5 coupon code, you can actually purchase it at that particular amount. But of course, you can get the best deals here with Gamivo Plus, the smart subscription price, first time purchase only. As you can see here on the first layer, for 660 UC, you can actually get it at a much lower rate. And of course, stand a chance to actually get featured here by featuring your question in the COG5 live stream. All you have to do is ask your question in the following format. Ask your question, put in your hashtag COG5 and hashtag Gamivo. And if you're lucky, your comment will be featured in our COG5 live stream, and us casters will be replying to your comments. So yeah, be nice, be nice.
And overall, I think we've got a lot of great questions out there. And yes, I do really miss Nova Esports. I'm pretty sure a lot of fans of PUBG Mobile, they definitely do want to check out a lot more of the actions made from some of these superstars. But, you know, we focus back into the Clash of Giants, where we are seeing them play on Miramar on match 14. So this time, we're going to look into the group shuffles yet again. So perhaps we're either sticking with the same groups or we're going to be moving into Group B versus Group C in a short moment. So it definitely will be very interesting on how this one actually plays out. So I can't wait to see it. So instead, it's Group A versus Group C. So we'll still see your favorites such as Alter Ego for Esports, Team Falcons, which definitely do need to accumulate as many points as possible. But now, Group C, they finally get a little bit more of a feature. So hopefully they have taken that time to also study how certain teams from Group A have played out, so they could basically get a little bit of that upper hand.
Yep, that's true. And of course, this could be a great opportunity for the team members in Group B to actually have a chill time and observe how things will transpire in this game number 2. And of course, before we jump into the map itself, myself together, Contra and production team will be dropping our predictions over here. Now, Contra, what's going to be your prediction for this round number 2?
Thank you for being a gentleman to let me start off first, since I have not gotten anything right so far. But I am very, very hopeful of ASI8. I think overall, this team hailing from Pakistan definitely have shown so much power throughout their run. And I think they are also a solid contender to even put a little bit of challenge to currently the leaders of the pack, both FaZe Clan as well as for Miracle Watch, well, it was HK Miracle. So the SA region, I'm pretty sure you guys would be rooting for them, and likewise for myself. Flava, what about you?
Oh man, I hate you for this. I mean, I'm not just making things up. I understand the things we went through on the first game, but I was gonna go with SIA. But I guess since you already took it, you got dibs on it. I'm gonna go with HORAA on this. Yes, for this game number 2.
Okay, HORAA Esports, they started off on a very rough footing, and we at least get to see them do a lot more in that last round. I think that I'm pretty convinced that they will have at least a very decent day out because they don't want to miss out on that bonus point. So now, final prediction comes in. It's going to be IHC Esports. Now, this is a very interesting prediction coming from production because when we move into Miramar, we've always seen TJB fight up against IC, and it's inevitable because both of these teams are placed inside of Group C.
Yeah, so I guess they don't have any way out, and you do have to engage. For some reason, they don't have to, but somehow they ended up going up against one another in this matchup. We'll see if they come up on top, and we'll see if the productions get it right this time. Of course, it's not just us. You guys need to let us know which team you guys are rooting for here. Probably you might have a different prediction with this game number 2, or are you still sticking with the team that you're rooting for from start to finish? You know, you're going to make it or break it here with this team itself. Do let us know in the comments. Make sure your shout out is being heard, not just by everyone, but also the teams itself, because they need to feed on your energy. And of course, I'm excited for this one. Now, some of the teams, Group A for Group A have already played one match here under their belt. Group B has also played one as well, meaning that Group C is starting off fresh here, Contra, meaning that they still have 4 rounds to run, including this one. This could serve as a big advantage for them, because as they see the placements of some of these teams, if they start off on the right foot here on game number 1, this could lead them into making their way to the top 16.
True enough, but the question here remains is that do teams like Alliance or even Falcons could climb out of that rut? Is it too little too late? It's time to actually find out. Let's head to Miramar.
Well, the production makes it look like we're about to jump into a beautiful vacation, but that's not the case here, as we're going to be jumping into match number 2 for the day, or should we say round number 14 here in the competition. It is going to be Miramar. And first, this time about it, our flight path is going to traverse from south directly up to north, slightly leading towards the east side this time about. And all the best to all the teams. We'll get to know in a few short moments at the end of this map on who will come out on top with that winner chicken dinner. And once again, a gentle reminder to everyone, you're tuning in to this official live stream for the Ruthless Clash of Giants season number 5, phase number 1. Contra, wow, this is going to be it. Miramar, there's no hiding here. Lack of cover in terms of trees compared to what we saw in ERANGEL. And I don't know, man. This is going to be a spicy one.
It definitely has been my favorite map to watch because of how many battles taking place in the span of the early game, especially if there is Vampire Esports versus THUNDERTALK inside Ministerialis. Now, I'm looking at that flank over on the north side. Roy Esports, they decide to drop rather late, moving into areas like Toria Ahumada. Meanwhile, as much as I wish we could actually get to see a little bit more of that fight taking place elsewhere, something that's for certain is that the fight will continue inside Los Leones, just like how you have watched the other scrims a couple of months ago, or should I say weeks ago. Then here they are. There's Alliance, there's ASI8, there's also the Savior that's also within that vicinity. Well, is the Savior in this game? Probably not, but if they are, they will definitely be battling there as well. So back towards this conversation that I was talking about. It's the Savior versus this time ASI8. The Savior is going to get the upper hand. They will get that guaranteed knock against Falak.
Oh, yeah. I totally get you. And sometimes we have to remind ourselves which teams are being featured here. Falak gets an early drop here in hands of Paragon, but the game still continues here at this moment. Doesn't seem that they are the other team members. Meanwhile, TIANBA here is a little bit of trouble as they're going up against IHC and still holding on to it. They've already lost one. They have one in full health, while the other 2 is currently in danger and down on their knees, with hopes that Zyle is able to actually pick them up, but unfortunately was not able to actually do so, and only left with 2 and TIANBA here with 0 elimination points and eliminated at this point into the game here, Contra.
And it's just amazing how IHC does it. The world champions back at it again. Yesterday, continuously taking down TJB, and now striking up against TIANBA as well. TIANBA sees themselves an early exit, but Vampire Esports, they might have actually bit too much water to get you. So this battle seems to be a little bit more straightforward, where THUNDERTALK Gaming has already secured those 2 points. But they're hunting out for that one lurker right underneath. They couldn't spot out Shrubs just yet, so smart decision to prone right underneath where they're just underneath the nose of Sing. But where else can he go? There's nowhere for him to really step out of, and he's only holding down to that micro Uzi. So chances are he's just waiting for the right moment before he could strike upon the members of THUNDERTALK.
Yeah, the thing is, the team members of THUNDERTALK, I don't think they know there's actually someone nearby. Shrubs is in a bad position because right next to him is actually an uphill. So if he goes up, there's a very high chance he gets spotted out, and you don't want to make your way slowly. So this is going to be really, really, really bad. But they are going away, and Shrubs sees this. So you just got to make sure that that's everyone. And yeah, so he's good to go.
Back towards the live comment right there. Thank you for, of course, putting in the hashtags. So the question was, do you think emergency pickups should be included in esports mode of PUBG Mobile? My answer is definitely yes. If you guys have also watched PUBG PC version, it makes things a whole lot more interesting. Of course, it throws a lot of curveballs, and it makes things a lot easier for teams to get in the circle, but that is a very big risk. It's kind of like a 50-50, where sometimes if you were to use emergency pickup in the wrong timing, you might be landing directly up above a team, and it's going to either be a make or break moment. So it is definitely going to cause a lot more fights. I'm hoping that eventually, somewhere down maybe 2025, that the emergency pickup could be implemented so far. But for now, we stick to the usual. So the classic type of PUBG Mobile that we all know and love. So hopefully we get the emergency pickups in the future. But for now, we are looking at some of the regions of Minas de Val, if I'm not mistaken, or I actually got the city name wrong. It's all the way up north, and look at that spray coming from Lamborghini. I'm not even sure how he spot that out, especially in the thick of the battle inside the city. The Roy Esports, they fully commit. They will go up against A1 Esports. Direct shot coming from the DBS with a tag team duo. Roy Esports looking so clean.
That was brutal. It came from the back and the front, so there was no way out for him over there. So I guess, yeah, that's a small early lead for them. Meanwhile, BZ, it doesn't look like they're over yet. They are spotting out the team members of Alliance is currently in 26th place. So I don't think they can afford to actually lose out anymore, because right now this is the time for them to actually garner as much points as possible to go up in ranks. But going up against Xavier is not going to be an easy feat, as they're currently here in 4th place in the ranking. Nate T going up the stairs, forcing Alliance to jump outside, but who's waiting for outside? Well, all this is happening is going to be a 1-to-1 trade-off between Paragen and Olio. Oh, that's going to be a painful one here for both sides, but Alliance still holding on strong. And while all this is happening, Contra, A1 Esports gets eliminated here.
DX is still in their prime form so far. Not so much for the rest of Alliance, though they did manage to form up an exchange during that one point. There's still more fish to fry, and they manage to spot out Lambo. Quickly takes him down with tag team duo, but the rest of DX arrived at the scene looking for the vengeance to be re-exacted over on that corner map. Massive nades now being primed right in. I'm pretty sure that there's also ASI8 lurking around the corner. Speaking of which, IQ is the one to strike that member of Alliance, leaving only Kasim. And that's not going to be much left for side of Jimmy OP. That's the real IGN, by the way. Yeah. Nate T, they heard those shots coming from the rest of his I8, and they know this fight is far from over. They are not being allowed to even go for the reset. Here comes Nazi. He gets the upper hand, and this is very possible for him to actually win out his chase. But Nate T, he piles on that pressure, giving it a little bit of chase. Goes for a drop shot. It does connect, but can he find it? No! Nate T survives with 1 HP left. Here comes IQ from the back with so little health. Is it going to be possible for Nate T to still turn things around? He managed to heal up. It's all down to this very moment. 1 versus 1. Vietnam versus Pakistan. And my vote is absolutely on the line. The Molotov toss right in. And IQ, he buys some space. But that's not going to be far too much. Another flashbang now tossed up. This is a perfect opportunity for him to strike.
Oh wow, these are not over yet. It's gonna be a very big battle here. Leviso is just a witness to this 1v1 battle. IQQ goes up, but
Oh!
AT is gonna be winning up despite being in the lower ground up here. Then with that, ASI gets eliminated here in 15th place, and the game continues. And of course, if you guys are
Oh!
wondering, oh, that was insane. It could have been gone bad. I guess the ASI was capitalizing on the whole idea that the opponents was already having, was already exhausted from the previous battle, but
Mm-hmm.
Izzy still managed to actually get on top after all that.
I mean, VX was in the middle of the fight the entire time against Alliance, and that moment only happened because IQ took that risk of climbing. Like, it was that small little decision making that has actually resulted in that loss for the side of ASI, or else I think it's a very, very good chance. It's still a 50-50, but that was an epic battle. So we have another question on the live comments. This one coming in from Garmcell. Can you do LAN event?
How are we gonna
COG5?
answer?
We as casters, we probably don't get to decide. So it's really down to Ruthless Hype Esports. Do we have the budget for a live event? Hopefully somewhere in the future.
Hey,
If it's gonna be somewhere in South Asia, remember to invite us alongside.
hey, I think Contra that as much as we can't really answer the question because we don't have much power over, if it could be an offline or a LAN event, right? But I'm guessing that if you guys do enjoy, watching Clash of Giants, who knows? If you spam enough, if you let the organizers know through the chat, if you spam enough, probably organizers will hear you guys out and we'll do a LAN event and you'll see us at the LAN event itself. No more onlines. We get to hear your screaming shouts in real life.
And there's even more comments to come. Perpet says, what do you think about IC especially invited into PMGC? Well, rightfully so, because the last major event that they participated in, they were the world champions. So
Yeah.
IC, despite, hitting into this current tournament, I believe they're not really showing their 100% just yet, but you saw they can actually do a lot of great fights, but they are currently being struck down by DRS. Great shots, as well as the trap being set up by DRS to take that 1 point away.
Yeah. And also on that point, Contra, the thing about IEC is that knowing that this is like more or less, not really, they actually become world champions. The thing is, probably they're hiding the strats here during this particular competition. It's not really the real deal. So this kind of particular performance that we see does not reflect their actual team over here. Yeah. So I guess it's very much deserving for them to actually be there and some other teams at the same time as well. Yeah, I think that's for me.
Yeah, like, it really depends on how certain teams look into certain tournaments on how much effort do they really want to put in, right? Like, especially if another future tournament is coming really near, you want to show them your grand scheme of how you rotate around map, how you play things out. But meanwhile, with all that's happening, it's going to be BTR taking the farm side, winning out the trade as they strike down TJB members, but there's still more to go. TJB up the hill will be spotted out by Genfos. Perfect execution coming in from the Indonesian Aces as IHC, they are on a dominant streak. 5 points up ahead. I guess that kind of answers the question if IHC deserves to be in PMGC.
Yeah, I guess that was the right time for the question to pop up. There's your answer, I guess, and probably a little bit more convincing once more things unfold. But the game still continues. These Xavier, they have been very proactive since the last game here, Contra. So we're seeing them constantly engaging with teams, just being breathing down their necks, and this time they have their sights on Bigatron, the Indonesian teams over here, and Bigatron do feel and they do know that there is a team that's actually coming out here. So I guess it's either they be back inside the building or they scout out a different area.
Look at this push though. The point, he's just invading all alone up against 2 members of the Plus Kia. Is this going to be the right ordeal? And this might just be a really good challenge, but there is still a couple of members of D plus Kia around the wings as well. They managed to get that knock, and this will be the full flush sent right in. Claw and Esports of Indonesia now overwhelms the Korean side.
I really didn't catch what DX was actually doing there when they went up, when they were rushing up, because it doesn't look like they were trading trading blows between one another. It was just all coming from one side. Anyways, probably was too fast to actually pick up what happened, or probably it caught them off guard. Yeah, because both of them were actually crawling and on the ground. But anyways, here D plus Kia does have control of the area, and I guess they're just trying to check if there's anyone else here. They do know that on the other side, their neighbors are also occupying the area, and we do see Osal and Chips on the other side from DX Kia over here holding on the area. But in terms of numbers, I do believe that the other side has it better.
True enough. D plus Kia winner down to only 2. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, they managed to get that trade going well underway as they take down DRS. Meanwhile, D-Saver, they were trying to climb up this difficult hill. We saw the streak now being broken. 7 points scored by D-Saver before bowing out of the matchup. But Raw and Esports, they are looking ferocious so far, charging up against the entirety of DK. As DK, they were left with only 2. They see this as a good opportunity to stuck right behind that truck with nowhere else to go. This grenade should be able to do its trick, but the dot comes in and look at that damage done by Alibi. He swings, he finds Chips, and now playing out of containers, it suddenly feels like a team deathmatch right now. Alibi, he will get shot, and also with the jump shot, just out finesse him in style.
Oh, that was insane. And I guess that he didn't have a choice. He just threw that nade and he wasn't even cooked at any point. While all this happening, no fear from HORAA is just going berserk mode upon the two members of Team Bigatron here on the high hand. And he's not done yet. He's getting a light cover, but gets spotted out of here. Oh, by Gianna Sombra. Oh, that was quite unfortunate. And one by one, the team members of HORAA Esports is getting pinned down here. Oh my goodness me, then that's gonna be about one for them. Bigatron still managing to hold on to them, but they do lose out 2 team members. They only left out with 2 at this current moment.
Yeah, and now you understand why I absolutely love these battles inside Miramar, because it's a never-ending story, teams after teams, and now we're only left with 9 teams, and look at it, it's only stage 4, by the way. So plenty of space to claim, plenty of areas now open up for Bigatron to also take the corners of the hill. Good time for questions, as we have one from Prakrit Katiwada. What do you think about removing shotguns in esports? It will make fights more interesting. Now, if you guys were sticking around in the early days of PUBG Mobile, yeah, there were shotguns, but nobody was exactly using them. But I think like there's one shotgun in particular which I feel they should maybe put it back into the airdrop, and that was the DBS. Since it's out of the airdrop, everybody's using it. Everyone. And now, even despite some nerfs, we still see other players now picking up the S12K. It's super annoying to deal against. I get you. If you guys were playing in certain lobbies, like it's super frustrating to go up against those guys who just emerges and just one tap you without even trying too hard, right? So yeah, I kind of wish I had that power to just remove weapons, but yeah, if there's any weapon, it has to be that DBS.
If you have control over the lobby, yeah, that's gonna happen in there. Yeah, but while all that is happening, IHC and Team Falcons are settling the beef in between them. And does seem that action here comes out on top, still surviving true, but there are still a few more team members for IHC still surviving true. Gets one on the right. Demo OG is currently down. Still needs to find one more. Throws out the long shot. It's a Hail Mary. Will it connect? Oh! Well, all this time, Robot managed to get action in his hands.
Coming in from the low ground as well. What an astounding feat coming in from IHC Esports. They're already at 7 point looking for top, but they will be pummeled from Tony K out of nowhere. Vampire Esports will stop their streak. That was still a very good one coming from the side of IHC. And they were matching up the numbers with BTR. Now, Tony K has also gotten the info that Team Falcons is now up above, so Tony can slowly make that steady climb. But top, he's also got some plans up his sleeves.
Oh, he's cooking the nade though. I mean, wouldn't that give him? Oh, he doesn't want to cook an element of surprise because Falcon knows there is one who's going up here, but they don't know it's actually Vampire Esports. Tony K cooks up the nade, was not able to connect because Tony K decides to U-turn and reverse back into position. Even if things do look back for Tony K, there is some support from Shrubs. Screw on the other side, it's not that easy for Action and Murders to make their approach. Tony K tried to peek from time to time. Action is down on his knees here, leaving Murders alone, and Murders gonna go down. Vampire Esports eliminates Falcon Esports here from Miramar.
That was such a smart play from Vampire Esports. They time it so well. They know that zone's closing in, and eventually Team Falcons will have to make that descend. And by doing so, sending Tony K, they left them no room but to eventually be devoured, or they have to be forced into that fight, which they took really, really well. So great pressure from Tony K as well as Schweppes, while we continue on with the progress of the remaining 7 teams on board. So far, D plus Kia, after that clutch factor that they brought into the table, it has always been awesome that turns the tides around. We've seen many times in ERANGEL with the fight against RQ. 1 versus 4, he's done it all. And this time, they show it up against Claw Esports. But for Vampire Esports, as much as they managed to overcome Team Falcons, they were the next team to be eliminated.
Oh, yeah. So I guess they are out of equation here at this moment. Meanwhile, Chef, D plus Kia do spot out the team members from Stalwart Esports. They don't have quite a clear vision on where this nasty dude is. Yeah, because he's speaking from time to time. So I guess Orgoy is not able to actually do much right here because Chaps is just speaking from left to right. And there's also another member who's weaving towards the left side here, who's sneakily trying to get a different angle because Orgoy is just hiding behind this terrain. Even Osal getting a little bit cover from a different side as well. So I guess no trade-offs here at the moment. We do foresee that on the other side, they should be seeing Alter Ego Ares, but they're not spotting them out yet.
A very safe approach coming from D plus Kia. They don't want to overcommit into these positions because they know for a fact that there are players by the hillside. Rosemary out of those many players out here in the lobby. That's one guy that nobody wants to mess in a 1v1 situation.
Oh.
Meanwhile, it's going to be Jay. He has been one of the sharpest long-range shooters in the tournament, and yesterday he's been able to celebrate a chicken dinner inside Miramar as well. Or was it the day before? I definitely have to recall on that. He managed to spot both of these members of Stalwart Esports. So that actually opens up that far space in between for D plus Kia to also wiggle with some space, because currently the rest of Stalwart Esports is stuck in between these two teams.
Everyone wants a piece of Stalwart Esports at this moment. They're like, oh no, man. Everyone knows they're here at this moment. But oh no, putting the trying to make an escape, trying to body block. Is that going to be a really great idea? But still alive here. Can he pick up in time before he's down?
Wow.
Unfortunately, a little bit too late over here. And that kill is going to go down in hands of Alter Egos. Boy, chill. I guess, yeah, I think the HP is a little bit too low. And they were not able to actually pick it up in time. Yeah. And as mentioned before, everybody wants a piece of Stalwart Esports because everybody knows where they are. So they are stuck here. And we'll see if they're forced to move, though they are not. They are inside together with Boychill from Alter Ego.
Yeah, great coverage coming from Stalwart Esports. They will have that bird's eye vision from the back all the way to the front as well. But I like that spread going on for Alter Ego. They still have all 4 members intact, playing from the southern region. They also do have certain high ground advantage coming into the west quarter of the map. While Roy Esports, they are certainly stuck inside of that building alongside with Hans Hills right opposite them at the very moment. Hans is just going to hold them down. So Roy Esports, they're just tugging by the very corner of the zone. So I don't know how long could the Vietnamese squad actually last out in this matchup. But same could be said about D plus Kia now that they're only down to 1 member. But also, we've seen a lot of brilliant plays. I talked about this guy being the clutch guy from Korea. He's trying to make a run for it as he tries to dodge all these bullets coming from Boysil. Managed to find a little bit of a safety net, but for how long is the question? They're still the entire Alter Ego. I don't like his chances at all.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's a very promising spot as well. So right now, they know where he is. And the only cover he has, is, other than terrain, is only the vehicle, which will be shot down. I'm guessing going to shoot out tires, flatten it out, or just destroy it. But also doesn't have much cover. Right next to him is actually the main road, and you don't want to be there because everyone's going to see here. And it does seem that Alter Ego's Rosemary tried to slowly but surely try to make an approach. He could be just bait for his teammates to take a shot at Osal here right now. Goes for a close range cook here. Osal's name was not able to connect. He's gonna throw. Oh, Boy Chill's gonna be the one getting his hands on that kill. With that, the Actia is eliminated. Meanwhile, Stalwart Esports here also eliminated in 5th place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that Rosemary was an absolute decoy, setting things perfectly for them to secure it at one point. Meanwhile, THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're still healthy and alive. They managed to go in for that shutdown and now seize that opportunity to also prance forward. We were talking about Stalwart Esports being in the center of it all, and that draws a little bit too much of that attention. And THUNDERTALK, the last we checked, they had all that perfect angles against them. So it is understandable why that they couldn't really hold out for too long. Now, THUNDERTALK will claim that territory where Stalwart Esports used to be at. So their next challenger has to be Alter Ego Ares. Now pushing up the hill, it's going to be Octa going up against Hwai. Has, of course, a turn, and he's managed to spot out Rosemary. Great shots directly to the head, to the dome, where Octa now has to force a revive, but the exchange comes back in. Boysil from across the street lands the final blow.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. Actually, if Octa goes down, at least Rosemary can actually provide a little cover for Rosemary. Gets down on his knees and he needs a little bit of assistance over here. While all this is happening, it does seem that THUNDERTALK here is going to get charged by Bullshit, Boychill, and L7. Now, who's going to come out on top is it? Alter Ego does have high ground, takes out one, looking for another, and goes straight it out, and you manage to get it. Roy Esports eliminated first here in 4th place. Meanwhile, G also down in the hands of Elva Severin from Alter Ego. Leaving only 2 teams here. It's going to be the Indonesians here left out as the final 2.
And this feels like a PMPL ID finals right now. Bigatron, Red Aliens, or aka right now, BTR Knights up against Alter Ego. The new kings versus the old kings, as they are definitely looking to at least open up a little bit more of that space. Alter Ego does have that advantage, but BTR has that high ground. They are forced to go in for widespread action. Denfos now brings a little bit of attention towards himself, but they are having the vehicle being shredded to bits. Denfos quickly getting picked off. Quick work there by Octa, so it's only down to Hans Chill on that far corner of the map. So which side of the Han will actually take this one? Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, they're just going for a drive-by to close off the round as Alter Ego Ares will claim another chicken dinner on the line.
Yeah, not the right time for Bigatron to actually have some accidents when it comes to driving. Yeah, that leads to an easy victory here for Alter Ego Esports. Stages overwhelmed with numbers, and I really like the approach over there. Rather, I get the cover from behind, but I think that was a very ballsy move on how they let only one person, because you're not looking at supporting fire from left to right. It's literally straight from behind. If things don't work out, there's a very low chance they're able to actually provide any kind of supporting fire from that angle if the frontliner just died. But anyways, that has got to be a win here in the bag for the Indonesian teams. Alter Ego Ares. Boy Chill, 5 elimination points here in just by himself.
That's right, and Boysil, he has been the main marksman, not only supporting the firepower of Rosemary. What's really interesting is that in terms of damage, Rosemary didn't really have that much to offer in this round, being less than 100, but you saw the kind of pressure that he puts up against all these other players that activates Boysil from the back. So I love this new take coming from Alter Ego, a very different formula as compared to just letting Rosemary do all the heavy lifting. So definitely a little bit cleaner coming in from Rosemary and co, where we see majority of them survive to the tail end of that matchup, and that basically led to a precise victory run up against BTR, who's settled for second.
Yeah, I really like this refreshing formula coming out from them. It kind of works because it's so common to see Rosemary to shine and overshine everybody else. But I'm guessing enabling his teammates to actually perform is just a great thing. And of course, we're looking at the teams to watch over here after conclusion of match number 14. Alter Ego being first, Bigatron second. We have THUNDERTALK, and of course, Roy Esports here in 4th place. I'm guessing that they're not required to traverse so much here in this game. Based on the travel distance, I'm guessing that if we saw the circle it has been leaning more towards the fly path anyway, so meaning that you don't have to traverse so far to actually make your way into the circle. And of course, our top 2 players over here, Boy Chill up against G, 5 up to 3 when it comes to elimination points. Damage received, G had it slightly more, and team contribution, Boy Chill 62.5. I believe, yeah, I think this is a very convincing pattern and numbers for Boy Chill in this game.
Yeah, I love this comparison for the matter of fact that we saw that battle between THUNDERTALK as well as Alter Ego. This was actually the biggest competitor other than BTR at the very final hurdle. And I got to talk about Genfast as well, because he was making sure that nobody exits Lots without getting struck by him. So he's got 6 elimination points as well as 500 over damage being done. But back towards Jie, you saw it was the final member remaining, and he's been striking from a distance. And I love the fact that Alter Ego, they push in, make it personal, and that was a very quick wrap. With double monster truck, which one would you focus, right? Like, it was so difficult for them to deal with. But, you know, credit
it
where
could be
credit
just
is
bait.
due.
It could be just bait anyways, yeah.
Yeah, sure enough. And, you know, these are our top performers of the map.
Yeah. So Jan Foster, 6 elimination points just by himself, but I guess he was under so much heavy fire doing that final fight against Alter Ego, couldn't do much about it. So I guess even without that, he really has 6 on him, 526 damage, not the most out of 4 being featured over here. Nate has it slightly better, but he just didn't bag off that final shot on the players, which only makes him getting 4 elimination spots. Yeah, so of course, we're also going to be looking at the rotation patterns from a team and also how they make their way towards the circle segments here in the game. Funny thing is, most of the teams who are actually within the circle at the early start don't actually survive, and meanwhile, those who initially make their way later, you make sure you survive it much better over here. Yeah, so in terms of positioning as well, we're going to talk a little bit about Esports. I think that me and Contra did have this conversation. As much as it's a great thing that they were within the inner circle, I do believe that it is not this one, but even the next one, they were still inside. But you being the center extension in PUBG Mobile, that's not really a good thing, you know? So
it depends on the timing.
It depends on the timing, I guess, yeah. But at this point, really not a great thing. So they get eliminated because everybody knows where they're stationed at anyways. Yeah, great position for them, but THUNDERTALK clears them out.
Yeah, I think like maybe if they were to focus their attention on THUNDERTALK first and foremost, then Sour Esports might still come up ahead. But they were also drawn with the attention span on some members of Alter Ego, which resulted in THUNDERTALK pushing them out of that territory. So great work, as we saw a very technical battle, but Alter Ego, like I said, they don't really have to move too much. And as a matter of fact, this has been their most efficient chicken dinner, where they use the least amount of utilities. The Rosemary did the least amount of damage, but hey, they got the job done. 18 points. Just like that, they don't really have to try too hard because they're already good enough. So that being said, Megatron Knights, they work really hard to even score those 15 pointers out there. THUNDERTALK still bringing in a lot of all these big points here in Miramar. So this is definitely a team out of PL that will be talking a whole lot when we go into Miramar rounds. But, you know, everybody gets a little bit of piece of the pie in between the way. And this has been the game with probably the least amount of troubles used throughout the whole span of the match.
Yeah, 115 is relatively low. I would expect at least it would touch 200 trolls being used. I'm guessing that there were a lot more shootouts happening here in the game. It's either that or just people are not too dependent towards nades, because there was a lot of up close and personal battles happening throughout what we saw here in this game. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, really want to talk a little bit more, but we're looking at the overall rankings here after the conclusion of that match itself. We do see Team HK still holding on despite the conclusion of the matches between the 2 other teams, 2 other groups. FaZe Clan in second for MV still in third, but Alter Ego Aries here contra. They went up 2 bases from 6th to 4th, currently with 80 points, not that far off from first place, only 8-point gap. Xavier in 5th, and Bigatron going up from 8th to 6th, and currently in 6th place.
Yeah, the Southeast Asian teams are definitely making that form of climb. DX still stagnant at number 5, but they are definitely maintaining the pace. THUNDERTALK, they are going up and down a couple of times, but they are definitely firmly planted within the top 8 ratio right now. But when we take a look at this second page here, the current team that's holding on to the red line, it's Vampire Esports, and it's only 1 point that separates them as well as Team Secret. Unfortunately for DRS, we saw them getting very much haul on in the early span of the match. They only walk away with that 1 point in this round. So definitely they will have to look towards other games for them to be able to bring in even more points. But this has been one of the first games to be played out, so I won't really fault them to it. So if we take a look at the final page, there's been massive improvements. Starting off with Falcons scoring 6 points in this round, adding up to 21, still having some good chances if they can score a chicken dinner by today. IAC also making the mark, now ties in with Anclaw Esports. So I would still say, you know, a chicken dinner possible for either side of the teams to eventually pull off a miraculous swing to qualify for that bonus round for them to score some bonus points.
Yeah, I agree on this, especially when we talk about IAC. They had an early elimination, but they did manage to bag in 7 elimination points before they were out. And also to highlight, yeah, we still have 4 more matches before we go into a bonus matches also. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We'll be right back after this commercial break with more PUBG Mobile actions. See you guys later.
It's day 3 here in the Clash of Giants, and look who's back. The Indonesian boys, Alter Ego Aries, have reclaimed their chicken dinner to make their steady climb back to the top. Back in day 1, they were at number 1, and we even see BTR challenge them for that chicken dinner. I say challenge, but it looked a little bit too straightforward, wasn't it, Flava? Because the rest of Alter Ego, they're looking hella sharp in the map of Miramar, but now we do move back into ERANGEL, and we will see that change of groups yet again. There's only a few remaining rounds before we get our special match in Vikendi by the end of the day.
Yes, and important things to highlight that I think it is actually Group A who has played at least 2 maps now. So meaning that only left out with only 2 more maps for them to accumulate points before they end their run here in the phase number 1. So I guess this is going to be they have to make it very, very important. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, a big shout out here to our UC partners from Gamivo. If you guys don't know this yet, if you guys are fairly new, or if you have been together with us, make sure to grab some UC points at amazing prices from Gamivo. You can get the UC amount on the left side of the table here with the great prices being displayed over here. All you have to do is get Gamivo with COG5 coupon code, or with the best plans, you can actually be part of the premium subscription. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want your comments to be featured, or questions to be featured here at the COG5 live stream, you can ask your questions in the following format in the comment section. Ask your question away, put in the hashtag COG5, hashtag Gamivo, and if you're lucky, your comment will be featured and we will respond to your questions.
Yeah, so far I've been loving all the comments, so keep them coming, and we will do our best to answer everything that you ask. So that is a promise from the both of us. So right now we go back into the drawing board of Group B versus Group C, but this time round they're going to be playing inside ERANGEL. So it will be rather interesting where we start to see the rise of the Tron Knights. And you know, this is the only tournament so far that I've yet to vote for BTR for the past couple of days. And now that I've seen that they've woken up, they are really showing that they're meaning serious business. I'm gonna go and drop a vote to Bigatron because they are definitely looking at least pretty good back in Miramar. So it should be a streak going on for them.
Oh yeah, and I think that's going to be a great choice over here. I am going with TT because I think they had a great run. Of course, they have not managed to actually translate that into a chicken dinner yet. Probably this could be their time to actually do so as well.
Yeah, and if production hasn't catch that, I was voting for BTR this time around. So, you know,
I think production was digesting. Really? Like I guess, you know, it wasn't within the spectrum there. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, like I've been a big fan of them since the early days. I mean, I'm friends with some of the boys out there since 2018. It's been a long time, yeah, I do miss them from time to time. Anyways, production, it's your turn, by the way. So I know it's been a tough decision, but we all must make predictions. And so far, only Circle has gotten it right. So no harm, no foul, no pressure. T2K, all right. A little love for at least a very diverse region. You've got PL on your side. I've got the PMSL boys coming from BTR, and of course, some of the favorites coming from Nepal. T2K representing South Asia in general. So overall, you know, it could still be anybody's game out there. It could be Mongolia. It could be, you know, the names that you guys put on the comment section. Make sure you root for your favorite teams. And I know, you know, like, there's a lot of all these comments. Sometimes, like, you guys love the banner. Yeah, just be friendly with each other. Don't take it too personal. That's my only advice, because we're here to have a fun time anyways.
Exactly.
That said, you know, down to business. You just mentioned first, those players who are in Group A, they will watch closely. They are on break right now. They only got 2 more games remaining, but for those who are in Group C, they see this as a chance. This is a big chance for anybody in Group C to actually add even more to the tally before they go on the break.
Yeah, and I think that since they're still warm, I believe that they didn't have a break yet. They ran a little bit later, which was at match number 2. I'm guessing that some teams do favor this kind of runs where you don't have a break in between. You just want to run it, you know? Like for Group E is a little bit different. They had a 1 map rest after going ERANGEL. So this is the second time jumping around this time about. So they kind of know their ropes around. They probably will make better decisions as how they played out before. We will see. But first, as mentioned before, I believe that the teams who have only played out one round, this means more opportunities for them to actually get more points. But of course, you gotta make it count. It's not so much about the amount of rounds you can run, but also you gotta make sure that you do your level best. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be jumping into the game here. This is going to be our third round of the day. Let's get into it.
It is absolutely crunch time right now for all the teams that are on board as they are making the final hurdle to gain those bonus points by the end of the evening. And we're already getting ourselves an interesting flight path, starting off from there, heading into the western corner map, maybe covering around the areas of Stauber. And I was staring at your shirt for a bit for that. It's like it writes there gap. And the gap over on the top end of the table is not too wide of margin, but the ones who are in the middle of the pack, they are the ones with the biggest concern, especially Vampire Esports.
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, I think this is a nice cut, which gives opportunity for the teams to traverse I think at any part of the map, I guess. I guess not too extensive on the northwest side, unless depending on how the circle is. I mean, here at the moment, and yeah, I think this is going to be a very fun one. And then we're back here in ERANGEL, the second favorite map for Contra. Yeah, so I guess
you only get to pick two, right?
yeah, that's why, right? Okay, so should I say the least favorite map here? Out of the choice.
That's not fair to say this violently. Everybody plays in this classic map, whether they like it or not. So it's like
exactly.
You were born into this map, whether you like it or not. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm just putting it into perspective, because the only two choices are here. But yeah, so we're looking at the first circle over here now. Some of the team already made their way up because of that. I think because it's leaning slightly more towards the southeast side. So yeah, so I guess that this time about I guess most of the teams are actually being around the circle, around the middle, as well as the bottom right segment. Yeah, so there's a lot of empty space happening on the northwest side. So we'll see. Now, compared to Miramar, and just I have to echo what Contra says, right? You're not going to see, you might see early game engagements, but not as much as what Miramar has to offer because of the amount of cover that ERANGEL has to offer, from trees to buildings, and yeah, I think the additional trees.
Yeah, I think the major difference is that in Miramar cities, like that's the majority of the loot where it's actually coming in true. And also a little bit of update to you, Flava. I guess like you picked the wrong side because
I know.
Gaming is currently not in this matchup. So if you were to pick between any teams here between the groups, what other name would you actually go for?
Yeah, I think since D2K has already been taken, I wanted to go with that if Ruby is being featured. I don't want to go back to FAMV because I've gone with them already. I'm thinking DRX for this game.
Man, this is a fussy boy that we're dealing with. Like going through the list of names. So lock in your answer.
Yeah, I have no choice, right? Yeah, so yeah, I remember there's 27 teams here, so just gotta keep track. So I had to open up a tab and just check back which teams are being featured.
Look at this though. TJB now wraps around his murderers, Natsu. He's all surrounded by the swarm of the TJB army. It's first blood here for CC as they will claim one for the PEL side. Very, very clean, but it seems like HK Murderers, they have no business being here. Maybe it was just an extension just to grab that vehicle, but it was a little bit of a risk despite, the extension to the compound to find weapons. It's just that he couldn't really get there in time. So yeah, back towards what we were talking about, We have a lot of all these teams who are really chasing up the leaderboards at this very moment. TJB, they spend a lot of time being over on the lower end of the pages because they always get themselves either in the midst of that early game fight, and it's no different here inside of Miramar. I mean, Erangel. I've been fixated on Miramar for too long.
You love it that much, huh?
I do. And as we continue on, they're still chasing after HK murderers. Love that proactivity.
I mean, they don't know this, but they are actually eyeing up. Oh, a little bit of crash over here. Yeah, they are chasing out HK murderers. So it's a battle here between one of the teams here in PEL against HK murderers, and I don't think this is a great time for them to be down. So that is going to be a return kill, 1-for-1 here at the moment.
Huh. Rather interesting. I felt like that's the first time that we are looking at triple S. That's one thing that I do notice about some teams coming in from either TJB or THUNDERTALK, whichever team was. It's their names are usually heavily favored on numbers like 444, 222, and now we have triple S. So that's not exactly the S tier play that I'm looking at because they kind of overcooked there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that separation of what rank S, rank 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, probably. If you guys do know this, do share with us the reasoning behind it. Possibly something that we do know that you guys might know better. And of course, HK Murderers and the T Sotong Jabao decided to disengage from this. HK Murderers would not want to. Oh wait, there's a question here. Salesia, is it better to give different prizes for MVP and gun fragments separately?
Gun fragment? Care to elaborate on the gun fragment part? But we are absolutely giving different titles of MVP for the highest.
Is it Terminator?
We have the Terminator tournament, the MVP, as well as the Hit Hunter. But of course, maybe in the future we'll also feature many different prizes. If you were tuning into some of all these different scrims as well, we also do have a lot of all these different prizes. Sometimes even the field medic is involved. So thank you for your thoughts, Sadisha. Yeah, I hope I got your name right.
But if we had to answer that, I think it's great if you get different ones because it's not the same anyways. Because MVP represent differently, like for Hit Hunters, O'Shea, the Terminator, depends on the number of eliminations itself. MVP is kind of like an overall performance kind of thing. So there is a particular matrix on how to calculate that. So that's why MVP gets something else, and Terminator or Fragger or Field Medic gets all this different stuff. And the more the merrier, I guess, the more opportunities for people to get different awards.
True enough. And one of the top fraggers for one of the regions that I've been casting for the past couple of months has been the PMCL region. And the champions of it has been HORAA Bros. Surely they may not have really showed the craziest play style over the course of the battle, but they are definitely within the top 15 right at this very moment. So chances are, if they maintain this form, we might even get to see HORAA Bros continue on with that battle against D-Saber. And I think during the break, we had this interesting conversation about D-Saber. I have to hold my thought for now because BTR, my vote, is absolutely showing their strength up against ROAR Esports. And take a look at Star. Wow, that shot connection through that jump as he tries to leap over onto the ground floor and now finds a Molotov. Satar and Lapar, they are doing it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely doing it. I think it was well executed. They went in full squad, they went out full squad as well. I think so. Yeah, I think they're looking pretty healthy. They come out on top very easy here. But it does seem that they're still having short shoot out of here. Gets up on Juke just to clear him out. And they still have 4 healthy members. But yeah, back to your point just now, Contra, you were saying?
Yeah, I was talking about, some of the top fraggers around the world, and Ruthless has been one of the sharpest ones coming in from the PMCL region. And I think he's still feeling a little bit of that jitters as well because he hasn't been highlighted as much. I think we've seen a lot of brim plays coming from the usual suspects like Tony K, Lamborghini coming from D-Savior, and of course, there are also some that hasn't really shown us their true colors just yet. One name, such as those coming from Team Falcons, has to be both action as well as top because we know what they are absolutely capable of. So, other than that, it's been a really good tournament for Fallout out of ASIA. So far, the flag bearers of Pakistan really showing up a whole lot. And if I were to pick one player out of the Korean region, it's tough to actually select from DRX because they are a very well-balanced team. But if it's going to be D plus Kia, it has to be Osal. Osal, clutch player. I've said it so many times. I love how he plays.
Yeah, I think Osal, the way how he approached things, especially when we saw the last game itself, I think it really was very promising. He was at a very disadvantaged situation. I'm guessing that because of that, he didn't come out on top in the trade-off. But from that, we can see he does project some high-level plays, and he's definitely a top choice over there from the Korean teams. And meanwhile, here coming back to the game, IHC Esports, we had a short conversation about them contra earlier on, and one of the questions coming out from people on whether the guys deserve all this, but hold on to that thought as Claw and Esports do shoot out one of the vehicles here on open plane, but it is able to connect, but not enough to actually destroy the vehicle or shoot out the individual inside. And speaking about Falak here, Contra, here he is, and he is a top grenadier, but Curious Sanchir here, down in hands of Falak, ASI-8, goes for another team member from STE here by the side, gets a little bit of cover from this side. His legit Krita is also down, making it 2 in the hands of Falak here, and still going for more.
And it's definitely looking out for it. They're going to have a charge to take as Fearless looks for that double, but can only settle for a knock. Victor will bring him down, and you just saw ASI-8 slowly deteriorate. Members after members of SES, they try to hold over the corner of the hill. Now they are taking the low ground. Urgoy also tries to lob another grenade, and this could be Fallout that holds him down. What did I tell you guys about Fallout? He never misses, but also at the very same time, Nachi was doing a lot of work in that line as well, so it wasn't done by one bad blow. While Team Secret, they managed to spot out the rest of T2K. Production might be trembling with those shots, but Team Secret, they're gonna let them off the hook.
Oh yeah, I guess they're not letting them off the hook. The thing is, they've already gone away from the vision anyway. So like, darn it, could have got them down, but yeah, they were just doing a drive-by over here from a distance. Meanwhile, we're also looking at Alliance from Malaysia, and of course, we have to be careful. I get tongue twisted as well. We got used to the whole calling them by the name Yudu Alliance, but Yudu is no longer together with them, so they're just stuck with ALL. They're having the shots here upon, is that T2K if you're from a distance? Yes, it is. And Toji from Alliance do spot them out, but are they able to shoot them down here as T2K members are behind their vehicles as covers their contract?
Yeah, T2K, they barely found themselves at home just yet. DRS goes in for the drive-by. Wow, that was phenomenal stuff coming from Chama. A slow drive-by, but he got the job done. So DRS, they're definitely looking to secure these points against. And Esports, look at that range coming from Chama, almost clipping the full send against Alibi, as he will have to keep himself pretty much in safe covers. DRS, they will quickly go into revive Killer YT, while Rick also gets a headshot against one of the members of TJB. That is going to be 6 that will be eliminated instantaneously. So at least DRS, they play with this good vision control, but they know for a fact that that hill is not going to be safe for them to approach. So what is going to be the best case there? Because they're spending a lot of time in the blue zone.
Yeah, and I think they're still okay here, but you have to remember it's stage 3, so it does back up on, so they have to be really, really careful. Meanwhile, we're going into, now we haven't seen this much from Void Donkey going up against Bigatron, of course. Although they are from the same country, doesn't mean they're going to be good neighbors here, as they are close to one another. So this will be pack and punch. Meanwhile, DRS and RRQ on a different part of the map over here. DRS is down, but the Sleepy does manage to actually get his hands on Snape Ryu here on the other side. X gets a little bit of cover here. Behind, is his position compromised? But it does not look so, because we don't see any shots from RRQ. It looks like a 3v2 situation here, siding more towards DRS, and they get Snape here, Contra.
Yeah, RQ, they were being overzealous. They want to gatekeep DRS, but they don't understand. DRS, they love the blue zone. They were willing to tank it, and it doesn't matter. They have resources for days, and they have to wrap this one up, though. Ryu, they find themselves stuck in between. Their gatekeeping technique hasn't been paying off so far. They were down by Team Secret as they were being sent up one after another. That's going to be no mercy off the list. SOAS holding it down. And look at it again. It's DRS striking right back. So it's basically 2 birds with 1 stone for DRS. But I think it's about time that they get out of that blue zone because it's starting to hurt them for quite a bit. So at least some areas have been opened up. Meanwhile, a lot of teams will have to force their way into the city of Pochinki, as that seems to be one of the center grounds of play, or it could be up the hill, a very classic finish, but we've seen this back in day 1. We've seen it back in day 2. We are getting the same circle again. So last time, I casted with Sir Cloud twice. That warehouse somewhere over in Northwest has been that power play for whoever holds that area, and that team that holds that warehouse usually wins. We'll see whether it would be the case for this round.
Oh yes, and of course, what makes this game even more interesting, Contra, is that 3 of the Indonesian teams are currently sharing the same area. But hold on to that thought. DRS Gaming here having shootouts against Craig from Team Secret. From the far end, it is all alone. Trong doesn't look like he's having any support here from that side. Break tries to be a little bit sneaky by the side. Was able to connect. It does seem that Chama is going to be down on his knees.
Wow.
But Break also got a slight shootout here by Sleepy. Man, there's no way you're going to touch my good buddy over here. I'm going to pick him up later on while I try to go for the shootout up against Trong. It's a 1v1 battle, and while all this is happening, RRQ is eliminated here from the competition.
Ooh, look at that! He tapped him with the M24. That was the perfect clip out there for Sleepy. Out of all the weapons, he brought that M24 to action. And he has definitely brought Lifeline back towards DRS. You see DRS coming out huge, taking on that battle with RRQ as well as Team Secret, being the C Terminator right now. But Refuse now holds down the open windows and will be able to find one member of his side of the lines. There's going to be more to go, though. So it's not over just yet. Refuse now holds down the line. Looks like it's going to be a double. And there's going to be even more blood to be splattered. Toji has to give him a little form of respect. He's going to toss in that Molotov. Is he going to have enough space to work with? He might need to wiggle for a little bit more of that room. But he is still left standing, still looking to secure more of these players for Miracle 5s. Held down, but they're definitely going to show whatever firepower they've got. Rip is now trying to strike back, and it will still be Onyx Luke that will come up ahead.
I thought he was gonna do it, because he was saying bring it on. I mean, 2 team members were already down, but this time does seem that one of them is gonna be out from Alliance. It is going to be Kazim or Jimmy OP from Alliance. Toji managed to patch himself up too nicely. Nate's coming in inside the building, and Toji managed to make an escape, but that's not gonna be enough as he's gonna be down in hands of the team members of FaZe Clan. And with that, Alliance is eliminated. But the battle is still ongoing as the team members of Bigatron is having a shootout up against DRS and ASI8 here at this moment. T2K has a bit covered here, but it does not seem that team members of Bigatron do manage to scout him out, or they do, but try to get a much better angle as they don't see any hits popping here at the moment. The rotations coming in from side.
And there we go. Quick work with the DBS. Hansil alongside with the car. They just pulls that in without any regard of their own safety. They've already wrapped around the corners of the city and they know that it is safe for them to approach. So that has been some quick work. I'm glad that my predictions pretty much doing a lot heading into this matchup, but that circle will shift yet again. HORAA Bros, they're in a great position, but this circle might actually shift. And it is, once again, a very similar circle compared to day 1 as well as day 2. HORAA Bros, they just have to play this right. BTR, they make a big U-turn going back in the city. IAC also there to contest against HORAA Bros. A late rotation comes in from ASI8 coming from the far south. So big chances here. Many healthy teams still left on the table. Not so much for Blind Donkey, the only squad with a sole player, alongside with Anclaw with 2.
Yep, and as you mentioned before, I think since the circle in such a way, there's a very high chance that they do know the buildings available, they want to squat in those buildings. And Harami Bros have already gotten in place and squatting up, and they are holding on to all the buildings available, except for the small one down there. But IIC making their way here by the sidelines. They do know there must be a team here on the inside. They have to be careful. The Harami Bros have already scouted and do know of their positions over there. So they have to be really, really careful with whatever they have. We're only left out with 8 teams over here, meaning that all the teams here, Contra, have received a minimum amount of placement points for themselves, but I'm sure they are hungry for more. IHC making rotations here by the sides and still trying to find an opening. I highly doubt they're going to be making a decision to just go inside and take this fight against Harami Bros. We will see.
Dear Flavo, we had a live comment right there, and of course, lots of love to Eagle IOP as well, as we've been having a whole lot of fun here in the Ruthless Hype Esports. Also, thanks to you guys out there that's been continuously supporting us. While, of course, this is definitely a tense situation, and we absolutely understand why Harami Bros are currently focusing onto this church compound, but because this is another different stronghold that they will have to take care of, and the only current threat that is standing in the way between Harami Bros as well as Victory. But not too far off, BTR, they're from that lower reach of the city. It's not going to be an easy feat to overwhelm the rest of IC. Potato stuck in between. Well, nades after nades are being lopped in from Hansil. How much time can be bought here? And apparently not much. It's going to be a Molotov from IC as they yoink that point away from BTR.
He can't do much there. I mean, there's not much space for him to wiggle around anyway. So I guess, you know, he stretches it out as much as he can. So that's one, I guess, one of the 3 Indonesian teams who squat together within the same premises down. Meanwhile, Bigatron also has his hands full as they're going up against Team IHC over here. IHC does have the high ground. Do get spotted out. He managed to actually get his hands on that. While all this is happening, FaZe Clan, the domination, is currently having their battles up against ASI8 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I'm going to make a quick prediction right now. So since the circle is going to be shrinking really, really soon, both BTR as well as IC, they probably will look towards the next available compound, and that is that territory where Harami Bros is currently holding. So that also means FaZe Clan now over on top of the hill, they can't actually seize this opportunity. Unfortunately for ASI8, they were wrapping around the outskirts. They got sent off of the lobby for the current moment. So quick update, where is it going to be? Will it favor FaZe Clan? Will it favor DRX? The DRX has played this exact same location, and oh my goodness.
He went for Harami, bro.
Absolute deja vu. Same ending again. This is the 3rd time.
Yeah, so I guess if you do your homework, yeah, it's some sort of like it's an exam where you do expect to actually be there. Yeah, so if you do your homework, you will get it over here. Here comes the movement here. IHC is going in for the raid. Doesn't holding up to the side is gonna be Bigatron over here. It's gonna be in a battle at the church. Bigatron being on the outside. IHC does have it better as they are currently on the inside, but it does become a problem once nades are being thrown on inside because you have limited amount of movement, so you have to be really careful. Bigatron's being in the fight for this inside. You see fire here on the ground, which means that there's not much space on the inside as Genfos has already made his way inside. Gala's gotta be careful here as Demo OG is already on the outside now. Lapa rotating from the outside as well. So we got probably the 2-pronged attack. Demo OG is not able to actually provide any suppressing fire from his location here. So Gaules is on his own.
Wow.
Up against Foul, but does connect to Lapar. So Lapar's down to his knees. Genfos has to pick him up. This could be opportunity, making a 3v2 fight instead. Make that 3v1, 2v1.
The nade! Oh, he dodged it in time. Oh, that was a really close one because Genfos looked like he was about to get clipped right there. I see ditches the rest of Godless, and I guess that this is a better decision making after all. And you know, back towards what you just said, if you take the same exact examination for 3 times, that means you failed the test, right? But
yeah,
not
exactly.
so much for some of these guys. This is redemption arc for even BTR that didn't see a good run back to day 1. Now they are bouncing out stronger than ever, though they are still having some struggles. It's FaZe Clan holding over the south side. They managed to clip 1 member out there in the open as FaZe Clan will be able to go in for a quick resuscitation. They are trying to fend off against BTR, trolling from the back, and this could be a good opportunity. Genfos, he's not looking at the back.
Oh no!
Are they serious right now?
I thought they knew. I thought when they were driving by, I was confused on why he was actually looking into that direction. Oh man, but Trados is actually here. We do see a little bit of visual. But I see they're still staying alive. Bigatron and FaceClan are losing a 1-by-1. But Bigatron, I think they are eliminated here at this point. And FaceClan do survive that trade-off with only 3 team members left here at this point.
Yeah, that result is to be expected because both IC as well as BTR, they have to move out of the city. And BTR moved rather late than sooner. IC was actually smart enough not to overcommit against BTR because the zone was going to devour them even if they choose to do so. And you got to worry about Harami Bros. And the other demon in this lobby, FaceClan. We last saw some of all these members of HK Murderers to be tied with FaceClan. FaceClan now making the top 5 will ensure that they stay on top of the leaderboard as they will settle the scores right now. IAC now finds one member of the side of DRX. DRX, they have played similar situations. They have been stuck inside of the same building as well. And that's the power of holding this high ground advantage. RealFace now goes in for Turst. They will find Papoy. That's the final member remaining for the side of Anclaw Esports, living with only 4 teams on the block.
And oh yeah, this is going to be an all-out battle between them. And they're looking at a lot of healthy players from all the teams remaining over here, so it could be anyone's win here at this moment. IAC here do spot out the team members from FaceClan, but was not enough to connect and pin down any one of them here at this moment. But everyone do manage to find their own places to actually take refuge here. So I'm guessing that it would require the next circle for everyone to actually make a move, because right now everybody's within the circle safe and sound, and just having a little bit cover for themselves. Harami Bros, you mentioned this? Yeah, they do have the best place here, as they do have a building for them to actually just hide themselves.
Okay, I'll tell you how the script looked like for the past 2 rounds that it was the same circle. This current compound that Harami Bros holding, all they have to do is wait for the right moment, let everybody else fight. They will swing at the very final hour and claim the chicken dinner. That is basically based on the script, but I think maybe it's time for a new script right now. FaceClan has been doing a lot of good work through the hills, and so long as they play this out to perfection, they should be able to take down TRX, and IC is also supporting them on that stance. Hyunbin, desperate attempt, they managed to get out there, but they leave one member inside a shack. So QXZ, what's he gonna do this time? Because right now, Hyunbin seems to be in trouble, facing off against the entirety of FaceClan.
Oh yeah, if a good cook of a nade from FaceClan should be enough to actually clear Hyunbin, because there's not much place for him to wiggle around. The space between his left and right. Yeah, so Hyunbin right now is in deep trouble, and he's really down on his knees, so he needs to wait for his teammate to actually pick him up, which is not nearby at all.
Not
so
feasible at all.
Yeah, not feasible at all. So I guess he's gonna go down peacefully over here. FaceClan still looking healthy from their end, having this high ground cover. We'll also do see, actually the other teammate is within the building, but he's getting himself forced at the edge of it, because that's the only space remaining with the circle now.
Guess what? We're following the script this time. Circle now belongs to Harami Bros. Instead of them charging out, yes, they are still charging out, by the way, where they're now trying to gatekeep FaceClan from entering the zone. So this is that whole wraparound. Whoever's on the other side of the hill will find it very difficult to reach right through, because Harami Bros, they got all the angles covered. ISC, they will take their time, which is why everybody is looking to secure this point against the final member of URX. Spots the gun barrel, and there we go. RealFace will claim it all. So now it's only left with IC, and still looking. It's like, okay, I guess that's sorted out, so we can now focus on the task at hand. Whether if they want to focus on FaceClan or take up the fight against Harami Bros, which is going to be a daunting task.
Oh yeah, and of course you have to remember this, Contra. All of these teams, well, not all, like 2 of them has 3 players here. It does seem it's going to be a rotation for ISC from down, but they only have 1 team member here going up against the full stack of FaceClan. Not sure if this is going to be a great idea. They don't have this information, but still currently in trouble. He is getting a little bit of cover as Roguebot currently manages to swap out the position with him and takes the fray. Meanwhile, Harami Bros is going to take advantage of the situation, and just like as you mentioned, they're going to become the third partners. Let you guys shoot each other out while we benefit from this And living out with only 2 teams left, IHC clears out Faceland while Harame Bros we left out, making it a 3v1 situation. And boy, oh boy, this is definitely scripted. Definitely something that definitely that does not usually happen in PUBG Mobile, but it does happen here. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner, chicken dinner for Harame Bros. And aside from the predictions we had earlier on with the production, if this was a production that was made later on, yeah, Contra, you nailed it.
Yep. It's episode 3 with different teams to take that chicken home. And this is the PMCL champions on your screen right now, representing the Philippines. And they have definitely figured this one out. Hey, it looks familiar. Probably we could play in a distant stance. Each one of these members, they got at the average of 2 pointers apiece. Range maybe not as much, but I'm pretty sure that there's some damage involved coming from the individual. Well, 16 is still something, still some damage, you know, like I'll cut him some slack. So overall, Harame Bros, they definitely were smart enough about that situation. And even IC, you saw they were swinging towards Face Clan for very good reasons, because they know it's almost close to impossible to flush out Harame Bros from that position, because they will have to either A, run into the circle or drop in the circle. Both decisions will actually put them at risk. So they rather try to put themselves at risk to earn those points up against Faceline, which they managed to do so, which was beautifully executed. So other than that, I would still say this win, as much as it belongs to Harame Bros, FaZe Clan has done a lot of work. BTRIC, they got a lot of eliminations as well. So they should be able to maybe overwhelm those numbers earned by Harame Bros.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, that could easily be interpreted through what we see in the stats right here. Based on travel distance, Harame Bros is not required to traverse much throughout this map, because the PUBG Mobile gods has been blessing them with the circle after all this. FaZe Clan had the most amount of walking. Yeah, they went through a marathon here through MIRAMAR, and I did exceptionally well. All the teams that you actually see here do perform well. But Harame Bros, they were capitalizing on the whole idea where like they benefit and reap off the benefits of the advantage that they were given here, and it did manage to translate into winner chicken dinner. And I think that in that approach, I'm guessing the 2 other teams didn't have a choice, because if you want to approach Harame Bros, one of them will put themselves in between 2 teams. So might as well we shoot each other out. We know Harame Bros is going to be the last final boss they're going to go up against anyway. So yeah, and of course the head-to-head as well. Credits for this. Lapar. Contra, you talked about him a little bit over here. He did splendid here. 5 elimination points compared to FaZe Clan's Meow Meow to 4. More damage, but more assists coming up from Meow Meow's side. And of course, the MVP by Gamivo over here is none other than Faceland Isazel.
That's right, and this is the second time of the day that he's securing the MVP score. Just look at those massively inflated numbers out there. He definitely survived for quite some time, securing a top 3 finish. It was a close battle between them as well as IHC, but they were pretty much left out bare bone in the open. They weren't exactly prepared to take on the flank angles coming from IHC at all. But Lapar, he has gotten the best of elimination points out there. Damage number wise, this says it all for Essays. Well, I mean, I try my best to pronounce
we're
it.
We're trying.
I mean, he's got a better name, which he's just not using right at this tournament.
I call him Isazel.
Yeah, Isazel. Isazel was the right one, right? Well, yeah. Sleepy, you saw the M24 shot as well. That was super impressive. DRS, they won at least 2 battles up against Secret as well as RQ to make the cut here in the top 4. Now, let's take a look at the rotation. Well, it looks straightforward for Harame Bros, but keep in mind that it was not without a challenge. There's plenty of teams who were also overlooking into the area of Pachinki. We last saw names like Void Donkey, BTR, DRX also came pretty closely. ASI8 were on the hills. So they were absolutely surrounded. So to even play this out, they have to always be on both offense as well as defense, which they have, by rightfully so, done decently enough.
Yeah, and I think that it's such a rare occasion. Just want to emphasize this, that that the circle to replicate something very similar to what has happened in the past itself. It's good that you do point it out. It did happen exactly like how you said it. I was expecting probably slight difference. I get it. Surely there's a slight difference. Just different teams playing out the whole games over here. Yeah. So this trade-off, the thing about this is that it has been a lot of great trade-offs from the teams over here, and I think at this point, everyone has gotten themselves comfortable with good position, but Harame Bros just has the best one because nobody was actually touching the buildings. You know, they had to play out on the outside perimeters while Harame Bros, like, look at this, like, believe and they just stick last shot. That's all.
Yeah, I love Federalis. You know why? Because he's following the script. It's like I read it like, oh, somebody has to push out, get some job done on the flanks, and then okay, the game should be covered well enough. So PMCL champions, they will secure themselves that win, but they are 1 point shy to top FaZe Clan's record of 12 elimination points in this round itself. So despite 5 ranking points, you saw FaZe Clan was just hurt with a lot of fights over the course of the hill. Meanwhile, Bigtron Knights, my prediction came in pretty closely on the top 3. IHC also with 12 points to be back in this round, so commendable effort. Meanwhile, we saw so many of these early fights which resulted in T2K, RQ, Sour Esports, as well as Roy being eliminated rather early, but everybody else, there was a healthy margin accumulated in this span of a round.
Yeah, and of course, when we had out here, one of the main stats we have for the game, QXZZ here, one of the main features on the game. And of course, I think the stats are pretty standard from what we see, especially one of the highlights is on the throwables compared to what we saw earlier on, which was very underutilized. I think there's pretty standard numbers that we should be expecting from such a tight match. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the main highlight after the post-match analysis, definitely the overall rankings after the conclusion of that match. For the first time ever here in the day, finally, we have a new Throne Master, which is none other than FaZe Clan. They are currently the first to reach 100 points, with 105 to be exact, in first place. HK currently in second, drop from first, for MV retains at third. Bigatron goes up from 6th and 4th. Then Alter Ego goes down slightly a little bit on the leaderboard, and all these other teams. Now, the thing about page 2, Contra, something I want to talk about, the thing about Vampire, although earlier on they were on 16, they actually climbed from page 3 after such a great run, great performance from before. But unfortunately, they can drop to 18. They're back under the red line.
Yeah, that's because they're not involved in this matchup. At DRS, they seized that opportunity. They actually struck down their direct opponent's team secret that was 1 point ahead of them initially, but we saw a back and forth action where we still see DRS to be able to triumph ahead, but it's still barely small little margins. ISC now making the climb. This was an important round for them to finish off in the top 2 because now they're on that 40-point region mark, which means they can also go in for the top 16. I believe there is still 2 more rounds to be played by IHC, so they should not be all too worried. All they really have to focus on is to at least get an average of 6 points and above in all these upcoming matches.
Oh yeah, and they had a great climb. You know, they didn't start off too well. They are still in page 3, but they're really in 19. Just a few more places now before they actually climb, make their way to the top 16. Just a little bit more, I guess. And the same goes for all the other teams as well. There's still opportunities. And at this point, for those who do not know, we've concluded 3 of the match already, which means that all the teams have played 2 matches. You're only left out with 2 more out of the 3 next rounds. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. We're halfway there. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after commercial breaks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Clash of Giants season number 5, phase number 1, final day here. My name is Flava, and if you guys don't know this, we're joining together with my good buddy Contra, and we are your commentators for today in the final day itself. Now, Contra, we're halfway through, and do believe that this team, some of them are having the jitters as they don't have much space left to garner points here in the final 3 rounds.
I mean, they still have to do the best of their ability to at least, show the fans that they are still out there to really carry the pride of their own countrymen, right? And, you guys can also claim some really good deals on your screen right now. It is our dear partners from Gamivo that's offering you great UC prizes where you can get a lot of discount if you key in the COG5 coupon code. Or even better yet, if you subscribe to their smart subscription package, the first time subscriber, you get an even massive discount. And on top of that, make sure you guys ask some questions throughout the course of joining this live stream, where you could just put in the hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo, and we will answer all of your questions if you are lucky enough to be featured. So, of course, we are definitely looking forward to the second Miramar run of the evening, and this is going to be another epic brawl. I believe we'll also get majority of all these Group A players to be back involved as well, or should I say, with the change of groups, I really want to wonder who exactly is going to be thriving in this round itself, because we saw HK Murderers, they were not able to defend their throne as they weren't exactly in the match. So FaZe Clan, they have managed to go in for that overtake. Therefore, this is going to be another challenge for HK Murderers to come back up on top.
That's true. And of course, we featured the current #1 team over here as well inside. So yeah, FaZe Clan is, they are a beast today. They went super crazy in the round itself. But of course, go into the map itself, we're going to be doing a little bit of prediction. Let me start off with this. I'm going to go with Alter Ego Ares. I haven't had a chance to actually put my predictions on them, so we'll see if they're going to be able to achieve back that winner when chicken dinner once again today.
Yeah, I'm looking at THUNDERTALK Gaming one more time because they played really well on the other round. And are they playing in this round just to confirm in the list? It should be the case because they are inside of Group A. So I hope that they will be able to really show us something special, because I've been impressed by some of the players such as Hwai, who's on that long range, and then you also got Jen, who's been really showing off a lot of all these sharpshooting techniques coming in from the PEL's finest. So that being said, production, your turn to pick. Is it going to be for Radical Vibes? I guessed it right.
It is.
Oh,
yes.
Wow. And yeah, I think it's about time, because they usually take a couple of warm-up games and then they just go running after teams. So I hope this is going to be the case for Radical Vibes. Meanwhile, you guys, it's your time to also put in your prediction in the chat right down below. And well, there's definitely a little bit of brownie points if you guys get it right, because I believe none of us so far has gotten it right other than Sir Cloud. He knows something that we don't.
Oh yeah, out of all those matches, yes, out of 12 predictions, yes, he got one right over there, which is better than nothing actually. So I guess, yeah, you guys let us know who you guys think is going to bag in the winner when chicken dinner. Is it your favorite team, or probably the team that, based on your observation for the past 15 rounds from day #1 to number 3, will be the ones backing it? You let us know in the comments. And of course, just a general reminder to everyone, if you guys want your questions to be featured, be sure to actually put in those relevant hashtags over there, and I'll be more than happy to respond to it. Of course, Contra, halfway through, and of course, a reminder as well, today is a little bit different because we're not just going to end after 6 matches. We still have our bonus round as well on the candy at the end of the day.
That's true, and that's only exclusive for teams that makes it into the top 16. So that also means that it's, once again, crunch time for those who are left with 1 or 2 rounds of play. So this being perhaps one of the final rounds for some of the teams out there, it's either hit or miss. If they miss it, don't worry too much, because they will be back after Friday. Friday, we're taking a break, and then we will go in for a grand reset. So maybe even for the likes of Team Falcons that didn't really show up here inside Phase 1, Team Falcons most likely will say, hey, maybe the weekend is a better time for us to really go all out. So let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match number 16, featuring 27, well, of course, not this time about, but 27 of the top PUBG Mobile teams around the world. Here featuring Group A and Group B once again at Miramar, Contra's favorite map out of two choices. Anyways, welcome back, everyone.
Well, for a moment, I thought that you're going to do an UFC intro to screen maybe some of the top players.
I didn't have a red corner. I didn't have
slightly
a
disappointed. Hey, it's a virtual corner. We're in the box of our own. So, well, maybe we can try again. But, but for the teams, they're definitely trying to score themselves a chicken dinner. One good chicken dinner right now is worth a lot, Flavor, because that could mean top 16 or otherwise.
Oh yes, and of course, beyond all that as well, just getting chicken dinner does not determine you get the most amount of points from that round. We've seen some of the teams who emerge victorious just by getting loads and loads of elimination points as well. You can go down that path plus chicken dinner, which you could reap up a lot of points here and probably propel yourself from the bottom ranks up to the upper ranks, not just top 16, but probably even higher rank. But the main objective is top 16 over here. And of course, Contra Productions will displaying here the circle, leading more towards the northwest side here of the map.
Now, this is rather interesting. This is the first time we're getting this circle throughout our run here in the Clash of Giants Season 5. But it's a good hit start for teams like HORAA Esports, for even the RX by the corner map. But we will get the usual, the early engagement. Tony K started off with knife, and I just voted for THUNDERTALK. They're just stabbing them in the back, stabbing my predictions, stabbing everything that they see. And Tony K is definitely not letting them off the hook. There is going to be a trade news. He gets brought down, and King actually goes in for a knife as well. What on earth is going on between the Thai squad and the PEL? And this is why he wants to take this fight against Tony K. Two of the sharpest shooters of each respective region, head to head. He's got an SLR and a UMP. Interesting setup. Perfect for the Miramar long-range duels, but we're going up close and personal. Tony K now will be swarmed by two members at the very same time. Can he make it out alive? Hard to tell, as he is now trying to single out targets after targets. King now goes down. He tries to look for the knife. It seemed like it almost was a friendly battle, but why will seal the deal.
Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen, by that? I think that was just pure. I think Paris was trying to send a message in some ways, although it didn't turn out in a positive note there from the trade out. But still, yeah, I gotta admit that was entertaining. How I wish we actually saw it, like all that happening. I think that would have been great. Oh man, yeah,
we see half of it at least, and that was entertaining enough.
Okay, if Tony K came out on top of that, I think that would have been wonders. We're not trying to side to the team. We just want to see the team that actually did that, come on top. That's all. But yeah, I guess that's a great opening for the map.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, if Tony K were to win out that trade, I'll stay silent for the entire game because I get my predictions crushed.
Entire game,
we start off like I have done enough caster curves throughout the course of the tournament already. Let's not get back into that. So after that fight, I'm looking at TIANBA. They're climbing up that hill, and these two PL teams might even clash later on because they will have to move into the same direction. If they don't clash against each other, they might be bound to meet up against FALCONS force later on. A1 Esports, they take a very slow rotation. So whether or not will they be able to breach through Monte Nuevo is going to be a tough question. HKM, currently in the same matchup against FacePlant, but they are now dealt with the blow coming from the Savior. One of the most impressive spots, but you have Himson. He's him. He's arriving to the scene, showing what he's got, and he scores 2.
Wow, that was brutal. He has been waiting for these two entries. They didn't check the corners. I'm guessing that rushed a little bit too fast. And yeah, HK Murders was just waiting there by the side. And this could probably be the drive that they're looking for because it has not been a good 2 round for them. So the thing is, in the 2 rounds they played in the first half of the day, they only managed to get 2 points, which is not good because They managed to get consistently 44 points per day for day number 1 and day number 2, but right now they are in second after being taken over, and it's not over yet here as DX from Xavier still going up as a member from HK, and they're not making their approach, and they don't have to go very direct because they have the element of more members, and Natsu is going to be the one knocking him out.
There we go. Takes out the DBS. I thought that was another knife. I mean, it's an axe after all. So
It's the same thing.
pretty much the same thing. But if you want to be specific, you know, you're gonna.
It is an axe. I agree.
Else, for what do players purchase all these skins for, right? And speaking of purchasing skins, you could top up from Gamibo.com for some great deals. Ha! Didn't expect that segue, did you?
I wouldn't have traded off a knife for an axe anyways, you know, like the pain of getting killed by a knife. Getting killed by the axe, I'm like,
okay, if you were to put me and you in the cage and I'm holding an axe and you're just holding like a hand knife, who do you think is gonna win? I'll take the axe, bro. I'll take the axe.
Okay, if you put it in that situation, sure, I guess. But but the shame of getting killed by a knife while you having an axe, oh, that's gotta hurt, man, physically and mentally.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of happened to VP, although I didn't really get to check out whether it's a knife, whether it's some other kind of weaponry. There's so many dozens of skins that's cool to check out. You guys can purchase for your UC from Gamibo yet again, while we have a lockdown situation, high ground versus low ground. HORAA Esports find themselves over the bottom for some reason. T2K Esports, as much as they get that first dips over onto what some players call the unplayables up here. Funny how they call it unplayable, but they're still up here, and there we go. Perfect sight onto Mr. Barrow. It's going to be some easy alignment of shots, but I say easy. He's got to line that AUG spray to be able to do those damage. So he will left Mr. Barrow pretty much off the hook right now, while coming from another angle. I believe that to be another member of HORAA Esports.
Yes, it is, because I was actually wondering, because remember earlier on we did saw one of the members of HORAA Esports was at a much more elevated area, and they had another on the lower ground. So I'm guessing that it could be that, or it could be another team on much high ground. Meanwhile, also we're going to be looking here at the church. There's an attack from Voin, Donkey, and Potato on the other side up against HK Murders. I'm guessing that they're still in the heat of action. They had their own pair of action just earlier on, but it's not over yet. Gotta check your 9 over here, because we do see a little bit of movement from HK. No, so they're not moving forward. They have to be a little bit careful. Potato, is he really providing any sort of cover, or is just providing information? Because he doesn't have much. He doesn't have much area for him to shoot. Oh,
wow!
Slayer!
That was magnificently done by Slayer, and they've been around this church side for a long time after taking out that hurdle up against this rest of the Savior. Now they do find themselves in a little bit of a stretch, as they're all being funneled down into a position where they don't really want to be at. Voin Donkey up over the hillside is going to be hard to be picked off. And speaking of which, Voin Donkey decides, hey, let's commit by moving into the back end of the church. No prayers left unanswered, but if there's any form of prayers right now, is for the circle to be on top of them, and yes, it will be.
Oh yeah, so this is not going to force any unnecessary movements in a row. So they have to sort out this this clash in between them right here, right now. So we'll see if HK is able to continue their journey here through MIRAMAR. It does seem that's promising as they clear out yet another person from Voin Donkey, but still getting shot out from a different angle here. Let's be careful. There is still enemies here on the outside, so it's still not safe yet. So that's going to be a secure getting on Lexis. Meanwhile, Potato here, we did talk a little bit about him, where he is in a position where he doesn't have a clear vision, for him to actually just shoot or provide suppressing fire for his teammates. So he needs to get himself in a much better position. And Zatak, I think somebody did manage to pick him back up early on. He did got named by Slayer, but at least right now it's a 3v2 situation. But siding more a little bit with HK Murderer is a contra.
Yeah, HK Murderer is unhinged. I mean, they're just gonna go in for that rush. That botch push coming from Voin Donkey could have actually been so much better, and now Potato's being surrounded left, right, center. He has to take either side of the angle. It's gonna be Himson yet again, as they now secure themselves 6 points, 3 in the back for Himson. Definitely looking for the final target out of Voin Donkey, and you know, back towards what you were saying earlier, like talking about all these line of sight coverages as well as flank angles. Apparently, there was none answer from the side of Boing Donkey, especially with that opening grenade that now puts them into such a dire situation. Zeta, he's stuck in this very cheeky corner. He spot out to these members. I think he should have something to do here, and I think they will eventually come in for the tag. Not to, it's just making sure. And now I think they know. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I thought
So
Zatak would. Yeah, I thought Zatak would just shoot out first because he knows that that's the only direction will come out. It's either that or the window. But I'm guessing that, yeah, because you still need to make the corner, right? I guess things do happen over here. But Void, right? Talking on that point just now, I don't blame him because it's not easy for them to actually make their way to a much better position to actually get a better angle on that fight. So it's not that they wanted to position themselves in such a disadvantage. It's just that they were placed in a situation they cannot freely move. But jumping on into this moment, A1, Contra, we have to admit, we haven't seen much action happening from them throughout the course of the 3 matches here today so far. Could this be their option to shine here up against 4 Miracle Vibes?
It is definitely going to be a tough fight. They are right now stuck inside the compound, especially with the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes going on the push out. A1 Esports, one of the finalists coming from Bangladesh, definitely has a whole lot to prove. It hasn't been the most significant run, like you said, but they weren't trying to be the most aggressive team out there, as they traditionally don't look to be that kind of flashy team, but they definitely look to be making precision strikes, which is why they're holding all the way back. But right now, going for the quick recovery, Baron goes in for the flank, Refuse going for the push, so it's going to be a 2-prong attack where they're bringing the UMP into play. Hitman has to pull all the way back. Rowdy's already on the ground off all the players out there. Rowdy usually has been the main hitman of their side. So hitman, they also have to do a little bit more. He gets brought down to his knees. Apex now still holding them hostage, and this is where he swings one after another. A1 Esports is deteriorated. They walk away with 1 point though, taking out Doc.
Oh yeah, for American Advice, they didn't come out clean from that trade-off too. They did lose out 1, so they have to make do with 3 team members still left after that engagement. Meanwhile, here, Alter Ego Ares has their own fight here up against DRX SOAS. Currently is down and out here. Make that 2 as Hyunbin is also here, but QXZ is not going to allow that to happen for free, as he's going to get 1 here by himself. But that's going to be a full clear for DRX as they are out from the competition with 0 elimination points. HK Murderers, we talked a little bit about them as well. They have not had a good run, but will this be the end there? As going up against the Xavier, a very fierce throw. But Leviso is down here in the hands of Slayer, and it's now gone.
Well, I would say otherwise. HK Murderers, they've been doing very, very well. Last game, they were not involved. Now that they are back in action, they want to chase up against FaZe Clan, and they are now taking down 2 teams. They took out Boing Donkey, and now another one added to the list. It was the Saber initially, so they are just fighting and fighting. Rosemary now moving up against HORAA Bros. This is going to be pretty interesting. It's going to be a T2K. Look at that flank angle as well. Sucked over on the top side will be naded out by Federal as the champions of PMCL. Hot off of that chicken dinner that they've gotten inside of ERANGEL. They're still showing that they have a whole lot to offer on the table, despite them being on the low ground. T2K, they can only try to squeeze in some of these bullets from that far range. But other than that, it is going to be tough. So, HORAA Bros, they are holding into this deep position. They have the circle, not so much for Rules OG. They are still by the edge, but how long can they be on top of this hill?
Yeah, Ruts doesn't really have to clear the team members from HORAA Bros right now, because keeping them in check, meaning that they can't really make an escape over here, it's quite risky and it's quite open to inside. Meanwhile, the team members as well is trying to make the move. Alter Ego Ares here up against 4MV. Alba goes inside. Baron decides to escape here through the doors. Alba low in HP, patching himself with the 8 kit. But Baron having the shootout here against Alter Ego Ares on the other side. Automatic managed to screw himself away from that nade explosion and still survive through. Rosemary here is out, and that's a Baron as well. But Apex and Baron is going to be down with the count, and Alba and 4MV is out. But still, 5 elimination points here in the bag. Still okay, I guess.
Yeah, they're doing well enough, and you can see how much trust Okta has. He's skilling the whole time the fight was going on. Team Secret had to push up the hill, and Team Falcons were already holding down the top side. Speaking of top, he is definitely going to be looking for a grenade angle alongside with Ease. That's going to be an easy connection towards Break, who's got nowhere else to go up against. So only one member left from the side of Team Secret, hugging inside of the warehouse at the very moment. Very tough circumstance for Team Secret. They haven't gotten any point at all inside this Miramar, and they are at risk of dropping out of that top 16. They need at least a couple more points. Now there's a tie going on for number 17, it seems. If you take a look at that number on the far corner of the leaderboard right now, maybe it's a little bit of correction, but right now, Team Secret is still right underneath Boy Donkey, who is already out of the game. So what they need right now is 5 points. But can that individual player, SOAS, find 5 points? Now that there's only 12 teams on board and the rest of the teams are actually healthy enough, so that is going to be the major point of conversation heading into the later stage of the round, while Fabian finds one. This time striking on to Slayer of HK Murderers. So there's more battles to be fought here for HKM.
Oh yeah, and of course, I'm pretty sure they're still eyeing to overtake back their original position as number 1 on the leaderboard away from FaZe. They had to witness that happen as FaZe was actually playing in the last round itself. By HK, in the 2 rounds that they played, they only managed to get 2 points. So this round alone, they're performing already better, but just still not enough to overtake what FaZeland has to offer at 105. So yes, it's gonna take a little bit. So this is gonna take a while.
That's right, and as the battle will continue, we'll definitely be getting a little bit of technical LTs that we're going through with from the casters end, but I'm pretty sure that we'll resume with our usual operations. I hope that the live stream is still continuing though, but for now, I guess it's a Contra as well as Flavor podcast.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, but we see now the top 2 teams are still here to stay. A little bit bad news from HK because the thing about Baseland, they're still looking healthy in terms of team members. So if you're looking at that on a positive outcome, they can still survive a little bit longer. But we're back into action over here and not looking good, as one of the team members for HK Murderers is down for the count, but they're still in the game though. Not for long, I guess. They're out. A little bit too early to call over that, and followed suit with that is going to be Team Secret. And the difference is one goes down with 8 elimination points and the other with 0. And while all that is happening as well, it's going to be a quick one. T2K immediately goes down after that. Back-to-back action happening here, Contra.
Yeah, it was such a pinch. There was nowhere that Kansas could actually run over. It was just relying on those smokes for survival up against the entire squad of FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan, they were not even being scratched throughout the course of the fight. All 4 members still stay alive. Look at them go. HORAA Bros, after scoring that win, they find themselves directly in the center of Crater Fields. But majority of these teams, they're playing over onto the spine of the craters itself. THUNDERTALK Gaming also has a compound, and they are close to the center, but eventually D+K will close in. So this is a very interesting ending that we're getting here. As much as we see from a mini map, like teams are scattered all across, there's a lot of high ground terrain that they can leverage on to get some cover, just like how Falcons right now holds up a defense up against Sky and the rest of HORAA Esports. Lobbing nades, and it's a double connection. Make that a triple. My goodness gracious. HORAA Esports, the Purple Hearts, just denied that entry so easily with those nades.
Oh, yeah. And now they're down for the count. They're down on knees. And the only remaining member who's still up on their feet, Action, is too far away to provide any kind of support, meaning that the team members of HORAA will descend here from the hills and clear out the other members who's down on their knees and grab their loot for themselves, becoming pirates as usual and doing a little bit of looting. But gotta be careful because the team members of RRQ do have visual on them as they are at a much more elevated place here at this moment. Is going to be Zoing alone. This is him. If he's able to hold on to this and survive, he can actually put HORAA Esports in a pinch as they're not able to freely maneuver themselves around the map, especially when Miramar is not really a good thing. But all this happened in a different time. Action up against Sky. And Falcons will be eliminated here in the hands of HORAA Esports. HORAA indeed.
My. We saw how clean that was coming from HORAA Esports. The moment those 3 members were naded out, the fate was pretty much sealed for Team Falcons. Hasn't been a great tournament for them so far, currently sitting at a total of 24 points. But, you know, it's been an exchange between RQ as well as Falcons on who's currently on for the bottom. RQ might actually seize this opportunity to once again go in for an overtake, although there was not much at stake for these guys to do so. But, you know, they take pride in what they do. RQ now makes a deeper run into the top 8. Alter Ego finds himself over the corner of the zone. D plus Kia holding them by the edge of the map. It's not going to be an easy task for the rest of Alter Ego to journey through. As now shots being fired, the vehicle will slowly gather smokes. Right out in the open, they have to ditch that vehicle. They know that it's about to blow out. Octa first one to go, followed on by Boyseal. That's not going to be anywhere that Boyseal can even actually maneuver around. So rather unfortunate. Now I believe that's only down to Hans playing for the team. While FaceClan, they got themselves into a tough position. Stuck inside the container, and he's about to be shipped off of the match.
Yeah, he was trapped, man. He couldn't do anything. Eh? Being sandwiched in that position, and you know, even a nade could have cleared him because the only point of exit is only one way anyway. So, but the game still continues over here with the remaining teams. D plus Kia, I guess, is putting on the pressure over here. And from the last encounter we saw, they're putting the team members for LP Ego Ares in check due to their very favorable position on the high ground. Fabian here, after that with Alter Ego Ares team members on down south, now they do probably spot out these members from THUNDERTALK over here. And Alter Ego Ares is down with 7 elimination points.
Yeah, there's only so much they could do from the edge of the map. We saw D plus Kia, they really put a strong chokehold against all these teams from that high ground. They're also overlooking onto all these members of HORAA Bros. HORAA Bros, they look to be in a decent spot, but some of the portions of this warehouse is open to the taking for RQ to also strike over onto that corner. Gotta be on the lookout. While also, I've highlighted this player just about enough. He goes in for the shutdown up against Federalis. So that has definitely been an impeccable range that he's covered from that angle. Meanwhile, more and more nades lobbed by HORAA Esports. We see what they've done to Team Falcons, and they're doing it up against RRQ's name on the ground.
I don't know how he does it because he doesn't really have anyone. He doesn't really have anyone. You know, he doesn't have any indicator of where exactly is the opponents are. So he has to cook it with holes able to connect. It's 6 cents, and also rely on the information provided by the team members on a different angle. Now Malik does manage to get on top, but was not able to actually get a positive outcome from this trade-off. And with that, yeah, RRQ is going to be clearing out the members from HORAA. So HORAA is going to be eliminated in 6th place, 4 elimination points, which makes it our final 5 is here. We have DK, we have TIANBA, we have TT, RRQ, and HORAA Bros.
I love how RQ Ryu is playing this round. They understood their assignment where they are just gatekeeping teams from entering from that zone, and TIANBA is the next on the list. Trying to hold right through. YY barely has any health left, but they are lobbing those grenades, trying to actually wither down some of all the control that RQ has. And now with a perfect spray with the Vector hitting in the late game. That was impeccably done, but here comes Aking. Aching. Whichever way you pronounce it, it's probably going to be right anyways. And anyways, with that push, TIANBA somehow reaches right through, and now it's down to No Mercy. He falters to the ground. This proves to be little too much, but you still have the Pekko. It's still going to bring a little bit more pain towards Unchained over onto the back end, knocking him down. That opens up that space. RQ can now fall back. This is the first time that we're looking at RQ settling into the top 4. Can they do a lot more work? We're about to find out. My prediction is still holding firm on the THUNDERTALK Gaming, having 3 members on board. But quickly as it goes, Noble is the one to deter the advancement coming in from Zing. Knocked down from that monster truck, and now he's on the approach, looking for another target. They are hoping for a pickup, but this is a late smoke coming in, and that will be kill secured for Noble.
This Noble, he has such great vision on where most of the remaining players are here on the map. He's capitalizing on this. He's doing great shots over here. It does connect, able to translate into kills. And look at that nade being thrown a little bit more. It should be enough to actually take him up as well. And there it goes. King from THUNDERTALK is going to be down together with Y, making them eliminated in 4th place with 5 elimination points. The 3 final teams over here, TIANBA looking very promising as they do have a full stack of 4 players remaining. They're going up against RRQ and DK. Now, DXK, the thing about them is that they've capitalized on this whole high ground advantage for so long now. Are they able, is this going to be good enough for them to actually get winner chicken dinner against TIANBA? RRQ only remains 1 player.
Yeah, and adding on top of that, TIANBA finally finds the mark up against RQ. So it's TIANBA versus TBK. Numbers advantage for TIANBA, but take a look at the circle. It's fully controlled by D plus Kia right now, so they just have to zone off these members coming right through. It's a 2-2 split going on. PL side now lobs that grenade. It does catch a little bit of damage onto Noble, but not enough to take him down just yet. YY's going to take that far range approach, coming in from the back just to support Ching for a little bit more. Fabian now holds the right hand side flank while one member hides all the way from the hillside. I hope that there is decent angles enough for that player to be able to chime right through. That is going to be Chips. That will play a pivotal role on where not D plus Kia gets the win or not.
Yeah, DXK has a lot of utilities as well from their end, so this could be a big advantage for them. I really thought Nobu was actually just a bait just to distract and assume that the remaining team members are on that side, but on Fabian's side, he does have a few smoke nades on that side, so they kind of know they are spread apart from another. So the thing about TIANBA is that since they are close to one another, they could, if you have a frontal fight, I'm guessing that TIANBA will come out on top of here. So they have to make a move because, yeah, the circle's closing in here. TIANBA still holding on strong to one another. Noble for D plus Kia, even though they are actually on the lower ground, they're still able to connect their shots, which means that they still have an opportunity over here. So the trade is still happening. No one is going down. Noble's taking cover behind the vehicle. Here comes the spin by something. Noble's the one getting on top, getting up on 2 as well, making it a 2v3 situation, 3v4, but still one of them is going to be down for the count. NSL, another cover. Something even throws it. Does it connect? Yes, it does. Mighty does to put him down as well.
And here goes Mighty. Mighty's the only one left. And what a convincing win from D plus Kia as they once again win another round here in Miramar. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. TIANBA almost looked to be convincing us with that knock onto Fabian, but they were spread too thin. There was barely any angles left. The flank angle hold coming out of these members of D plus Kia was phenomenal. They just know what exactly to do at that right point in time. Chips, he knew that he could not stay on that far end of the hill too long. He came in at the right time to give just about enough support to seal the deal. So this is it, ladies and gents. One more win for the Korean's finest, D plus Kia, as they have been one of the finest international teams to play in the tournament.
What more can we say? I think they played really, really well despite the disadvantage in terms of positioning, the disadvantage in terms of numbers. They played it out well. I think the strategy, they kept themselves composed. They were aiming for the win. It was very, very obvious, and they did a lot. Look at the damage output, look at the damage taken, meaning that they fought through a war to get to where they are, and they reap the benefits from it. This is what they get. They get loads of elimination points. They get loads of placement points as well by getting the winner chicken dinner. And yeah, stats don't lie here. Look at the amount of heat. Look at the damage output coming up from every single one of them. And this is going to be insane. And this is definitely going to propel them in terms of their rankings on the leaderboard over here.
Yeah, the reason why they've been kings of Miramar is that they know how to play through the terrains like the back of their hands. So you saw the amount of control that they have from that high elevated spot. They zoned out Alter Ego, they zoned out RQ. They were just confident to take on TIANBA. They're not allowing them to slowly march in, because as much as they have those bird's eye vision, TIANBA could easily strike them back. So they are trying to choke some of these positions away from TIANBA, and that was perfectly played out. THUNDERTALK Gaming also did decently. The last we saw them, they were also playing on the lower side of the hill. They have a good compounded hole. They were just hoping that the zone would close towards their side, but it wasn't to their favor at all, so they bow out. But when you match up against Himson, I think Himson has shown a lot of damage output. They were fighting up against the Savior, and there was also Void Donkey and so many other teams that they were battling up against. So HCAN, they were definitely on the well regards of this match.
Yeah, and I think that this is definitely a very convincing win. This was by no say, it was definitely not sure luck. They played it on a very high level gameplay, and it translated into this victory for them. And I think if you look at this, like MVP here for Gigo, MVP for the match, Nobu, no doubt for sure. I think he played exceptionally well. The damage output he did, 1.2k by himself, and 8 elimination points. I had the most amount of elimination points for the team as well, and this is definitely great contributions as well. Also to highlight, the thing about D plus Kia is that they had to traverse so much in this map because the circle wasn't favoring them so much. It so happens that halftime through the game, they were at a really good position where they were so up high ground, they could see almost where everyone was and then just capitalize on it. Their shots were on spot, and yeah, this it translated to this very, very big victory. And look at his top performance team as well. 1.2k alone, and also credits to his teammates, Chaps and Osal, 631, 536. Even HK also made it into the charts with 3 elimination points and 743 damage.
Yeah, it shows a lot when you have 3 out of 4 members to be the top performers of the map. So it wasn't the sit around and find out kind of situation, because D plus Kia, they definitely started off on a decent location. I say that, but it was quite a far rotation for them. It's just that they take this slow route and somehow smartly positioned themselves over the top end of the hill. They were also trolling right behind TIANBA for the entire time. So it was a little bit of a stretch between the teams who ended up in the top 2, while a lot of the teams were fighting over the hillside. You know, Creative Fields isn't exactly the easiest of place to play off. And look at that. D plus Kia, they moved in from the south and bring out Pozo, and they had to push from that low ground to claim that territory up against HKN. So, you know, they had to really work their way out while fights were happening all over the map. And if we take a closer look into what happens later on, a lot more teams were focused over onto the northern side of the terrain. So after they take that win against HKM, they just fully dominated this area where they have that perfect vision on every other team.
Yeah, and if you see their positioning, how they make way, I think they were not in a rush. They were fine with approaching it by hugging the outside perimeter of the circle, and it worked out well. And I think it's not just about hugging the outside perimeter of the circle. They knew at which point they need to make their way forward, so they do understand the terrains well enough to see which will put them at an advantageous situation, which fights to pick, and more. And of course, these are the match ranking for match 16, and this is what we're going to talk about here. Not just the rank points of 10 points, but they accumulated together 17 elimination points. Now 27 points here in the back for D plus Kia, and I'm excited to see where they stand on the leaderboard. Followed by second with TIANBA with 6 rank points, in second 5 elimination points, RQU in third with 5 rank points and 5 elimination points.
And this could very well be the highest point gathered by any team so far, or if not one of the highest in the round with 27 points. So that being said, they have definitely shown what they could potentially do, being the current case of Miramar. Their stats absolutely don't lie at all. But throughout the course of the run, we saw so many battles, but it's a lot back and forth, some within the city range, and some of them managed to go in for multiple rebuffs. So you see high amount of knocks hitting into this round. But with that chicken dinner, now DK finds themselves in the top 5, knocking down BTR2 positions with a slight surge coming out of Alter Ego at the same time. And THUNDERTALK Gaming, they also pushed 2 positions upwards into number 7, while the top 3 remains unchanged.
Oh yeah, and of course the top 3 here, although unchanged, there was not much shift in between them as well. They did manage to square the gap between one another. But I do like the shifts happening. DK from page number 2 to page number 1. In the top 5 up there, that's insane. And some of the things to say, ASI 8, they did manage to climb from day 1 to day 2, 6th to 4th. But right now, on day 3, after conclusion of the 4th match, they currently in 10th place. So they need to get back up on their feet as they only have one more match to play here from the official 6 matches of the day. TIANBA, after getting second in that round here, Contra, has climbed from page number 3 to page number 2 with only one more rank away from making it to that safety net of top 16.
That's what I tell you. A good performance can send you really far ahead. Now the race is on. It's either TIANBA, Team Secret, or DRS to play that bonus round by the end of the circuit tonight. And Vampire Esports are also pushed into the bottom end of the page at 19. There is a glimmer of hope, but hope is only hope if you don't work hard enough. And that is going to be the case where these 4 teams, if they were to play in these final 2 matches, what will be the result? What will be the verdict? And they cannot afford to slip up at all. So unfortunately, only one of them will get, or should I say maybe a few of them will be able to get themselves into Vikendi. So for now, we go on break, and when we come back, we move back in to ERANGEL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ruthless Clash of Giants. My name is Flavor, together with Contra over here. If you guys don't know it, featuring 27 of some of the best or the top PUBG Mobile teams that the world has to offer. And of course, Contra, 4 maps down. Now there's for Team B, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, sorry. The teams in Group B have played out 3 matches already, and they only have 1 more match remaining for them to gather the last round of points. And meanwhile, Team ANC will be going up against one another here. But before all that, ladies and gentlemen, here are some amazing deals here from Gabivo. If you guys don't know it yet, you guys can get the UC amount behind to the left through the COG5 coupon code. But of course, the best one has to offer has to be the smart subscription price for first time purchase only. So be sure to grab yourselves some of these amazing UCs from Gabivo.
Head over to gamivo.com, as they have been our amazing UC partners for you to get all the best deals on board. And that being said, my friends, you gotta ensure you check it all out. And not forgetting that we also do have the live comments, but we can feature you guys so long as you guys hashtag COG5 as well as hashtag Gamivo. And if you're lucky, your comments will be featured in our live stream. So go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask us anything at all. So we've got some really fun questions today. A couple of days ago, it was all serious questions on, what's our perspective on certain regions and which teams are the most underrated. We haven't got overrated teams. Honestly, there's no such thing as overrated teams because you saw how well these players have been doing so far in each respective match. Now, we got a fair share of chicken dinners distributed. A couple of chicken dinners in the first half of the day was won by these teams coming from Southeast Asia. Right now, the Koreans get the taste of their own from that match 16. Now we move back to ERANGEL, the final 2 match, this being the penultimate round for the phase 1 before we go into the bonus points. So right now, we will have Group A to face off against Group C.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm very sure everyone's excited to see the outcome at the conclusion of all this. But hold on to your horses over here. Group A and Group C. Now, for Group A, I do believe, for those who do not know, this is actually going to be the last match that they're going to be playing here for the day. So whatever points they accumulate up to this point, after conclusion of this match, that's going to be the last one they can actually get. Meanwhile, Group C, they still have another match going up against Group B later on. Of course, we're going to be down to our predictions over here, and I'm going to be showing some love to ASI8 for this round.
All right, if it's going to be ASI8 to take this one, I don't want to go for safe options right now. The main focal point right now, Vampire Esports and some of all these names like IHC, there's also Stalwart and a few other names that are currently in the danger zone. And I'm thinking that TIANBA right now is holding on to that spot. I think TIANBA has the tenacity to pull through. I'm going for TIANBA this time. Don't say that I'm PEL favored just because my predictions have been PEL for the past couple of games.
It sure has been leaning it out.
It looks like that.
But it's not the case. It's not
based on stats. Based on stats, they are looking really good right now. But I am happy to be proven wrong because Vampire Esports is a quality team. Same could be said about all these other names like DRS. Actually, you know what? Production, switch it up a little bit. Switch it up a little bit. I did it yesterday. I'm sorry. I gotta put my boys DRS. I'm rooting for them. I hope that DRS makes it into that bonus round.
So you're saying the other team is not your boy then?
I mean, TIANBA's still great, but
I'm guessing based on the recent. I don't blame you on this because on the recent plays, I'm guessing that production is like, if you don't pick them, we'll take it. We're gonna show them some love. Yeah.
Okay.
So you see, production had to do it. What have you done?
I mean, I'm happy to see both of them actually make it through together. And as a matter of fact, there is chances that could very well happen. Now, what my question here remains is that Group B, they're not playing in this match. Team Secret has to play catch up. They are going to be watching this live stream right now, hoping that both of these teams, they don't score points at all. And maybe Secret can actually have a chance.
Yeah, I agree. And this applies to all the teams in Group B from RRQ, T2K, HK. Yeah, HK is not going to be here, and they're going to face land our top 2 teams here at the current rankings. Boy Donkey ID, Former Kabai, Secret, Harame Bros, and DRX. I guess they're going to sit tight, relax. This could be their cooldown period before they go crazy on round number 18 here. Yeah, so I think for Group A, this is going to be their final round here for the main place for phase 1. So it's either they go crazy, some of them can't play safe, they have to be a little bit crazy, but is that going to translate into them getting points or them getting eliminated? So you could play safe for placement, or you can go crazy for elimination.
Yeah, it's either go big or go home. That's the only thing that we could say as a TLDR for most of the teams that are on board. And, you know, right now, the stakes aren't too high. Sure, there's bragging rights on being number 1 by the end of phase 1 for either FaZe Clan or HKM. But what's for certain, we will definitely see them moving into Vikendi rounds because they are very, very safe. So after Group A concludes, I would still suspect, you know, some of all these names like the Savior, Alter Ego, they should still be staying put. D plus Kia, after that chicken dinner as well, they should be well on their way. But what about the other side of the current team, DRX? They have definitely shown stability, but when it comes down to ERANGEL, it hasn't been the cleanest run for DRX.
Yeah, and I think that since this is going to be, it makes it more important for you to actually have a great run here this time about itself. And this will apply to some of the other teams who's being featured in page number 2 and page number 3. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to be jumping into the game, so let's go.
It is the penultimate round of the group stages here in phase 1. After the conclusion of the groups, we will see the top 16 to play out in our exclusive Vikendi matchup. Now, we haven't really talked too much about Vikendi as a whole. I did have this conversation with Sir Cloud that we missed that map so much because it is going to be a fresh breath of air for so many of these teams, because the last time Vikendi was featured in competitive play was back in 2018, 2019. That circle of an era feels like a lifetime ago. So that is going to be a big curveball, and only the top cut of this tournament gets to play that exclusive round.
It did feel a little bit weird because you put in such a small map into the mix of 2 gigantic maps like ERANGEL and MIRAMAR. So I'm guessing that mix, yeah, like you said, it was so long ago, and I'm guessing that there are reasons, and it puts some teams off guard because you're too used to playing at such big maps, and you jump into something like that where you do expect non-stop team fights happening at every point and turn, you know. But yeah, I think we'll have plenty of time to actually converse on that later on once we get to the point, once we identify who our top 16 is. And of course, let's talk a little bit about the flight path over here. I think it's very fair from the PUBG Mobile gods from top to bottom. Oh!
You say it's fair?
Okay, I take back. I think I jinxed it. But if I was a viewer, if I was a spectator, I'm entertained. I'm fine with it. You know, I don't mind.
Yeah,
I don't mind the circle.
You know why I'm happy? Because I'm not getting episode 4 of Pochinki again. So that is one good reason to be happy, but we are now getting that fight between D plus Kia versus Megatron Knights inside of the areas of Milta. It's going to be TIANBA versus DRS. We've seen this before, a couple of fights in between, but it is Chama. He lands that double knock with the M249. What an insane pickup of an arsenal of a weapon in the early span of the game, but it is going to be X that falls down. He's on that akimbo. Couldn't really land those blows through the window, and now crossbow? Yo, what's the setup we're looking at? This looks illegal. He has an akimbo.
you gotta make things work, man. But yeah, I guess with that, TIANBA is going to be the first eliminated here from the competition. Woo.
It's Chama. He's got that crazy M249 just weighing everybody down. And you saw, what does X have? He's holding on to a freaking crossbow. Of all things. But hey, they won that fight fair and square. Clean run. Falcons Force now takes on Alter Ego. We've seen these episodes before, and we're just getting fights in different corners of the map. Also now takes on another member of the side of BTR. I'm starting to lose count, my friend.
Yeah, I think there's so many things to cover. Production is trying the level best because team fights are happening so proactively here at the start of the match, which is something I would say not common here for an ERANGEL, because you would expect one to happen, but for multiple at such a big map, it's quite rare. But Bigatron Knights here, I think that Rosemary getting shot out by East from Falcons, but it's going to be returned from his teammates as well. Bigatron to have a shootout with D plus Kia here. What a battle, but things are not done yet here in between them. D plus Kira on the other side. Meanwhile, the two team members of Bigatron on this side try to do a wraparound from the sides. So one on the inside is going to be Fabian over here. Does look like a 3v2 battle. And production's also giving us a little bit of insights on the battle between Team Falcons and Alter Ego Esports on the bottom right camera.
More stakes involved for Team Falcons as action gets taken down. Hasn't been working all too well for the Mongolian side, as he also get a little bit of sucker punch coming in from Alva. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's pretty much harm. You know, players, they love to take jabs at each other, quite literally, from time to time. So, two members down from Team Falcons for the moment. So, IC as well as Top. They match this fight out. Oh, with the akimbo! This double MP7 is doing work, and he's going for a double! And he turned the tides around against Alter Ego. This could be a very good chance right now. IC does not have any meds. He got to do it justice, but hey, that's not fair. That's a shotgun that he's holding. But from the back, it's coming off. This could be it. He does find a little bit of the angle, but it will be a quick recovery coming from Octa to eventually take out Team Falcons. Sorry to say, Team Falcons, they won't make it to Vikendi.
Oh, yes, and quite unfortunate for them here, bowing out quite early as well. Meanwhile, we look at Alter Ego Esports. They didn't come out unscathed from all these early trade-offs. They really lose out two of the team members, so they have to make do with the remaining two team members that is still alive at this moment throughout this map. So it's going to be a very, very long journey for them, and we'll see how they want to approach, because it's going to be different. They're very aggressive, they're very proactive, and we'll see how far that's going to carry them, or are they going to be more disciplined here in the remaining fights. Meanwhile, for Stalwart Esports, it's been a while since we saw them in action or being the highlight here in the match, as I think the last time was when, also in Miramar, I think it was 2 matches ago, when they were on high ground, but they got picked off because of too much of attention going on. This time it's going to be Vampire Esports just right at the corner over here. Nuzi having a 1v3 battle here at this tournament. Where are the other remaining team members of Vampire Esports? Still nowhere to be seen within the screen here that we are looking at.
I'm trying to take a look at the mini map right now, where the nade does actually connect. Here comes the arrival of Tony K, but he's also being shredded out by another player on the outskirts. Not an easy task for the rest of Vampire Esports to bridge this compound. And here we go. Tony K at least finds that trade up against Orgui, and then immediately gets traded back one for one. Stalwart Esports actually thriving in this skirmish, where we see a scatter approach coming in from the rest of Vampire Esports, where this isn't exactly the easiest task to continue on with the battle. But we've seen so many of all these instances when the circle pops into the island. What do? It's either you choose to commit to a battle, stay over on the mainland, or else you take that risk. You might even die middle of the rotation trying to cut over the bridge, which is another risk of itself. So Vampire Esports, this overcommitment still results into nothing. Whereas Stalwart Esports, they take all the glory in this battle.
Oh yeah, and finally, I think a very okay outcome for them. They didn't manage to bag in 2 elimination points for them at this particular moment, but I think they're just gonna take it. And I think they're also in a very okay position here in terms of ranking. They're currently 14. So if possible, they want to gather a little bit more so they can actually be in a much more comfortable position and secure the top 16 by the end and the conclusion of this match. here. The thing about, like you mentioned just now, Vampire, they're quite scattered because I think that it's a stone at the top end of the map, and he's not even there. So there's no way anyone can actually provide any support for the teammates from Vampire Esports if they're down for the count. Now, interesting enough here, Contra, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the PUBG Mobile gods has been quite naughty, and you see the circle, right? It's barely touching, not saying barely, but slightly, I think slightly over touching on the bridge side, right? Meaning that the bridge battles are going to be much sweeter and much more entertaining. Now, do you want to cross? Not like, the thing is, if you cross too early, it might be back on the mainlands. If you
Yep.
was a bit too late, then
We
you
got a
are
lot
forced.
coming.
Yeah, so that's a lot. So the teams on the other side is like waiting for information to come. So we will see if the PUBG Mobile gods are favoring which side, the mainlands or the islands.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we have Sugam Tapa that asks, when is the next tournament for Ruthless Hype Esports? Well, you got to stick around to find out because we will keep you guys updated. So make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe. I can't give you the answers yet because we are focused on this current COG 5. But my short answer to you is yes. Yes, we will have another tournament. When exactly? Soon. That's going to be the answer. I don't have the dates, but I know somebody with the dates.
Yeah.
Perhaps. But they're not going to tell me anything just yet. So I can't tell you guys too because I don't have that info. Like you said, that circle, it's going to pull everybody to the island. And back to what I'm trying to echo the same sentiment. Because of this circle, teams just say, you know what? Screw moving into the circle. Let's commit to the fight whenever we see somebody because that can guarantee us points. If we can win that battle, maybe we get a chance to get in the island. Or else, so be it. Because at least this is a better shot than to full send it to the island where you have how many campers around this bridge by itself? We're looking at least 3 campers on each side of the bridge.
Yeah, and you don't have this information at hand. It's just that it so happens that we have a top-down view of things, right? So they don't have this information. It's very risky. The thing is, if you're by the edge, you could take that risk to immediately cross, but both sides, the east and west, are being held on by multiple teams. So I guess that's gonna be the whole idea. You have to clear out everyone on the mainland before you can cross. And the battle on the other side of the bridge is a different story altogether. And I guess these teams like Alliance, ASI8, THUNDERTALK, and A1 and Roy are going to be benefiting by already being in the island already right now, leaving the other teams to solve their own intercontinental water problems right now. So meanwhile here, Alliance and A1 Esports, I guess they are the only ones in such a spacious military base area here. So yeah, but they are stretched out on the other end. I guess they're not gonna treat off anytime soon.
Mr. Fancy Smancy flavor with the intercontinental waters. Like,
been keeping that in the books.
I've been trying to figure out what exactly is this guy doing, but as for TJB, they know very well that their assignment is to clear out anybody with insight, and that includes the lighthouse. So that's one lurker on the bridge, all sorted out. But the Saber, they're still in the blue, and TJB also spots that out. Look at the sharp eyes that CC has. This was just one small little moving target, and immediately shoots on anything that moves. That just goes to show you how sharp these players coming from PEL and the rest of the international teams are. And the other side of the intercontinental waters, it is DRS dominating with that 5 points.
Oh yeah, I thought our conversation was revolving around teams having to sort out the issues on the other side, right? It seems that the teams on the island are not gonna allow that. They also have their eyes set on the other side, so I guess the battle is gonna be that much harder. But of course, within the compound over here, Stalwart Esports together with DRS, HORAA Esports on the other end. Oh, this is going to be a 3-way battle. But Krita from Stalwart is going to be having this 1v2 battle against the members of DRS. The other 2 members from SDE has their own problems as HORAA Esports is on that end, is fighting against them. So SDE has their hands full over here, and this is going to be tough. So they have to ensure that, hopes that at bare minimum they can win one of the 2 battles. But one of them already lost here, and they are eliminated on both ends. I guess that's quite unfortunate for them.
Yeah, just like what you said, they got pulled on each each corner facing off against different squads. DRS actually having a great one so far. I'm glad I changed my prediction. TIANBA is already out. That means that they are at risk of not making it into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, to the bonus round. Finals is yet to be confirmed because we still have the weekend to play out. Tomorrow we take a break, so make sure you hit that sub button because tomorrow we take a little break. We'll update you guys. Same time, we're going to start over on our weekend run over the course. Now, continuing on to the battles, a lot of teams are still out there in the zone. Like I said, they don't see no way into the zone, so they say, you know what? We'll fight to the death, like Vikings, like Barbarians, and like any other warriors, you name it, from wherever region they're from. IHC now strikes down the member of BTR. They find one inside a shack, but there's still more looking out in the open coming from BTR.
Yeah, I think for them, they're like anyone they can actually get at this point, you know. But the thing is, they're within the blue area anyway. So, but in this one, Bigatron gets eliminated in 13th place. Still 5 elimination points. I guess that's still good for them. A1 is doing great because the other teams on the other side don't realize that A1's the only team here on this side who's holding on to the West Sprint. So anyone that comes by, A1's waiting. Look at this guy. He's gonna juke from the left to the right, but is that going to be enough? Claw drives by to the left side and survives, but the blue is still there. Nope, not running away from A1 Esports. Now down in 12th place. Look at this, just shooting out people.
Wow. A very chaotic scene, and now at least all the chaos have subsided, but trouble still lies ahead for whoever's over on mainland. TJB, we last saw them taking over that lighthouse. They have yet to make that cut across. They're really trying to hold other teams hostage, and that other team being IHC. And, you know, I got to commend DRS because they are the juggernauts of the Blue Zone. Them as well as HORAA Esports. I think the South Asians, they absolutely love those late rotations, but IHC, they're taking the short end of the stick. They are slowly being depleted. I'll tell you what, Flava, by the end of this run, we'll see less elimination points, and majority of it has been claimed by AKA Blue Reaper that, you know, Andy loves to say. So, TJB finds a knock. That could be potentially another point added to the table for TJB. But what more is there to with A1 Esports once again denying entry, this time against Alter Ego?
Oh, yeah. So I guess Rosemary didn't manage to actually get the necessary passes to cross over to the other side, denied by A1 Esports over here. So this is going to be insane. But Alter Ego Esports still surviving here. They still have yet another play. Is he able to actually make his way? It's going to be Octa here, but he does get shot from the sides and gets picked off in the hands of A1 Esports. Down goes yet another team in their hands. A1 is enjoying this. They're in such a very promising position right now, and the circle is siding towards them. It's leaning more towards the west side of the military, so that's the military base area. So this is great. So all teams are being pulled to their end.
Oh boy! HORAA Esports, they crash right through the course up against ASI8. Well, we will actually see that put to a halt as Sky has been brought down. IQ managed to hold down the line. I'm surprised ASIA, they only have one member being knocked down. IQ should be picked up in a jiffy. So it is going to be a slight reset going on. Why this time? Not so much of a good angle for him to work out over the course of the hangar of the middle base, as the rest of DRS has managed to spot him out. King has to hold off of the far angle, and Thundertalk Gaming, they love playing inside of that Nova Noise sector. They still reap the benefits of being inside of the island, while ASI slowly being struck down by lightning. By lightning, I mean Malik right here that closed up the gap, and this is where they continue to put on the lurk. Down to Falak, the only surviving member of ASI8.
Yeah, I think he's the only one on his 2 feet here. ASI8, it looked very promising because the only hurdle they had was only HORAA Esports, but that was really not the case. While they were having that battle, Roy was capitalizing on the whole situation from different sides, which led to it being a very disadvantaged situation for ASI8 because they did not expect this. So with that, ASI8 from a very advantageous in terms of numbers, but because having a three-way battle up against yet another team on the central side, Roy Esports, they are now down for the count in the hands of Team HORAA Esports. Meanwhile, here, Alliance, we haven't seen much from them because things has been very quiet within the military base area. No teams were engaging up together with them, so they've been running on their own here in the map. But it does seem that we missed out on some of the action because the only remaining two members from them is only Leon's as well as Kasim and another, I believe, because we don't quite see it, it's going to be Toji. So only three team members from Alliance. So we assume one of them got picked up somewhere along the way. So these are the remaining teams over here. HORAA in a very okay position because it's not so cluttered up in the southern side, but on the top side looks very entertaining over here as A1 IHC is over there. It's either they engage against one another or A1 will just do a wraparound from the north to the west side and make a much more peaceful entry.
You say peaceful, I say they will also get clipped by Roy Esports because now they don't really get to hold on to that kill. It's no longer valuable as compared to what we taught it to be. So chances are A1 Esports, they will have to make that swing of rotation like you said. So Hitman, he managed to clear out one more member coming out of IHC. Being singled out, not much that IHC can do about the situation because they are being scattered from across. Godless holding on to the other side of the compound. Whereas A1 Esports, they still are very healthy. That is definitely certain that they could still pull off a very deep run in comparison to some of the teams that have been further weakened on their journey into the island. IHC trying to trade right back, spots out Rowdy, but that is all to it. They can still at least hug towards the spinal heel, and this time they're journeying towards the south side, so perhaps they might be locked right in to battle up against HORAA Esports while King continuously attack Alliance, so that maybe answers the question of how Alliance loses that one member early on.
Yeah, but it does seem that A1 managed to actually clear up things going off on the north side, but not enough as VJX has made his way. He's not in a position to save his teammates anyway, so IEC is just left out with one team member, and he's going to play a little bit more passive and secure as much placement points as possible. Meanwhile, here, Alliance, as mentioned before, we haven't seen much going on from them because they have been distancing themselves from fights. They are within quite a good, they do have a little bit of cover and they have not been under any kind of shots, so which indicates that no teams have a clear view on clearing them out. But THUNDERTALK, they do see a little bit of movements. They couldn't tell who it is, but not taking any shots upon those team members at the moment. But so far, as mentioned before, looks kind of peaceful from everyone. Roy being in the center of everything. No shots yet. No reason to have to unless somebody has a clear shot. And I guess people are waiting for the next circle to commence before people start making movements and forced to actually make any attacks here.
Yeah, Lion's kind of stuck in a really dangerous situation right now. Wherever they go, they will have bullets being sent their way from the side of THUNDERTALK Gaming. And it's only stage 4, and we're only looking at 6 teams now moving into stage 5 already, as well as we'll hit over round 6 in a couple of moments' time. We expect not much that can be achieved coming into stage 5 here because everyone's just hugging into a safe area play for the moment until they are being forced to move out. So the onus is on Alliance right now. Do they have smokes to actually make their way across? That is going to be a big question. Whereas Roy Esports, they've already spotted out Malik as well as the entirety of HORAA Esports. So with this hard shift, it could actually throw a big curveball to either side of this party. But Roy, no matter what happens, they're in the direct center. They should be rewarded by holding in that compound. And yes, they will be.
Yeah, it's still there in the middle. So Roy just have to keep holding on. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the terrain on where exactly the position of Roy is. Yeah, so we're about to see right now. So I guess
they're holding 2 compounds.
Yeah, so they have 2 compounds to hold here, which makes it okay. It's some better. They do spot out the team members from HORAA here. No Fear is currently down. Meanwhile, one of the Roy team members trying to cook up a nade, but decides to actually cancel out because it's under some shootings. While all this happening, IAC shoots us on Kasim, but gets knocked out in the hands of THUNDERTALK. Third-party shots over here. So I guess TT is going to be bagging that elimination for themselves. This might be a battle between Alliance up against TT, but Alliance is in between Roy and TT here at the current moment. So any wrong movements in here, they're going to get cleared up, get sandwiched in between these 2 teams.
Yeah,
there's also Roy behind. There's also HORAA.
as much as they are sandwiched in between, right? Like they make that last-ditch effort to move deep in between the territory. They lose one member, but now they are zoning off THUNDERTALK Gaming. That is the most important point. While I see they were the late movers, they get clipped off. And look at Alliance. They have this bold. They can defend so long as the members of Roy Esports do not push out against them. So they're going to be safe. But THUNDERTALK, not so much. Now, the problem lies in this situation. They're still at the SIA that they could basically utilize, so they will quickly use this vehicle to maybe crash over this position up against Alliance to commit to the fight. Now, A1 Esports, they're the healthiest team other than THUNDERTALK at the moment. So if THUNDERTALK loses members to Alliance or even Roy Esports, this could very well be a good game for A1. But I can't forget Roy Esports, they are holding the prime location, so they can still dictate who gets sent out of the lobby.
Oh yes, I have to agree with that as well. But Lions doesn't look like they have much good covers. THUNDERTALK is bringing in the heat towards the mama. So this is going to be the shadows we're looking for right here. But he's going to be down for the count. 1-for-1, as mentioned over here, looking for yet another. Will they be able to actually find it right now? Lions is going to be down over here. King! No, this is the man just but enough in time. Alliance gets eliminated over here, leaving 4 more teams over here. Although they didn't manage to actually get one, but Alliance is cleared out here in 5th place. So regroup back by THUNDERTALK. Alliance, it is a cover, but it's just a dip in the ground as well. It's not really that big of a cover. There's not much they can maneuver around, you know. So I guess,
And that takes so much effort in terms of trust from THUNDERTALK Gaming. I can't really believe that, you know, he committed to that full rebot, which he definitely shouldn't have actually done that, because that pulls the risk of THUNDERTALK completely crashing out. It's all down to Sing, and he managed to clutch it, and now they're taking that fight up against A1.
Yeah, Roy still holding on to their very advantageous position over here. A1, it's been a while since we saw them, because they had such a great start here to the match, and this time with the next circle, it is still revolving around Roy, which means that THUNDERTALK needs to march forward and engage with Roy if they want to make their way inside the circle. Malik from HORAA also on the inside as well. They still get another one of his team members on the outside. No, actually he's all alone. A1 on the outside, but I think that should be okay for them to actually make their way a little bit to the south and into the area. Look at this dip that Alliance hold on to earlier, being overtaken by THUNDERTALK. I guess they have to make do with this right now, and Roy being in between. Now, is this position you want to be in? I guess it's still okay for Roy because they're still in the circle, right? But there's a lot of shootouts here. That's HORAA on the other side. That's A1 on that side. That's THUNDERTALK here.
But the problem is that there's only 2 members of Roy Esports, so it's really down to the decision making of THUNDERTALK. They still dictate in this skirmish because they could choose to infiltrate either side of the compound, whether to take the fight up against HORAA Esports, which will be a little bit risky because of the extension up against Roy Esports. So they will, no matter what, by hook or by crook, rush into that compound. So this fight is imminent. The question here remains is that A1 Esports, they also have to do the same. They're the ones to rush up against HORAA Esports, while there is an opportunity that THUNDERTALK will also go in for the invade this time, as everybody put all hands on deck as the fire will burn down the floors of the compound. HORAA has nowhere else to run. Malik tries to heal up. Can he actually survive the brunt of damage? Yes, he does. But 4 members behind him, and he runs out of smoke. We have to say goodbye to A1 Esports. Well, actually, goodbye to HORAA Esports. Well, A1 got 10 elimination points in this round.
Oh, that was great effort coming from HORAA, but unfortunate. That's the most you can actually do by being alone within that compound as well. It stood out as long as possible. And we're looking at Roy being eliminated in 3rd place here, leaving the top 2 contenders, A1 up against THUNDERTALK. Now, both teams have had their fair share of battles here throughout this match itself. Now, who's going to come out on top? Will it be A1, who has been capitalizing on such a prominent position here on the west banks of the bridge, or it is going to be THUNDERTALK, who's hailing from the east side here? But if we look at in terms of numbers, A1 has it slightly better. THUNDERTALK have have made numerous amount of movements throughout the whole map, making their way towards this point. In terms of positioning, there's multiple angles coming on from A1. We have one within the north side, one within the west side. So different angles to work out with. But THUNDERTALK right now, they are still within combat, but they need to make a move here, Contra. They can't stay in there forever. There has to be a point where they go out, there's no vehicles for them to work with. So I guess they just have to run with their 2 feet with hopes that they're able to sustain the firepower trade-off in between them.
THUNDERTALK, they've been fighting against the zone the entire time. Now this is the biggest challenge for the Chicken Dinner. Like you said, A1, prominent position. They have the entire circle to themselves. Now the nades are being sent in from the mid, but he's also going to be chipped out by the blue zone. He has to also make a deeper run in the back. So THUNDERTALK, they tried to single out Mavic first and foremost, but the nades are still putting pressure on the side of THUNDERTALK. There's only a couple of smokes left, and the rest of A1, they see them cornered up, bunched up all together. This is where they will swing all in tandem to slowly chip away the health bars. It's only down to King, and the King has been taken down. All hail A1 Esports to be the victors as the Kings of Sanaska.
Yeah, a big shout out to THUNDERTALK. They fought through a lot of gruesome battles to get to where they are at. A1, they had let's admit, I think A1 had a much more better position for this game from start to finish, and with them winning this, I'm curious to see how much elimination points they have back then up to this point itself. But ladies and gentlemen, they are your winner chicken dinners here for the second last map of the day, aside from the bonus round itself. Map number 17. From the stats here, 5 in the hands of Ellis Hitman. So we have 4 in the hands of Rowdy, 3 in Deathstorm, and 2 for Naveed over here. Wow, this is just insane.
It definitely has been one of the cleanest records out there. We started off with A1 really putting a chokehold onto anybody that arrives onto the far western side of Ridge. And how many teams was that? Alter Ego, there was TJB, and names after names slowly dissipate because nobody gets to get past A1 Esports. And then after that, they took that high ground terrain. And after all of those commotions, even with the hard shift of the zone, they smartly repositioned the hole over on the south side. And that big decision in this match was them taking on HORAA Esports, because HORAA, realistically, they can only overlook onto Roy Esports as well as THUNDERTALK for that third side vision because they were inside the compound. And just because of that intel that they do gain, the rest of these members of A1 Esports, they happily take that space. They won that fight pretty much straightforward in that ordeal. And this could be the best timing for these members of A1 Esports to claim victory, and we will see them further into the rounds, I hope, with this massive win.
Oh yes, most definitely. And I'm curious to see where they stand here at the conclusion of this particular map as well. Now they had a lot more utilities to use. At the end there, they still had a lot more which was not used as well. They were just holding on to it. The thing is, I don't see any way THUNDERTALK could escape unscathed in that final trade-off, because the thing about A1 was they were holding on to so much nades in hand. It's like they're waiting to surprise them with this barrage of nades in the face. And of course, a little bit of head-to-head over here by Octa up against Chama. They do have the fair share of elimination points. Slightly more damage being by Chama from DRS. Same amount of assists. And yeah, team contributions, because most of them's coming up from Octa over here.
Yeah, we saw that Chama himself wiped out the entirety of TIANBA, leaving them no choice but to also answer something. For a moment, I thought it was Jonathan, but it is Hitman. You know, like, it's A1 Esports after all that's actually playing a perfect round, garnering a total of 1,097 damage in total, and he's definitely the man of the hour, where we saw majority of all these areas was fully covered by Hitman alongside with the rest of his members. And also to join him, Rowdy so far has always been present in all these instances where the A1 actually goes in for any form of altercation. Alter Ego, we saw they were fighting on the blue zone on mainland, and they fully commit to that bit. DRS, they did so, but they also had to make their way inbound. Chama got 7 elimination points, but it wasn't the only stuff that DRS has gotten in the back. So I believe it could be a very good double-digit round coming from DRS heading into this equation where we saw half of the lobby, they didn't really get to play the game because of how this circle went all the way into the island.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be looking at some of the rotations by the teams towards the end of the match itself. Now, one of the things I want to look at here, you see teams A1 and TT, they are on, so basically both of these final 2 teams, one is holding on to the east side, one is holding on to the west side. It's just that TT made a much more early entry into the military base side, whereas A1 is like, nah, I think, yeah, we can scoop on a few more points by shooting out the teams who's battling right on the other side of the bridge. Yeah, that's the approach to A1 zone. And TT is just, you know what, we don't want to deal with anyone at the bridge, it's too risky. Why not we just play on the inside and just survive through that? Because it's kind of like mental games, because for the other teams on the other side of the bridge, it's not like they know who's waiting until somebody pops up the hit and, shots fired, and you're like, okay, there is someone, But
yeah,
what are the odds of no one being there? And that was actually the case. TT just left.
That's true enough. And I also do like at a certain point of time, they also went for a 2-2 split decision where they were taking on IC members at the very same entry point.
Yeah.
And A1 Esports, they were smart enough because they saw how the circle shifted. They know no matter what, they don't have to hold on to the bridge for too long because they will still be funneled through that same highway where they will have to enter the zone anyways. So the teams just keep coming, and A1 delivers the full blow. 24 points being rewarded to the victors of the match, while THUNDERTALK, they had to fight tooth and nail. And I say tooth and nail, they only managed to score 4. You saw them striking on the line. Some of these points were actually stolen away. They were trying to take on to Raw Esports members as well. But DRS, look at how amazingly well fought it has been. Chama has taken the majority of the points, and that actually puts them into the top 16 at the current moment.
Yeah, we had this discussion before. It depends on how you want to approach it. It's probably not what you had planned in mind, but it so happens that a lot of elimination points is enough for you to be on the high spots without the placement points, Yeah, so I guess people row, and of course, people are looking forward to this, ladies and gentlemen, the overall rankings of things, okay? And of course, the top 2 teams are not being featured here in the competition. For the teams, Alter Ego Esports managed to climb to 3rd place. For MV dropped out, was not able to play. Bigatron was up with 1, and D plus Kia kind of dropped by 1 over here because they were not able to actually grab out enough points over here. THUNDERTALK, they did perform well, but they still retained their position in a game because they did not accumulate enough. But
this is the page. This is the page we got to talk about.
Is this the highest? +7? I think +6 was the highest before, but +7 placements by A1.
Wow. And just like that, TIANBA sent further down to number 18. Boy Donkeys right below. STE now on that borderline, just 1 point away from DRS. So it was all down to Chama's effort that puts them up above into 15 so that they are currently safe. But hey, there's still one more round, and that's where Team Secret will try to fight back. They got 47 points. Is it realistic enough? Is it too much to ask from Team Secret to pull the last straw out of the bag? Because right now, even VPE, they got plenty more to catch up on to, but it's still within touching distance. So I would still say I see TS, VPE, they're still up in the running. T2K, they need to do something like what A1 Esports did if they want to join the rest of the party of South Asians to be playing in that bonus round. So, this is drama after drama, and we can't wait to see it all unfold. But before that, let's take a short break, and we'll come back for our round in Miramar. This is going to be the final group stage match of phase 1, and right after this, we'll move right into our bonus round in Vikendi, where teams, they can gather points for the grand finals. I'm excited for that, and you know, we talked about drama. We now have a neck-to-neck battle for teams to claw their way into the top 16. It was within a singular digit. TIANBA on the cusp of it as well, so they are not exactly safe. Vampire Esports, Team Secret, they were not exactly playing in that round. Now, are they able to answer back? Are they able to claw their way through? And A1 Esports, after that chicken dinner, they shot all the way up, which we did not suspect them to be able to do so. And perhaps we'll get to see more of all these South Asian teams on board. So keep rooting for them. Flava, it's time for us to, of course, move into the round. But before that, all thanks to our Gamivo partners for bringing us amazing deals.
Oh, yeah. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss out on all these amazing deals from Gamivo. On top of that as well, if you want to feature your questions here at the official COG5 live stream, be sure to drop your question, put in the hashtag COG5 and hashtag Gamivo. And if you're lucky enough, your comment will be featured in our live stream, and us casters will be replying to your comments to the best of our abilities. From events of COG being offline, which we couldn't answer, but like we mentioned, with enough support and with enough chants and noises from you guys, probably the event organizers would consider making an offline event, because you know, sometimes looking at the online ones, it's just not good enough. You want to see the offline one where you can physically cheer for your favorite teams and your favorite players. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed out on all this, this is going to be the last match here for phase 1, which is the last match of match number 18. After this, we'll get to know who the top 16 teams are, who will be featured at the Vikendi bonus match, where the points at the Vikendi will be carried on to the grand finals for the top 16 teams. And these are your two groups being featured here for this round.
Group A, they did not get to play this round, so unfortunately we had to say goodbye to Team Falcons as they end phase 1 unable to qualify, alongside with a few other names as well. But these guys on board, they have this final hurdle on board, and for those who have concluded round on to the past match, this is going to be do or die yet again, especially for Group B members. Man, they gotta put on a show. So what's it gonna be, Flava? You know, I'll let you kick off things first, because this is a very tough task at hand.
Ooh, this is totally tough. Now, to end the day, I think that Harami Bro is definitely going to be the team for this one. Yeah, that's going to be my team. Harami Bros.
Okay, I guess now we're voting not for the chicken dinner, but for who survives to the finals, right?
Oh, for the finals, really?
Yeah,
Only for the ones
I mean, I'm just saying, but it definitely will be rewarding if they actually get to the chicken dinner. I'm thinking, Vampire Esports, maybe? Yeah, let's just go for it.
Tough.
Okay, well, let's see if they make the cut. But to be honest, I kind of want to root for Team Secret as well, but can they both just qualify?
But Vampire is not.
Oh, okay. My bad. If that's going to be the case, switch it up. We're going
I remember
Team Secret.
Yeah. Okay, I get you. I think that's fair. I think you're trying to root for them because just to see if they're able to actually do this final run really, really well. You know, making their way to top 16. Nice prediction, I would say. Yeah, and production going with DRS, the Real Soldiers here as the final prediction here for phase 2. Ooh, this is going to be an exciting one. Who are you guys rooting? Do let us know here in the comments. And of course, as mentioned before, be sure to actually put in the relevant hashtags. Who knows, your questions might just be featured on our official live stream and we'll get to answer them.
That's right. And, you know, DRS, they are currently by the borderline. We were looking at, you know, position number 15 or 16. So without further ado, it's time for us to find out. This is going to be the last Miramar of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning in to match number 18 here at phase 1 of Clash of Giants, featuring 16 amazing giants by the likes of RRQ Ryu, Train to Kill T2K, HK Murderers, Baseland, Boy Donkey ID, For Miracle Vibes, Team Secret, Team Harame Bro, and DRX in Group B, and we also have in Group C, Bigotron Knights, DRS Gaming, ASI8 Esports, IHC Esports, Alliance, Stalwart Esports, Getso Roy Esports, Dong Jabao, and and
That's a long list of names that we have to go through, but only 16 teams will get to play the next round. Some of them have qualified from Group A, who's currently not on board. Unfortunately, one of the names that are not involved is Team Falcons. They have not really shown up throughout the past couple of days, including today. And with this flight path starting from the Oasis hitting into some of the territories of Los Higos, it's still pretty much a very fair flight path balance for teams to be able to reach out to get designated area play. So the usual battles that we've actually seen so far has been around that Los Leones region. We'll probably see Minas Generalis to be so much more quiet because both Vampires as well as THUNDERTALK Gaming, they're not within the region. So T2K says, you know what? We will take that for ourselves. Don't mind us. So DRX, they have started off over the south side. Now, this looks very familiar. We've seen a lot of southern endings before. DRX have won a lot of chicken dinners in Miramar. Could this be the case again for them to solidify their chances to play that bonus round inside Vikendi? And to me, the bonus round of Vikendi is such a wild card because we have to also talk a little bit more about that since we're in this particular battle, but we will first focus on to TJB as they will battle it through against IHC. Upon arrival, Team Secret has been shot. Where exactly is it from? Could be Alliance, could be the Savior, could be any of these names. It has to be Alliance. Once again, follow us on Ruthless Esports. And what I was trying to say about Vikendi is that we will go from scratch again because nobody has established drop points in Vikendi, meaning to say there might just be a lot of hot drops and a lot of fights in Vikendi later when we move into the top 16.
oh yeah, and of course we're seeing some early engagements over here. IHC up against Tong Jiabao Esports in this early segments of the map. So this is going to be a big one here. Something fired here by the SS. Multiple assets over here, but it's not able to connect. Instead, he's going to be down here in the hands of Godless. Meanwhile, still have more team members from the side of Tong Jiabao here, so we're still running it. IHC, so it's going to be a battle for territory in between them, and we'll see who's going to come out on top. Now, interesting enough, Contra, that you mentioned about Vikendi, curious to see how battles will commence because, like you said, I really like the point when you say that nobody's established where the crossroads are, so this is going to be interesting. Meanwhile, here's going to be the rush from IC getting yet another team member from Tong Jiabao, and they're going to be eliminated here early in match number 18, and the game continues.
It's a really rough start for TJB. So unfortunate they were on the cusp of it as well. They were tied with T2K. So we won't be seeing TJB to be part of the list that plays out inside of Vikendi, to say the very least. So they could call in early light, assess the situation, and come back stronger for the weekend. While Jiki, he spots out the rest of Stalwart Esports. Remember this, Stalwart Esports isn't exactly clear off of the top 16. They were by that border. 56 points is the points to beat at this current moment. Boy Donkey also tries to trail right behind Stalwart Esports. They will do everything they can. They are in the center location of this current field of the map. It's still stage 1. It could still swing either favor. Maybe Chumasera could be the new playground, but a lot of times we see that area that DRX is holding to be one of the strong points to be contested heading into the later stages of the match. Same goes to Stalwart Esports. They scattered a few members over the far south. Well, I'm not covering a lot of all these other teams moving in from the north point because they could rotate how many different directions where maybe there's battles, perhaps even not. But it certainly has been a lot quieter moving into the late hours of the night this time, where fights are not as prevalent as we deem it to be this time in Miramar.
I think people are playing a little bit safer this time, knowing it's the last one. If people are not willing to go that aggressive unless you're in a position where you are forced to get a certain number of elimination points and a chicken dinner or very high placement points to actually qualify. Therefore, it would force your hand to actually behave in such way. But for most of this team, like for example, we see Harame Bros, the thing for them is that they've already been in that comfortable position.
Mhm.
All they have to do is ensure they didn't get pushed down a little bit too hard all the way up to 70 place. Because right now they are in 13th play with 66. It looks okay, but who knows? Some of the top teams goes a little bit crazy, and they do spot out here from Alliance. Meanwhile, live comment. Nobody say, what if PL team play regularly global version of PUBG?
Well,
Interesting.
they are already looking at a very strong showing coming in from the PL region. As right now, it's not a LAN event, right? It's all being done online. Maybe you could argue that there are ping differences that they have to deal with, and also knowing for the fact that PL players have to use VPN to play online, that's already a slight curveball. So it is definitely a very interesting question where I want to dive deeper into the intricacies, the kind of complexity of things, of how things are currently at, because of how the global servers are being run versus how BGMI is being run, as well as the Chinese version of PUBG Mobile, or should I say Game for Peace. So there's so many different iterations. I would still say the PL teams have done well. Remember Nova Esports? Yeah, they have definitely thrived back in those early days. And there's so many other names out there. TIANBA is still one of the heavy hitters in the round, but we focus back into action. RQ wants to take the fight up against Alliance. Chaotic Luke Koji. There's also being shot from the back from HORAA Bros, so it wasn't exactly the best spot to be. So they are currently dealing with two sides of the coin. Which side will they take? A little bit of that pressure coming from HORAA Bros, which they want to secure first and foremost to keep their teammates alive. But the rest of our RQ, they're already swarming it right in. That Molotov will put him out of place. Alliance, they will not make the cut for the Vikendi round.
Yeah, so they're gonna bow out super early over here. RRQ knew that they were not gonna allow Elias to have any breather here at the moment, so they have to just go in for the clearance. Meanwhile, Harame Bros is gonna be Federales. It's been a while we saw him putting a little bit spotlight on him together with Jappy, making a run from it as they are currently under fire. Meanwhile, T2K, what is going on over here with the vehicle? They are potentially going up against ASI8. Now, interesting enough for these two teams here for T2K is that they're also scavenging around to actually get a lot of points so they can actually make it to that top 16 spot. It's going to be quite a hurdle because they're currently at 35 here and looking for a lot of points. But ASI8, they are in a much more comfortable as they're number 10 here. So in this trade-off, T2K can't afford to get eliminated at this point, as that will destroy their dreams in being in Vikendi later on in the final map of the day. And here we are, Contra, look at all these teams making their way down south towards safety and finding a place that they can call home for the next remaining circles.
All the way down south again. Very familiar. It feels like we're writing another different script for Miramar, but did you just see that shot coming from IQ? ASI8, they struck against T2K, and it's just troubles lurking up ahead. T2K, they're already having a big deficit to even move into the top 16, whereas ASI8, they are in the top 10. They're not too concerned. They can drop this round and say, hey, we're still going to be playing in the side of Vikendi. So they're just going to go all out. So right now, I would say the top heavy teams, they play with confidence. The ones that are below 16 or around top 14 are the ones worried for their own lives. Like up to the point of DRS, they're the current ones that are holding that firm spot. 57. Last year it was 56 because that's Stalwart Esports. But, Stalwart Esports can still overtake DRS. Just saying that there is that possibility.
Yeah.
And this circle is not really favoring any other team but DRS as well as Stalwart Esports. So I would say Stalwart Esports, they're happy to play this out slowly and steadily. But what about Team Secret? They're already under fire, and it is HORAA Bros gunning after them.
Oh yeah, and of course this could be an early answer to your questions whether or not Team Secret will be able to actually continue their journey here into the top 16, or will they bow out here in the hands of their opponents. And team that actually spotted out, it so happens to be Stalwart Esports, who also have their own good reasons on why they can't lose out at this point, because they are literally there, 16th place. So this is not the time. They need to scavenge around for a little bit of points for themselves to be at a much safer spot. HORAA Bros here up against Roy. So things a little bit Jack here at the moment. Shots are being fired. Jappy gets a little bit cover. Hopefully it's enough to protect themselves from the shots from their opponents at the score moment. And it does seem that Krita is going to be getting a little bit cover and just run away from all these trade-offs.
My. We saw that spread coming for HORAA Bros as they take on multiple fronts of a fight, and now they score 5 points. Roy Esports, first one to be out here from that southern region of the map. So HORAA Bros, they overwhelmed them, but it's only down to Jappy. So that fight actually took a whole lot out of the Filipino side. RQ has arrived to the scene. RQ sends them out completely, but it has been a massive 7-corner round for HORAA Bros. We will see them later on playing inside of Vikendi, so not to worry if you guys are a fan of the PMCL champions. Meanwhile, HK Murderers, also not much sticks involved, but it's about their #1 title on the line up against FaZe Clan. They will have to survive up against 4 Miracle Vibes as they are now in close proximity. It misses out that opportunity from that wraparound, but they are dealing with the rest of 4MV on the outskirts. HK Murderers relying on Himson to really hold down the line. Where is Slayer? As a matter of fact, it's going to be a quick takedown. He tries to move out of the building. It quickly gets taken down. 4 Miracle Vibes, they're forcing their entry, and they're doing it in clean fashion. Slayer is going to be burned down, and that will be it. It's going to be pretty much a victory run for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, but they will have to go in for some quick recovery. They lose one in the process. HK Murderer, they will settle for second, which means FaZe Clan is going to be at #1. FaZe Clan a little bit late to the party, but maybe it's just about time for them to take on 4 Miracle Vibes.
What are the odds of the top 3 teams here in the competition being here around the same area itself? But FaZe Clan here eliminated here with 1 elimination points. I guess they brought in the fight, and like, why not, right? I thought they could capitalize the situation, clear up for MV, but because it was kind of tight, 4MV still had things stuck up on their end, so they are able to actually come out on top here. So clearing out HK, clearing out FaZe Clan, and could be a big opportunity here for them to overtake HK, as they only have a 1-point gap here, and a little bit more possibly for MV. They would definitely want to finish first at the end of the day. We'll get to see more as they still have 3 team members.
And that also draws another new perspective on the new narrative, where for MV, they can actually overtake FaZe Clan if they get the chicken dinner as well. We'll hold that top right now as Stalwart Esports fighting for their bonus point run. Nades after nades. It's either between Stalwart Esports or Team Secret right now. So this is an important matchup that we're taking a look at. The nades are actually connecting, only doing some chip damage. They should be able to go in for those revives for Team Secret. Meanwhile, DRS taking a fight of their own. They just can't be as safe as possible as they draw themselves into a safety net, having a little bit more of that cover against Claw and Esports. Potato, though, he also got involved in between that fight, as we have 4 Miracle Vibes member now having 1 player on his knees. So I wonder what's really going on in that situation. 12 teams still on board. On the mini screen, it will be the members of Boing Donkey. Overlooking for the hill side, it will be Victor taken out. ASI8 nailed down by Nupeko.
Oh yeah, and of course RRQ having their eyes set on them. Meanwhile, Claw has their own battle here by the side of the beach. So by the perimeters of the here, but getting shot out here. It has a touch up for DRS. 1 man down, still a few more to go for them. So right now, if you're looking at the circle, half of the circle comprised of water and half comprised of land. So this is going to be brutal. There's not much space to play around, despite we're only at this point of the blue circle right now. So yeah, this is going to be quite brutal, I would say. So like, you know, we're only at stage 4, but with half of the circle as a so-called playable area, not saying water you can't enter, but still, it's going to be a brutal one. Meanwhile, Void Donkey, we haven't seen much from them, but this time they're going up against 4MV, who has come out on top in the recent battles against FaZe Clan and HK. Now they're only left with one more member, and they were not able to get that final point to equalize themselves together with HK yet at this point. Placement is not even there here, Contra.
Yeah, troubles after troubles. It's a very deep run that they tried to place themselves into a safe ridge, but it's they have found nothing in return. So they will just sit back and relax because they are still going to be playing in Vikendi later on. Meanwhile, Void Donkey has been trying to look for those points. Those points have been stashed away. IHC has been claiming it out of their hands, while BTR is also on the other corner. You know, this circle is also another episode 3 of Miramar where we ended up in the same territory. So if you guys were watching day 1, day 2, you've seen this before. This could once again be another DRX circle. Not DRS, but DRS can actually come really close because they're also by the shoreline. There is going to be that Claw and member hiding right beneath. There's only one player. It should be sorted out because DRS, they do have the numbers advantage. He's already on fire. So what more do you ask out of Alibi? He will be put to sleep by Sleepy, so he has to say goodnight. So therefore, I think that the members of Claw and Esports, you know, making that debut here, being a non-international team, hailing from Indonesia, they've definitely done well enough, while DRS adds another one to the table. Or should that be Keyline? He's still fighting for his life.
Yeah, because they're having 2 separate battles over here between DRS. It's 2 same teams, just 2 different locations between DRS and Claw. But right now, they're still surviving through. Keymine's trying to make his sweet escape over here, while Zooing does have the high ground here for RRQ, taking a shot at the other 2 teams battling up against one another, so they could capitalize on this situation. Stalwart Esports is still not in the clear yet, as this time they're having their own fair share of battles going uphill up against T2K, which is currently having a shootout up against Bigatron on the other side. So is this the right time for it? Because Stalwart doesn't realize this, but actually, like, the main intention is not towards them, as T2K is being occupied by something else on the side.
Yeah, right now, as we take a close look over the point tally, still 1 point in between SD as well as DRS, the last accumulated. But DRS, they are coming up ahead with all these pickoffs. It's going to be IHC that adds even more kills on the board. That might just be IHC eventually overtaking some of all these teams like Stalwart Esports, but they still need to really rally on. They're in a poised position going up against BTR. BTR eventually has to move as well. They're locking out to Satar now, pushing out. This is going to be a very, very tough one to call out. You saw a glimpse of Satar by the corner of the shack. You should be able to actually shoot him out, but this is going to be a quick move coming from the side of Zeo just to dodge some of these bullets, as they will prioritize the zone instead. If you look at the zone, ISC does have the upper hand against the rest of BTR, but they will have to give away some of the high ground advantage. So Rookbot, they try to hold as long as they can. This fight is imminent, and the rest of BTR, they are being forced with their hands here to pick up a fight, either with IC or other squads directly in the center.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, speaking of things, IHC, they only have a 4-point gap separating between them and STE here at this moment. So they are still looking around for more points because it's not enough. So it's going to be a very, very close fight. For Bigatron, yeah, it's a different fight altogether, but they need to wait for T2K to clear things off up against yet another team nearby their area. It's probably going to be T2K, you know, moving from the outside perimeter of the circle towards their side, because Bigatron is already hold in a position where they're inside the circle. So that's going to wait a little bit. Right now, no rush from them. The main fight is actually happening on the east side, because DRS, RRQ, and Claw, they are close to one another, and only one will make it into the circle through the shoreline itself. And you're right, DRX is in a very, very comfortable position. They are currently in the middle circle. They are by the shorelines, as there's no other team which is nearby except for Stalwart Esports here at this moment.
Yeah, they're just going to be that rock that is immovable at this point in time. But that being said as well, they're not really heavily involved in these fights. They're just letting whoever over on the kill side to settle the scores between themselves and just claim maybe a top 4 finisher by the end of it all, where when you guarantee yourself those placement points, it's more than valuable enough for them to make that qualification team secret. Still, in a dire situation. They found those 3-pointers out there, but it is not going to cut it because all these other teams like IHC, they have definitely found those big advantages, especially full fights being won by IHC early on. That sees them getting the upper hand of the momentum right now.
And
Sakto,
there's not much players left. There's not much players left, so you have to be like, when you look at elimination points, you're only playing around 25 players now. So it's either you want to rush for this elimination points. If you play too passive, other teams might take it. And is placement points enough? Because everybody is just one team away from getting into the minimum placement point. So this is going to be insane.
Yeah, and it's now down to a close proximity fight between Sakto as well as the member of Bigatron Knight. Through the smoke's not really spotting out at all, but that nade fell out of nowhere. It is actually claimed by Greta. Oh my word, that was a big blow. STE, they have fallen out of this match. They secured the 7th place finish here in this respective match. Boring Donkey, no points after all. DRS, is it safe to say that they are going into Vikendi? They got those 5 points. They're in the top 5. Team Secret still on board, 2 members, but Team Secret needs to back and win. They have the least amount of elimination points. DRX, they're not concerned. They want that chicken dinner for themselves to show that they have been the kings of Miramar right now. Uphill battle for DRS, and the rest of RQ have to descend from the high hills. Not gonna be an easy task. States now being lopped at each other. Chama, so far, dropping one close towards No Mercy, and same goes to Sleepy. They managed to find a mark. This could be it. RRQ, they fought tooth and nail, but this might just be the end of the line if they don't execute it well enough.
They still have Snake here on the top as well, so there's still opportunities. It's just a Zooing and No Mercy currently taking shots here by DRS. It's still surviving through, but I guess Snake decides to actually bring in on the action together with the vehicles, tries to go in for the ram. No, drops off the side, goes for a shoot. And Sleepy is going to be down here. Nate's in the hands of Snape. Meanwhile, Spectrum on X. X goes down as well. Snape gets another and gets itself yet another one as well. It's going to be Sleepy this time about secure with the game. Oh, Chick, no! He's been waiting. He's been waiting this whole time.
And he finally found an opening point for Team Secret. They are now slowly advancing into the top 3. This is what Team Secret has been looking for. They want guaranteed points. They don't really need to go out hunting for it. But to flush out the RX, that is going to be the biggest challenge for Team Secret at this very moment. IHC, 4 members strong. So I'm not sure. Can Team Secret overcome all these obstacles? 16 now being picked off. This could be a chance right now. One member being wounded out from the side of DRX. And uncanny enough, it's DRS versus DRX. You can be confused, but no matter the case, I think they are set for the round in Vikendi.
Oh yes, and I think most of our attention here is revolving around Team Secret. It's not so much on the IAC anymore because I believe that being top 4 and the amount of mission points, they should be okay. But Team Secret, do they have enough by just being here? And they are the 2 teams who started off at this round not being in the top 16. So we'll see very, very soon. But of course, our main focus here to see who's going to come out on top and bag in that winner chicken dinner here out of this top 4 teams. IAC, DRX, DRS, and Team Secret. IAC looking the most fresh as they do have a full stack compared to DRX as they just lost out 1 team member. Team Secret, they do have a nice cover for themselves up there, so that should be quite promising for them. And at this current moment, all teams are just holding on. DRX is only the one who doesn't need to do any form of movements as they're really in the middle.
The entire game has just been inside this compound, and rightfully so. They have predicted it well enough that it will end up here. This is very similar to what has been played out before. They're trying to reenact the same scenario where they've won those countless of chicken dinners inside Miramar because they are just so good at reading the game, and that's probably something that takes a whole lot to even do coming into some of all these circumstances. It's going to be some decent trades between Secret as well as DRS.
Oh,
These team
no.
of Team Secret now being gated off from the zone. Has to pick a fight. Do they want to take up against DRS or do they deal with IHC? Either way, this is not going to bode well.
Yeah, DRX being the only team over here, this forces the other three teams, IHC, Team Secret, and DRS, to make a move into the circle later on. Not now, they still have to wait out for the next 25 more seconds. Why in the world is the drop there on top of the building? No one's gonna go grab that. No one's gonna put themselves in such big danger unless they prove us wrong over here. But it does seem that Chama's making a move here, juking to the left, juking to the right, making their way towards their church. But Chama's down here for the count. X survives, but he's hurt really bad in the boo-boo. But he's gonna go down as well over here. Does not come out unscathed, does not come out healthy. DRX, a few team members here down for the count, but they should be okay as their team members will be able to pick them up inside the church. IEC making movement here. But they are actually rotating from the outside. They're not making them charging inside straight up. They do have another building here.
Dude, the whole time, Team Secret just waited for the right moment. DRX, they infiltrated. It was IHC that struck them down. DRX, once again, they didn't really have to do but to hold on. But now they have to fight up against the biggest competitor. It is IHC knocking on the doors of the church. But where does Team Secret place themselves right now? Godless, he's out in the open. Is he being charged by the members of Team Secret? We will have to find out, because Demo as well as Godless, they're not fully committing just yet. Godless now takes down Brick. Only Cheeky left for Team Secret.
Oh yeah, I really thought that Team Secret was going to wait it out if they managed to just hide themselves so that nobody actually spotted them up. But unfortunately, Godless does manage to spot out where Break is, so they just need to find one more team member to just clear up that and make themselves safe in the top 2 spot. Meanwhile, all that happened, a little bit spray from GK. Oh, but that is going to be it. Team Secret bows out in 3rd place with 6 elimination points, leading IHC and DRX. It could have been a situation where Team Secret waits out for IHC and DRX just clears out one another, but that's not the case over here. IHC currently from on the outside perimeter, DRX holding on to the inside of the church. Who is going to come out on top of here, and who's going to make the entry, as they're not forced to enter or exit, as the circle is still within them?
It's a tense situation. The battle through the church to decide it all. Is it the Kings of Miramar, DRX, the Korean powerhouses that have found numerous victories, or is the hungry side of ISC contending for their spot here in the final bonus round? But I think they've done just about enough. Those double-digit elimination points secured by IHC on this final hurdle has been super impressive. So maybe it does not matter who gets the chicken dinner, because both of them might actually make it true. Team Secret, they managed to secure that double digit, but is it enough? We will have to find out later on, because we focus onto this very technical battle. DRX, once again, I have to iterate, they are not moving a muscle other than Hyunbin trying to ring the church bells or something like that. Maybe he has the time to go in for that loot up there, but I think Demo's definitely keeping watch, so he's not that race, but so easy. He's going to push out of the corner walls. So I think they're getting a little bit impatient. Maybe it's about time they're going for a strike.
Oh yeah, and of course, right now, still no movements required as the circle is within them right here. They're still holding on strong. A lot of rotations here coming up from IHC because they are from the outside. From DRX, they can't wiggle around so much other than within the spaces and the rooms within the church. So IHC is just wiggling around on back end. It could end up as a 2-pronged attack, one coming out from the back, one coming out from the front. So there's multiple points of entry here for this church. It's one of those buildings where there's so many ways for you to actually approach. So just be careful. But so far, for the longest time, we have not seen any trade-offs yet. There's a lot of nades being thrown out in their faces. There's been a lot of shots, but some of them connect, but not enough to actually finish up the team members. It is a 4v3 situation, siding towards IHC. Now, still not enough to say that they're gonna ones coming on top of here. Demo OG has been running around in the car so long. So yeah, Hyunbin, I guess ringing on church bells has to stop, because he is low and healthier.
The advantage over a side of IHC, not just because they have the numbers advantage, because the zone will shrink directly towards the center, where eventually it will still side IHC. So DRX, The onus is now on them to now move out of that church, and the nades are being sent through the doors. Clips a little bit over onto QXZ. But look at how they have been able to just wiggle around, still trying to survive this tall order. It's waiting for the inevitable here. I see they don't really have to fully commit. They say, we can play the waiting game. If you sit around, all these points will still be collected no matter what's the cost. So it's time to man up and take those battles, and that's where we have QXZ. A couple bullets over the corner wall, so easy the first one to be clipped out. It's only down to QXZ, the final one remaining, as well as coming over the top side of the room. They managed to go in for a chase again. Zio goes down, but it's gonna be Hyunbin, the final member up on top alongside with QXZ. Somehow they still have these two members, and INC, they might have actually crumble and fall. Down to Demo. 1 versus 1. This could be it. Back towards the turn bell. It's Demo, as he is trying to hold it out against the final member of ERX to this finale. They are barely finding bullets, and they want to settle the scores. This is all down to this very moment. Jump shot connects, and the victors are IHC.
Look at this team starting off the day in 25th place, but pops up insanely in the last 2 matches they played in. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner chicken dinner champions over here on match number 18 in the series, IHC Esports. And I believe that, in all honesty, I lost count on the amount of elimination points they have gained. We do know they have gotten themselves with 10 placement points by getting winner chicken dinner. Now, surely it is enough to place them in the top 16, but how far have they gotten with the points they have accumulated through this match? That is also a big wonder from me here.
Oh boy. And you know, IFC could just take the easy way round, waiting for the inevitable to happen, but they chose to take on that full-on brawl, which we get to witness one of the closest 3v3s to actually happen. And it all started with all these form of pickoffs. Godless Demo, they have definitely done a whole lot. I'm running out of voice to actually cast the final match. I know it's been a very long day, but man, IHC, when it comes down to the right moment, they score the biggest chicken dinner to solidify themselves into the bonus round.
Oh yeah, and I think, yeah, if we were to lose out our voices at the end of the day, we would blame it on, yeah, basically the top 2 teams in that last fight itself. But you have to admit, it was very entertaining to watch. I think it was very nail-biting. Everyone was at the edge of their seat, and it is definitely worthy of being watched right here. But IHC, look at this, guys. They didn't start off well in the first 2 days of the competition, but somehow, you know, things just worked out really well for them in the competition, and it didn't come out easy for them in this match as well. So if you see here, they had to traverse you know, long miles to reach to where they are here towards the circle, 11,849 meters to be exact, compared to the other top 4 teams here by the likes of DRS, DRX, and Team Secret. And of course, we also want to talk a little bit about Secret. They also, I'm very sure, Contra, you're curious to see where they stand here after such a tough battle. They had actions at the start of the match. They could have been eliminated early and not make their way to the top 16. And I guess in less than a few more minutes, we'll get to know where they stand and if they made it.
Yeah, for the moment, we are comparing stats between IC members. No matter what, it's a massive victory. You know, they get to celebrate, but look at the almost identical damage coming from Zero as well as Godless. They've been super impressive. Like you said, it's hard to tell. Is it Team Secret? Could it also be Tower Esports because they were on that borderline? And then you have IHC scoring this win. This is the biggest curveball being thrown right now, and the man of the moment, Demo OG. What more could you ask for him to show up at the best places in the best spots, taking fights after fights, and they were just holding down the line every step of the way until that very final moment against DRX. And it matters so much more to IC to secure the win, just to guarantee that they have a little bit more of the chicken dinner points than to settle for second, which you don't know what other teams have been capable of doing when we calculate all the results. But it's 3 out of 4 members out of IHC that were the top performers, and that also includes Jappy on third spot.
Oh yeah, and I think this speaks volumes. By having like top performance usually varies. It could be different individuals in different teams, but having top 3, being 3 out of 4 being featured here speaks volumes of here. Of course, not surprised to see here Godless with 7 elimination points. Demo OG. I didn't remember much about his participation in team fights because at the end of the fight, for the last 3 minutes, he was the guy with the vehicle and was roaming about the church the whole time while everybody was trying to make their charge into the fight. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we talk a little bit further on that and jump into the scoreboards, this is the rotations of the team making their way towards the circle segment of the game. This was exhilarating. This was very entertaining. I believe that some teams had to go through a lot more tough battles to make their way towards where they are because of things. But you see here the movements coming on from team members from IHC. So they start off in the top, in the northwest segment. They rotate their way, wrap around the circle, west side to the south side. And yeah, so I think that they managed to get themselves with a little bit of pickups. And they picked their fights very, very wisely, I'd say. I don't think they went a little bit too crazy in all this. And they know that that's how they need to approach, knowing that they need to make their way to the process.
Yeah, one of the first few guarantees that I know that IFC will do well this round was the initial win up against TJP, because Montenegro usually gives you this good access into that southern terrain, which you saw. They got a little bit of a head start against those teams who are hoping to gain that position. Obviously, nobody was there to challenge DRX holding that entire compound, but it was a daring move. They saw DRS rushing inbound. IFC takes down DRS first before going up against DRX. So that was a really smart response. And at the very same time, you saw Godless was on the outskirts. They were also handling Team Secret. So every point was being gained. Nothing was left out to the open for the Blue Zone to devour. So 26 points, massive achievement coming from ISC. I think that's more than enough for that Big Candy round. But what about the rest of the squad? DRS has 12 points, 11 for Team Secret. Now, that is a big question mark right now. Stalwart Esports with 5. So these names that just were mentioned by me, we have to pay close attention to, because when we unfold that leaderboard is where we will see who will be the top 16 cut to make the final list.
Yeah, this is very nail-biting itself, because in a few short moments, it will be revealed. I think after the final full stats of the map itself, which is going to be this one. Honestly, this is going to be very, very close one, because I think that personally, for my side, Contra, I think I lost track on the gapping in between them. It was a close one. Stalwart, I think they would want to extend it a little bit more so that they don't have to be this worried to see what the results may be. I think if we remember the gap, we should immediately know. So I guess this is page number 1. FaZe Clan holding on to that number 1 spot. HK lose out the spot here. They start off with number 1. They are number 2 here at the end of the day. For MV, climb and overtook Alter Eagle Esports with 98 points compared to 95. DRX had that 1 point climb from 9 to 8.
All these in the first page does not matter at all. What's going to be important is right here on your screen.
Whoa!
Esports, they are right above A1 just by 1 point.
No.
It was so unfortunate. A1 scored that big chicken dinner back in ERANGEL. They were not allowed to play that final round. You will see Roy Esports. You will see DRS. HORAA in the top 13. IHC makes the cut. And it was barely enough. Team Secret needed just a little bit more. They were 3 points shy to tie the knots with Stalwart Esports. But it has been a great one. We congratulate the top 16 teams. Unfortunately, some of the names right now on the bottom end of the leaderboard, they will have to try again over the course of the weekend, because phase 2, the points will be reset. That's where they have another chance to try to qualify to play in Vikendi.
Yes, and of course, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it will be match number 19, Vikendi match. Now, the points that they get during the Vikendi bonus match will be carried towards the grand finals, which will feature the top 16 teams after combining all the points for phase 1 and phase 2 without the bonus matches. All right, so that's a very important point itself. So just because your favorite teams or the team you cheer for did not make it top 16 this time about, do not worry, they can still get more. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go away, because we're going to be jumping into the final match later on after this commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, after 18 gruesome rounds over 3 days of competition here at the Clash of Giants Season 5 Phase 1, we have discovered the top 16 teams here for Phase 1, and they'll be going up against one another in the final match of the day, which so happens to be the bonus round at Vikendi. You're joining us together with myself, Flava, and my good buddy over here, good buddy over here, Contra.
Kinda?
Okay, good buddy, in this final match of the day.
I guess we're not friends anymore after this podcast, right? So, anyways, you know, teams, they definitely fought tooth and nail to be here in Vikendi. So this is definitely a fresh breath of air because one, we're going back to Vikendi that has not been played competitively for years. And number two, we probably will see a lot of hot drops. And number three, thank you to Gamivo, as they are providing us with a whole lot of great deals for the UC. So you guys can check out the website gamivo.com where you can top up for a really good deal. This is for $6 as well as 50 cents. I mean, that's like your usual daily lunch meal or something like that. Why not just use that and top up, 660 UC? Because that's what they're offering right here. That's the great deal that you can have. But, we missed your questions. You guys haven't been asking too much. I want you guys to keep the questions rolling. Make sure you put that hashtag COG5 as well as Gamivo at the end of your question to be featured on stream.
Yeah, and I think that we are looking forward to hearing some great questions from you guys, and we'll try a little best to actually respond to them if we can. If it's redirected more to us event organizers, we'd be more than happy to redirect them to them, and we'll see more. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, match 19 Vikendi for the first time ever here for the Clash of Giants. Here are your top 16 teams. Now, it has been nail-biting, no doubt, leading up to getting to know who the top 16 teams are after the conclusion of that last match itself. Contra, I want to say this. A1, I still want to nitpick on this thing, man. I thought they were safe by grabbing on so much points on that match number 17, but unfortunately 1 point shy away from getting it into the top 16, quite unfortunately. Also, ladies and gentlemen, IHC. Now, here's the thing about them. They started off the day in 25th place, and they made their way into the top 16 in a very fashionable manner, and they have got to be my prediction here for this Vikendi match.
Now, I have a really hot take on this. Back in the early days of PUBG Mobile, there was one team that has won every Vikendi round possible, and that name is Bigatron Red Aliens. Now they are known as Bigatron Knights, different iteration of a squad, but do they still know the ins and outs, especially with all the updates being brought to light? It's time for us to see, does BTR still claim this title to be the kings of Vikendi again? But I think they haven't played this map for years, so this is even grounds for everybody out there. If I get the second pick, I'm thinking HORAA Esports because, remember, day one, HORAA Esports was nowhere near the first page. They made that slow and steady climb. They deserve to be in this spot. HK Murderers to be the production team's favorites out here. You guys also get to say your votes, so make sure you guys put it on the comment section down below. Now, one more thing that I want to highlight, Flava, them qualifying into this Vikendi round was not just enough because one, the points are only from top 1 till top 10, meaning to say that they will have to still either one, commit to battles, get some kill points, elimination points, or even positioning points in order to get those bonus points for the finals, or else they make it all the way here for absolutely nothing. If they were to bow out 15-16 with no points, means all of that time has been wasted.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually pointed this out, Contra, because for those who do not know, if you're not together with us since the start of the live stream yourself, the point system or the point breakdown for this bonus map is a little bit different, where you get points if you are in the top 10. So if you're top 10, you get 1 point, 2 points for top 9, 3, 8. So basically, winner chicken dinner grants you with being, so basically you get 10 points there, but the points you get in totality after the conclusion of the round, if you're number 1 with the most amount of points, you get 10 points. Second is 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way up to 10th place. So if you're top 16 here and you don't get top 10, meaning you still go back with just 0 points from the bonus. And this will be carried on to the grand final, which is a very, very important point. So get excited, everyone. Just as Contra mentioned as well, it's not just elimination points, it's not just placement points, it's a combination of both, and you only have one round to achieve this, which is only this one round. There's no 2 bonus rounds, except for the second one happening in phase 2.
So this is where they will really have to put everything out there. There are certain teams that, you know, the stakes were not really too high when they played those final few rounds of phase 1. So they finally get to really show their true colors, because this is going to matter a whole lot more, especially if they do finish phase 2 qualifying into this bonus Vikendi again. That guarantee them not only the slot in the finals, but also the head start point. So whatever they accumulate here is going to retain into the finals. So whoever gets that chicken dinner, you know they're going to be having a big leapfrog in the competition and maybe securing themselves a big hefty amount of points in order to score cash prize pool.
Yeah, and just a gentle reminder to everyone as well that it is very important. It doesn't look like much because the maximum you can obtain from this particular map is only 10. But just by looking at the results we saw today after the conclusion of 18 matches on the playoffs, it's how important every single point is, because even 1 point could determine whether you make it into the top 16 or not here making the way. So we've seen multiple instances of this happening. So make sure to grab as much points as possible, because you know everything is in your hands right here for the top 16 teams. Meanwhile, the other 11 teams who did not make it, I'm guessing that for this time about, it's they're done with phase 1, so they get to sit back, relax, and probably they might be tuning in to this live stream and see how these teams actually perform here in the Vikendi match and plan out how they can approach it if they make it to the Vikendi bonus match in phase 2. You know, they can't just switch it off, because they still need to watch and see how these other teams approach this one. By contrast, this is a good point that you raised. This is going to be a match that we have not seen for so long, and I don't think we have a good read on where everybody's going to be dropping, and it's not really that big of a map anyway. So we do expect this to be non-stop shooting action from the get-go itself.
Yeah, I really want to also highlight for the fact that this is a map that no pro players practice on. Like, ever since those early PMCO days, this has been put on the shelf. And maybe right now what we're probably waiting for is for even pro players to start downloading the map right now.
Okay.
It could very well be the case. Like, nobody plays this map these days. I mean, if you were to tell me, oh, yeah, I always play Vikendi every single day, you're a liar. You're a big fat liar, and you're a red flag. So that is something that you know, you don't always hear of it. Sure, we do have certain fans out there. You want to change the scenery because you're bored of either Miramar, Sandhawk, or even ERANGEL. We get it. There's also a lot of other game modes. There's also TDM. I mean, Vikendi, this is a map that has a fair share of balance. But for me to actually break it down to you, like, what's interesting about Vikendi is that back then there was a river in between. Half of it is frozen. So you can imagine it to be a mixture of both Sandhawk as well as ERANGEL in terms of the size, maybe a little bit smaller, like you said. So I'm glad that we cut down to the size of 16 teams, because even back in the day, 16 teams feels like a lot in this map. Like, it still has a sizable amount. So we will see some fights. We also might see some teams taking things slowly because they want those bonus points. They don't want to take too many risks. Or I could be wrong, because right now, on the countdown, we finally get a glimpse of this exclusive map. And oh boy, I missed this so much. I'm not sure if you ever got the chance to cast this flavor, but now we all get to do so.
No, I have not, to be honest, as well. Of course, I think a lot of people are excited. There are a lot of people who are first timers seeing this. Oh, there's such a map. No, because I guess they didn't get much attention because it's competitive. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the game.
I was hoping for an opening scene for us to get that overview out of this Vikendi matchup, but that's a little bit too much to ask for. We are already getting this as an exclusive. Despite Path starts off from the north side of Port as well as Zavava, I still remember this map very, very well. So this being said, a couple of areas that are heavily contested usually is Goroka as well as Villa.
Yeah.
If you guys are, fans of Team Seoul or stuff like that, back in those early days, if you're watching coming in from India, well, welcome on board. I think that you guys remember this very well, where Team Seoul has definitely put on a lot of great showing in this map. Noble Metro could be a decent option. I'm not seeing anybody out there. Roy's the first one to drop. Now, I have no clue who's dropping where, but we're about to find out all together. So,
Yeah.
Flava, I think we're going to see some battle, especially around that southern area. Volnova as well as Abby. These two spots as well could be something that we can fixate on. Castle, another interesting spot. So, we're already starting things off. ERS opens their account. They're running in against the Savior right now. Exchange is going right through, and they're taking swings. The knives being brought to play. X lost out on that knife fight, and that circle appears around the vicinity of Noble Metro.
Yep, not enough space for some of the teams to actually grab themselves with weapons. Again, they have to make do with what they have here at the moment. Things are not over yet here for Team DRS, as they are under heavy fire up against Bigatron Knights here at this premises. They did manage to actually get on top just a while ago, but unfortunately this time it's a little bit too much to handle. Killer Whitey decides to be on the outside perimeter, leaving the Xavier and Bigatron going up against one another, and because the Xavier is going to be the first one getting out here with 3 elimination points, and I don't think that's going to be enough to actually get them elsewhere. Bowing out right there immediately is going to be TT, followed by DRS. This is definitely a quickie over here happening here in this match. 4 down, 12 more to go.
But there's nothing kinky about this quickie, though. I mean, I've talked about the Kings of Vikendi, Bigatron, Red Aliens have now transformed into the Knights, and they are still within the shining hour, but that is slowly getting battered. There's a lurk coming in from HORAA Esports out of nowhere. Malik stashes 1, so the rest of BTR, they stay on high alert. That's already 2 points. Hansil also getting picked off. So, what this Vikendi map feels like, it feels like another classic brawl where everybody's randomly dropping. We see those 3 teams fight out, and now we have the 4th team being involved. That to be HORAA Esports, and I say I vouch for them too. And they at least, guarantee themselves that they're not walking away without any points here in the bonus round. But I can't really say the same about DRS. They ended their round very early, so rather unfortunate that they didn't manage to score more out of this bonus.
Oh yeah, and of course, I think people also want to capitalize on the whole idea that this is a 1-round play thing. So being safe could also benefit by ripping off those placement points over here. So we'll see. I also want to talk a little bit, Contra, about the circle, because I know everybody was leaning more towards the central area, although the flight path was actually leaning more from north to the southwest, but everybody was running away from that path. But then the circle drags them back to the left, which is currently very empty, which forces most of the teams to make their way towards the top left segment of the map over here. Meanwhile, we're also observing DRX up against Team Alter Ego Esports, where nobody's making any hasty movements. They have to be careful. This is not the time for you to go cray, although you only have 12 teams left here at this moment, but it does look like a much bigger scatter for Team DRX. So meaning that Alter Ego Esports, the amount of space they can utilize to do the looting is very limited compared to DRX at this current moment, which could indicate that DRX has better equipment on their end compared to what Alter Ego has to offer. IHC Esports, now this team is a team to watch out for. Not because I'm being biased, because I chose them as my prediction, but we have to admit, they went crazy. They started off the day with 25th place after the conclusion of day number 2, by the end of day number 3 today, they are currently in 14th place.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Alba 7 Managed to get one. Not enough. It's going to be QXZZZ. Meanwhile, Lizzie gets Rosemary here in their hands. Oh, well, HORAA Esports having their fair share of fights against Bigatron, but Alter Ego is going to be bowing out in 11th place.
A messy run in, and it's gonna be Alter Ego, despite having all these tremendous plays throughout their circuit, throughout the entire phase one. They now crash to the hands of DRX, where DRX, they thrive in such a map. Why I would say that is because this map of Vikendi rewards team with a little bit more of that control. And it really felt like the rest of Alter Ego was just rushing through doorways after doorways where, sure, it looks very familiar. Some of all these compounds are different in terms of layout as compared to all the other maps out there. DRX, usually they like to actually play some whole, and eventually when they have a couple of players being spotted out, it wasn't an easy time. BTR, they also crashed out of the gates to the hands of HORAA Esports early on, like I said. So at least they walk away with a little bit of something. So I guess my prediction is already out of the window. But it opens up so many doorways for all the other teams that are currently on board. DRX, though, I fancy a good opportunity for them. You were talking about IHC. You know, hot after that win, I'm pretty sure that they're still feeling the high momentum of that euphoria that they've garnered from that round. But a big question mark for the rest. Like, the last time, yeah, I'm pretty sure few coming from Horizon Bros have played this map way back in the past. As I speak of Horizon Bros, they get the clean entry. Not so much so for IHC. It's ASIA trolling upon them.
OSTE Esports doing quite well over here. 5 elimination points for them and still going for more. This could be another way for you to actually secure yourself a good position, a good ranking here in this particular match. Also, Contra, interesting fight effect on how they were able, but hold on to that target here. ASI Esports IQQ. Demo OG tried to go in for a rush, but it does seem that SI8 has it better this time about. Of course, production also displaying the next circle. It is dragging the teams even further towards the left side or the west side over here. As you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 teams are still on the outside, which is still in the blue circle, whereas the other team have slowly but surely made their way towards the inner circle at this moment. But Contra, was it just now on the way that how Alter Ego played out and how DRX played out? Would you say that the way DRX play out is a much better way to approach for Vikendi?
I would say so, but you know, I will have to hold you to that for the moment because we have a big fight incoming. HORAA Esports now being struck down by ASI. Victor opens up the shot coming from all the way downtown. Falak tries to actually clear up all these angles. HORAA Esports not really poised to actually do more as they're only down to 1 member. Ruthless also chimes right in. The shots are actually coming from multiple angles right now because it wasn't just HORAA Esports that they have to deal with. Full back from back. Fallock now does not really get to spot him out. Now has an idea. Nates are being tossed right in. So this is where we're going to focus on. We're not. Will this actually connect? And yes, it does. Apex lands that blow. So it does pave the way for Ruthless as well as Baron to do so much more against ASI.
Yeah, Apex is going to be securing the skill on Falak on the right side. Meanwhile, Noki has his hands plenty over here as he's ganging up against 2 of the team members of 4MV. Down goes Noki and getting secure in hands of Ruthless. Now they're going for IQQ here, who is low on HP, gets up on Doc R, but that's going to be enough. And with that, it does seem that ASI8 will be eliminated at this point into the game with 3 elimination points in 9th place. Former Vibes still continue on their pursuit. Coming in nearby is actually a healthy stack of team members from Stalwart Esports over here. But just as I was saying about this, HORAA Esports make their way to go up and take this fight against Stalwart. So there are so many teams here around the perimeters. It does look like it's a battle between this team, but HORAA Esports steals the spotlight up here, gets one, and makes an exit. Esports Kia also does a drive-by.
I just love the way that HORAA is actually taking fights after fights, and they're not actually letting them off of this skirmish. Stalwart Esports continue on with the chase. That will be pulled to a stop. Sunture shuts down HORAA Esports completely, but it has been a hefty amount of points of bonus for HORAA Esports. So that's something for the fans to be happy about if you are rooting for the team from Nepal. But Stalwart Esports, they are continuing to impress us after making the final cut, they were at that 16th spot, and they want to ensure that that does not ever happen again. Robbie Bros being naded, and it is going to be from D plus Kiev from up top. So yeah, back to your sentiment. Yes, I do believe very well that going full on aggressive inside of Vikendi, why it's disadvantages. You saw how many third parties are involved in those skirmishes for MV in between. And this is the reason why. You got to take a little bit of control. So long as you take one step at a time, you will have a decent run. Looking at this, another interesting fact that when you mentioned about the blue zone overall, I wonder if this is going to be an esports setting. And how's the damage calculation like? Can they actually tank out, phase 4 and big questions like that? Because back in the early days, certain teams, they like to play the healing game outskirts. So I do assume that it is going to be pretty much set into an esports mode as well for this map. So just to clear things off, so not to wonder too much. Suncheer now picked off one member of the side of DK, but I think that's just a little bit of a pick off. But D plus Kia, they're not going for the revive.
Yeah, they're not going for it. So I guess they have to make do with the team members they have right now. I think they're not even in a proper position for it. It's quite risky as well. So I think that's going to be the way. Or Urgoy tries to make the mistake here away from D plus Kia. Meanwhile, Stellar Esports also getting shot up from the sides here from former Revive. It is going to be Baron here hitting on Krita from Stellar Esports. Still not enough to actually put him down on his knees. Most of the teams are still looking healthy. I think the only ones left out with 2 members is Stalwart Esports and ERX here at the moment. The rest, we have a 3. Whoa, that Krita. I guess, Baron start off the shootout, but in the end, it's going to be Baron who's got killed here at this moment. But still, okay. They still have an opening to actually pick up his team members over here. A lot of rotations coming in, but Krita is not in a good position as he doesn't have any good angles to finish Baron here, which could give an opening for Apex to pick him up. Could this nade be the Hail Mary that could really bring the works? Ooh, not
close enough.
Not close enough, but still was not able to connect or deal any kind of damage. Should be sufficient amount of time for him to actually go for the pickup, but Doc R gets on Krita.
Yeah, he is really trying his luck out there, and I was not fancying his position at all. Stalwart Esports, they are currently stuck in between. You saw it was an open land of snow that they have to walk through, and therefore, it will be a very quick work. This has been the fastest round in the history of Clash of Giants, by the way. Stage 3, top 5 teams. This is how hard-hitting these teams are. So you can scratch whatever I said about, playing control, whatever. Yes, DRX as well as DK love to play that form of style, but look where they are. They are still in the top 5, and I am still pretty much correct on my sentiment. Whereas a lot of all these contests for drop spots as well has also resulted in many of all these teams bowing out early. HK Murderers, they were the last to enter the zone. Now spots out. Also, that is a great catch and a sharp shot coming from Slayer.
Yeah, Slayer's not going to allow Osal to actually make his sweet escape here with the vehicle. Some guess here. Could this be yet another player from D plus Kia who is not within range or not in any capabilities from teammate to actually pick him up? It does seem so, because if you look from the other side, Fabian as well as Clem does not have, I guess they have their hands full at this current moment, is not able to actually help his friend. So another dire situation for them. They might just lose out another over here, but still looking okay. They still have 3 members over here for this remaining 5 teams. And Contra, just want to say that I don't think you're wrong exactly in how they approach like that. It's just that because the map is smaller, so I guess that most of the teams are forced into having a much more proactive battles, which leads to such small amount of teams left out even at this point into the game, whereas Stage 4 living up with only 5 teams here. So I guess can't blame much about it. Yeah, but HK Murderers, let's admit they didn't really had a good run here in day number 3. They still managed to hold on to the top 3 spot, but I'm guessing that this could be their opportunity to just bag in some great bonus points for themselves.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Overall, the match also secured themselves some placement points, so that is very important for the current top 5 teams out there. I mean, I've casted a lot of PUBG PC to also see a lot of Vikendi. The main difference between all these other maps in comparison to Vikendi, yes, sure, you have the high ground, but look at how flat these grounds are. Like, even if you're on the high ground, you're not exactly safe, which you saw how many fights were taking place on the outskirts because teams can't afford to set up traps in between these roads, and that's how a lot of all these fights actually concluded. Stalwart Esports was in the mix until they got exhausted by some of all these players out on the fields. So therefore, you saw quick wrap-up of fights, as well as if teams really want to battle and really fight for a chicken dinner, this is the style of play. You gotta be like ERX, you gotta be like DK, where you need to know when exactly to take that right moment. For 4 Radical Vibes, sure, you can pummel your way from the outskirts and eventually fight your way through, but now you're currently in the middle of the area of play, where it could still end up inside of the Doberman Metro, it could be on the outskirts, whichever way works, but it's not going to be an easy task for teams to actually look around. So for Miracle Vibes, they're banking on the hopes that they have that high ground right now, and the circle is upon them. So this could very well be their game, but they got to also cover the grounds. If they have smokes, they need to use it to great effect in this match.
Yeah, and I've also realized that because of the elevation is not that high compared to Miramar and ERANGEL, meaning that your best cover are actually buildings, because anything that could actually cover you completely is actually the buildings. So the terrain is not that high. It's not even that, the dips are not that low. So I guess if you have building covers, especially within the circle, this is best case scenario for you compared to what ERANGEL and Miramar has to offer. Now approaching this, I'm guessing all the team members, all the teams here being featured are a little bit hurt. Oh, tried to go over a die, but the 2 team members, HK Murderers, are down for the count, leaving out just 1 more member here who's still surviving through with this. I don't know what to call this. This is the
Snowmobile.
Snowmobile. Yeah, the snowmobile. Yeah, the snowmobile. Oh, but he's also under fire. He's able to actually survive all this. Just a little bit. 1 more HP over here, and he survives with the cover from rocks on the left, on the right. Whoa, that's a close one. That's a myth. That's a very close one.
He almost was a goner right there. It only takes 1 more bullet to hit onto Himson, but he will still carry on the flags of Nepal for the moment. Right now, the South Asian side is relying on him to make a top 4 finish to guarantee a little bit more points. So also, the difference between this round is that the bonus point based on that position where they finish off as well. So 10 points for number 1, number 2 gets 9 points. So you could still say that it will be very fair when they do play the second time round inside Vikendi, provided they do qualify, that it was still going to be an even matchup depending on how well they would do. So now we have a lot of space. Guess what? Stage 5 teams, you can basically play it around the snow, but you can't afford to be too much like how you want to crash up against other teams, because you need to travel so far of a distance to infiltrate somebody else's compound, which is why fights tend to be a little bit more technical. You would see a mixture of those long-range battles in between. So if back in the days, guns like SLR, SKS, as well as any DMRs that you can get hold of is still a very popular choice in this map.
Yeah, because of the gapping in between all the spinnings and the covers you have. I guess that could be a great choice for you, how they would play is. Fabian here from D plus Kia also tried to go for us. He just spot out one of them, so he's going to go upstairs. He's able to actually get in a positive talk on this trade-off. Unfortunately, Baron takes him out here and clears him out as well, making that 10 elimination points in 4 Miracle Vibes. I didn't keep track on the elimination points with other teams. I would assume that it's actually the highest so far out of everyone, 10 for 4 MVs, and they are the team that has the most amount of members here coming up to this point. 12 individuals remaining. Meanwhile, D plus Kia Chips is also down in the hands of 4 MVs. Doc R making that 11 elimination points, but I think HK, I think third party that, so that elimination point will be under HK, maybe for a B with only 10 elimination points at this moment. Gotta be careful with such a small map. a lot of opportunities for others to just kill steal, your kills.
And HKM, they're definitely doing whatever they can to just bag 11 points. Actually, that point was not taken by Himson. Himson still has 0 kills right now, but he's definitely looking for one up against DRX. He still brings that DPS into action through these rocks, but he has to deal with 6-8. So right now, finally score another point for the side of HKM. So that being said, it was another squad that stole away that point, yoinked away from another direction, which is why it's been so interesting to see how this battle takes place as they go up close and personal. It's going to be an upper hand for Himson right now. He's holding on to the high ground, goes for the jump shot. He whips those bullets, and DRX, they will remain intact. While the biggest titan in this lobby has to be for Miracle Vibes. Roy Esports is currently dealing with them at the moment.
I thought that was going to be a 1v2 clutch, but he did mention she get one, by the way. So that's going to cripple a little bit for DRX, leaving up one team member. Meanwhile, it is going to be quite clustered for Miracle Vibes up against Roy Esports. The nade is going to connect on Tusk. He's going to be down for the count. For MV's Ruthless coming up from bed. This could be a two-pronged attack where UK going up against Reefers from behind, but they are currently on the first level of the building. Apex goes up to say against UK and Silence as well. Still looking for that one more team member from DRX and D plus Kia, who's gonna be first one get his spot off. Sai is currently on the outside. Oh, throws in a nade, connects to Reefus. Leaving Baron, that's gonna be the secure. Sai, despite being the only team member from DRX, so now. Oh my goodness, it looks like a 1v1v1 battle as two of the team members for MV is currently down on their knees. Saisei goes in for secure, gets another Apex hiding behind that, gets another one more! What's gonna be the conclusion of it? It's gonna be a mano battle. D plus Kia up against DRX.
What did I tell you about the Korean teams? Now they're going head to head to see which one is the better squad. But all in all, you could be just like for MV. Take fights after fights, so long as you win it out to basically overcome. Doesn't matter who scores the chicken dinner right now. For Miracle Vibes should be your #1 squad because they got 14 elimination points last I checked. Probably even more when that battle ended. Right now, oopsie. Anyways, back towards the 1v1. Noble versus 6-8. Okay, take a side. Quick. Before the fight concludes.
Yeah, I think because he's been popping up real hard.
Noble,
he's been. Oh, here comes the shot. But was not able to connect though. Coming off from Nobu, Seisei managed to actually put a little bit of distance in between them. So it's gonna be a battle over here. A little bit of dip. 6-8 doesn't have much cover, and I highly doubt Nobu is gonna give 6-8 any breather to recover himself. But it does see 6-8
lost track.
So here is the cook, and I do believe 6-8 does know where Nobu is, but Nobu doesn't see where 6-8 is. They do see I think, basically how the nade actually travels, so they know where 6-8 is. Finally, he gets information back again. Behind the stone over here is Nobu able to cook this just nice. Oh, that nade connects, not enough. That one is a hit, and it's a win! D plus Kia comes out on top and wins winner chicken dinner here with 5 elimination points. Yeah, I got it wrong.
Ovation for all the teams that have been able to make it to Vikendi, but it was D plus Kia that has overcome all obstacles and have finally claimed the biggest bonus points out there alongside with 4 Miracle Vibes. You cannot forget about 4 Miracle Vibes because they have plenty of elimination points to book out of the matchup in the top 3. Down to the 1v1v1. And I was surprised, 4 Miracle Vibes, they had so many members, but they eventually got exhausted towards the final 2 battle. And you saw the clinical taps, the clinical finishes coming in from the side of Noble. 6-8 was wrapping things around. And it was down to a very close fight between him, and they just really had to make the run at each other to seal that final chicken dinner. So a win is a win. We still see the top 2 being sealed by Korea's finest. So it's still massive for both D plus Kia as well as the RX.
Yeah, and Contra, let's admit, I think the Koreans have the right formula and how to approach this bonus match. So I'm guessing that they're very happy with the performance here coming out. Yeah, having a top 2 finish by the Korean teams is just amazing. I mean, look at this. It doesn't reflect much when it comes to elimination points. Sure, I think that ERX has it slightly better. But it's just that it's not so much about this. It's the way they actually approach and how they would end up on top and survive to the best of their abilities until the end of the match itself. That's what's important over here. And this is definitely something that the teams who's currently tuning into the live stream and the other teams also playing who will be tuning back to the live stream would want to observe and try to replicate or do better in the phase 2 weekend match. And I don't blame them because we shared it multiple times that it's been a very long time since people actually saw this map been played out. And remember, I think people kind of like downloaded everything, you know, like you download all the resources, but it has been a while since they loaded up or booted up the map. You know, I think that was definitely the case. I don't think
you never know. Maybe there's some secret training involved, but you know, out of all that skirmish, sure, we focus on that 1v1, but for Miracle Vibes, I think they have been the new kings. I was talking about BTR, how well they used to do. I mean, that's been 2018, you know, that's more than 5 years. So for Miracle Vibes, they just knew where to really place themselves to keep going for battles after battles. And I'm just surprised that they lasted for so long. I saw HORAA Esports trying to also do exactly the same, and you saw what really happened. These two teams actually clash all together. So it's been mainly Mongolia as well as Korea within the top 4. So beautiful execution. So everybody gets a big chunk of the pie, but let's take a look at the head-to-head. Both are from 4MV.
Yeah, I think since we saw this numbers, it's quite unfortunate they were not able to actually hold on to the final top 2 despite the numbers that they actually have. But yeah, this makes sense having the head-to-head because on one side, Apex has 5, whereas Dogart has 3. Both of them has close to equal amount of damage output, being said the assists are probably them just assisting one another anyways. So this comes to no surprise over here. But of course, our Gamivo MVP of the match. Yes, we also have an MVP here for Vikendi. Is none other than Saisi. And I guess I'm very sure Contra is not surprised by this. Look at how he performed. It's unfortunate that he was not able to actually get that final last kill, but I guess he popped off a lot. Look at the 809 damage, 6 elimination points, and just great. He performed really, really great here in this map.
Yeah, you were not wrong when you actually selected him to eventually win out that duel, but it went so close down to the wire.
Where just didn't win the last one.
Yeah, and for a small little glimpse of a moment, 6A actually had the edge because Nobu has lost track of his side. So eventually, when he fully pushed towards that direction, he can kind of give his position away. But you also have the involvement of HORAA Esports. I think HORAA, they have absolutely popped up. They've waited for this very golden moment, and they secure a lot of bonus points. Let's take a quick look into our final matchup as we recap into the rotations. Now, the place to be was Topo Mestro, and I think this was a fair game for many of these teams. As a matter of fact, these teams could have actually get some big hit start, especially for ASI8. They managed to do so. They take the direct center, and then you saw everybody swarm into the center. Everyone's taking fights after fights after fights. Everybody going in the center. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's all that you need to know. And the Architect says, yeah, let's chill. Let's chill at the side. Let's fight with HORAA Esports. And then we will look for a chicken dinner. They came really close, but close but no cigar. The DK, they were the last surviving team out of that big party on that same compound. How crazy is that?
I think DRX had a good read of things. They knew that crazy cluster of teams in the middle was going to happen. So they just went by the sides and just stayed there. And then they were like, you know what? We know we can hear gunshots from a distance anyways. But of course, for MV over here, despite them bowing out, not being part of the top 2, but got 5 rank points for themselves, 14 elimination points, and they're still number 1. And coming up in second is D plus Kia with 10 rank points, 5 elimination points, put them in second place with 15 points. And of course, DRX in third, although they have the same amount of points as D plus Kia, but the one who gets in and backs in the winner chicken dinner is D plus Kia. Therefore, your second, DRX is third, followed by Star Wars.
Yeah, and most importantly, teams that have managed to score points here will bring it forward into the finals. Unfortunate for THUNDERTALK Gaming, they didn't manage to get much to be done in this matchup, where we saw that big battle into the area where DRS, BTR, as well as V-Saber was fighting over. So at least they were doing decent exchanges against each other. What's interesting is the fact that the longest elimination was not really that far off, 221 meters away. So you see, that's the difference. It looks like it's far away, but this map essentially is still considered relatively small. You see a lot of fights taking place. I would still say everything's pretty much within the mid-range distance, where teams will still prefer to go in on the direct challenge. But you saw how many teams, when they try to infiltrate compounds, they are unsuccessful because it's a long drive. It's an easy spot out for the teams who are indoors, which is so much more interesting on how teams, they gotta make certain adjustments if they were to visit Vikendi again. But you know what, Flava, it's been a super long day. I'm happy of the results. We get 4 MV to be the ones to top the bonus points. So before we wrap things up, we still got some stats to go.
Yeah, of course, we're gonna be looking at some of the stats here being displayed by our production team. Here we have the overall MVP for Phase 1 of Clash of Giants Season 5, which is none other than 4 MVs, Apex. Now, most deserving, look at the stats that he has in Contra, 29 elimination points just by himself across the 3-day course, across 19 rounds, if you were to count together with the bonus match as well. The amount of damage outputs have 5,156 and 79 utilities being used. So yeah, he's definitely number 1 here in the chart, and we're going to be comparing to others who's also towards the road to MVP. Coming up in second is none other than Slayer from HK Murderers. In third, we have Baron from 4MV. In fourth, Doc R from 4MV, and fifth, we have IQQ from ASIA.
We have seen so many of all these familiar faces, and we will continue to see them over the course of the weekend. Tomorrow, we take a little bit of a break, and when we do come back, we'll have the run coming into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Almost every day we will be getting action, so make sure you come in at the very same time. If you can come in a little bit early to catch all the action, please do so, because you don't want to miss a single bit of it. Overall fraggers, Apex in this big round in Vikendi has also supplemented into the damage charge, the elimination points, currently holding the highest record, as that remains to be unchanged from day 2 all the way to the end of today.
Yeah, and of course, he holds the most amount of elimination points and the most amount of damage across the top 5 fraggers here from what we see. Slayer, although he's not, he doesn't dish out so much damage, but still gets a lot over there in terms of points. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're showing to you the overall rankings of here after the conclusion of match 19. 4MV from third place goes up, so I guess Faceland drops from first, HK drops from second to third, DK goes up by 2 placements from 6th to 4th, and Alter Ego dropping 2 from 4th to 6th. So there's quite a shift happening over here. So it's very important. It's like having that extra round that gives you additional bonuses where the other 11 teams are not able to accumulate, which is a little bit a huge advantage, I would say, playing an extra round.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because over on the weekend, we will continue on this journey. Now, of course, it might have actually seemed like a sad story for A1 Esports to not play the final bit, but hey, they're still within the top 17, which is something that they should be actually proud of. We see a lot of brilliant plays heading into this final match from HORAA Esports. They're now holding on to that 11th spot, so I would say now maybe slight gap has been created, but it is around that 18th place mark where we see a big dip where they will have to match up to Stalwart Esports into the top 16. So I guess moving into the weekend, there's just a lot more things for certain teams to consider. Falcons, of all the teams, I didn't expect them in this tournament to be at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of unpredictable things actually happening over here. I'm guessing, in the course of one day, so many things happen, and we do expect this kind of things also to happen in phase number two, as most of the teams already have a good feel on how their competitors are. Things to remember as well. After looking at all this, the teams will be placed in a different group. We might be seeing a different grouping here for phase two itself, and everybody is going to be starting off fresh with 0 points for phase two, but later on after the conclusion of phase two, they're going to be combining the points from what they attained here together with phase two and see which top 16 teams will be making their way to the grand finals.
That's right. And with all of that being settled, these are the bonus point ranking at the moment. So it seems like the only ones that were mattered were the placements where they finish off. So that means for Miracle Vibes, they are currently placed at the third spot. D plus Kia holding that number one. So relatively, as it stands, is still very manageable for all the teams that are securing themselves around the top 10 in this Vikendi run, because they managed to also get those extra placement points to add it to the tally. So that being said, over onto the second half of the table, Bigatron Knights, the Savior, Alter Ego Ares, DRS Gaming, THUNDERTALK, they walk away with no points after all. So at least there's a slight head start for both IFC and also ASI8.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about gaining bonus points here. They also have to make sure they are still in the top 16 after the conclusion of phase 2. If not, then all this bonus point that they have accumulated goes to waste, and it will not be able to be utilized in the grand finals if they're not even there. All right, so this is not the end of the line for the teams who are not able to make it to the Vikendi bonus round itself. So make sure to keep supporting your favorite teams for phase 2, which will be happening in 2 more days. So all the teams here have a short breather before they come back with more PUBG Mobile action here at the Clash of Giants.
That's right. And with that, first, we would like to thank all of you guys that have been watching throughout the course of the weekdays. We definitely would love to see you guys over the course of the weekend. So make sure you hit that like as well as subscribe to Discord live stream. And we will see you guys over the course of the weekend. My name's Contra. This is Flava. It's been a pleasure casting alongside with you. So I hope to see you soon. And I hope to see all of you guys once again here in the Clash of Giants Season 5.
Yeah, and see you guys in the offlines if we have one in the future. Bye, everyone.